are you?
Good to see you as well.
Our friend had a
So what do you do? You're like a big shot party or something. What's your
I can say maybe more like 7. She's left the room. She's going to collect just 5 years. Just FYI. Yeah, that's all the It's because it in this irregular shape, not a straight line. And I said, is this like scallop or something? He says, people's eyes
And then we had
patterns of a straight line.
This
kind of work. And he glues it. Everything's blue. And I was just like, focus on home for those nerves. Those real opposition. I just want to watch this. This is one of the motivations and pains. Hopefully it's nice right.
You've never been to
Once in
Actually refers to and anyway, it gives the history.
So,
It's really interesting.
He didn't act it, it's about his family, so actor played him. The real life Snyder family. Just this part.
History of the penny.
Very, very.
It's good to see you.
All the way, back in the Funky Bunch days.
You've got everybody, Bob.
Yeah, Tina's coming back in.
And like you can see her brother, and his like old wife compares him to Denny. Is it Denny or Danny? Danny Wahlberg versus his brother being Mark Wahlberg. And like Danny Wahlberg did all right for himself. I'm sure it was. Like 80s. Early 80s. No, not early 80s. He was getting an accent in the 90s. No, you're there. In that, like,
Yeah.
It's good to see you.
You too.
the rock song.
Yeah.
Glad you were in the video. We used to laugh about it.
Yes.
When you find it, let's, again, it's, I don't need the.
I came back. It's just like their first album was awesome. And then a couple singles from the second album that were okay.
Morning. How are you? Good, how are you? Thanks.
Hiding behind the camera.
It's my place. Yes, it is. Hello, everyone. At least we're not in Black Forest, Kansas. I have bets on Kansas today.
She has no sense for what
I could, but I think I'm okay here.
Sure.
You guys are on time, presidential.
We haven't had 30 years.
We had one of those just last year, I saw the general. Questions come up. It was black man. So that was us, and, you know, just moving on to the next phase.
Earn your money.
Well, that's for sure. So, they're a little premature, but that's a pretty college business. So we'll have to find some new guy that will just come along with it. So one of our graduates was just interested in the process.
Are you an employee of the district?
About a year
Nope.
to work
No?
through it.
Okay.
Can't fire me, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm not. No interest. I'm glad you're doing what you did. That's fine.
Sure.
Why would you be hostile towards me? I'm not sure.
You're a waste of money, dude. What's it cost for you to be here? $2,000 for the day?
No.
Wow. You made me drive out to Black Forest in March.
Well, I didn't make you do anything.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Sure you are.
That's true in all of the trades. Okay. There's just more and more demand on it. So we're in interesting times, but that's good. Our economy's thriving. This front area of our economy thrives compared to the rest of the country. We slow down, it hits us, finishes over.
Bands for early
It's very economic.
shut it down.
But we lack the trades in it to keep us.
No, I have friends who are builders. You know, they're years now.
Well, that's exactly right. They're builders. So
We're in that position. We know that's going to be a couple of years. But you know, it's probably not a great time to do all this. But it was time for us. We were ready. We were ready.
we had, rental property that did really well. But the market was so good that we said, no, we couldn't make
It's about 10 after 8.
years on this as a rental.
I think everybody's here, I'm not sure.
So we said,
David,
then to go out and look, yeah, I mean, it's how you buy it. It's how the market.
Things are slowing, but I don't think it's been like you said. I don't think it's
Exactly. We'll see it settle down. But you know, it's kind of slowed down to, it may have needed a little easing because it was so hot.
Right? We hit it right on the button. But we did sell some friends, so we didn't have to go through all the people putting the house on the market and getting it all pristine, you know, we were like, look, if you want it, as is, it's out, just you. If we spruce it up, you're gonna need to give us this. No, let's do it. So where you living? So we're.
So
Get out of there. So it's out, Cedar Mountain Way.
Well, that's where we go home. Go out, sit around.
Well, we don't turn to
So,
see everyone. Teacher mode here. Let's plan on,
all by myself.
there's a few other things going on. Let's
Pike Place,
plan on
whatever.
bring them
So we're down to
to
see
get involved.
Above all.
I won't even take, my family would come and visit, and, first place we'd go. Wouldn't even go down there.
Period 7, so David was really.
Really?
Never saw myself in another
It becomes like a giant party, but Good home family. I mean, your
I have a home here now, yeah.
grandmother, your nana comes to the shows, and you're like a margarita or one margarita a year. Always a good time.
Absolutely. Piece of story.
She's like, girl, it was a really popular 80s. Like, oh my God. She has
All right. So let's call the meeting to order. And first of all, I want to thank everybody who had participated in making this happen. Kelly, I know we've gone back and forth and looking for facilities. Thank you for that happening. Tina and Dell, all the work that you've done to facilitate this and so that we can have a wonderful retreat today. What I'm hoping, or we're hoping to get out of all of this, and I want to thank everybody for coming today that's here to participate in this, your investment into our kids, our school districts. I really appreciate it very much. Whether we agree or disagree, we do agree on this one thing, that we want the best school that Woodland Park can possibly be for our children. So that is the focus of this meeting today, that we will be the best that we can be because we're better together, working together towards a common goal. What that goal looks like is what we will focus on today. Where do we want to go? How do we get there? Is the sky the limit or not? What limits will we put on ourselves, or will we go for it all? So I want to thank Bob Schaefer for being here today, for facilitating our meeting. And Bob, at this time, I'd just like to hand that over to you and maybe tell us a little bit about yourself and where we're going to go. Sarah is here with Bob, and Sarah, I don't know your last name. Hunt. So Sarah's here and Bob's here, so look forward to today's meeting.
Thank you, David.
Now, you might want to, like I'm doing, is mute your phones if you have it, or turn it off, or up or down, or whatever.
David, do you want to do roll call for the record?
Let's do roll call.
Austin?
Here.
Illingworth?
Here.
Kimbrell? Here. Patterson? Here. Rusty Holtz?
Here.
Thank you.
Sounds like a quorum's present. Well, thank you, and good morning, everyone. I've been looking forward to gathering and being here today for quite a long time as I've gotten to know more and more about Woodland Park and the school district, and doing my own research and so on about the community. There's just enormous opportunities that you all have right here, and so I am enthusiastic about whatever's going to happen here in terms of a conversation. So my name is Bob Schaefer, and I am the headmaster of Liberty Common School, and just based on the invitation and conversations that I've had, that's the reason I'm here, as I understand it, and so that is the context in which I'm here. And why? Well, Liberty Common School is a charter school. It's one of the older ones. It wasn't the first or second, it might have been the third, maybe fourth charter school. We were the first charter school application in the state, way back after the charter school law passed. But in our experience, we had an epic battle with our school district way back then, which involved the district suing the parents for applying for the charter and the appeals process. Long story short, it took us about 2.5 years between the time we started and the time we got our charter approved. And so the background on what a good school should be is it really defines that particular episode and an introduction for me into public school policy. I was a state senator in those days, and my interest was what your interest should be, and that is self-interest, different than selfishness. Now, this is always a hard thing in public circles for those to understand, because so many people are inclined to hear self-interest, they hear it as selfishness, and that is a very different thing. So I kind of want to just be prepared. I'm going to throw it back to board members in particular, and that is, let's think about what is your self-interest in being. There must be some reason or motivation that you want to be on the board and propose to the community that they should send you here for all of your work and your activities, and this meeting in particular. What is that? What is that thing? What is the thing that made you decide to put your name on a ballot, to step forward and offer your leadership to the community? So I'll just, by way of a little bit of an example with myself and continuing the introduction. My self-interest is Jenny, Emily, Justin, Sarah, and Mary. At the time we started our charter, it was Ginny, Emily, and Justin. Sarah and Mary came later. But we sent our kids to the neighborhood school, because that's what you did. Address corresponded to your school. And they were 5. I called the district and told them our situation. We've got twins. What's your address? So we told them. They said, here is your school. And so that was Beatty Elementary School in the neighborhood. We enrolled our kids. And that's when my eyes started getting open to this whole enterprise, this whole arrangement of public schools, neighborhood, and address corresponding to your path forward for your child's intellectual and moral growth. So we went to Beatty Elementary School. There were 2 kindergartens. I had twins, as I mentioned, so twin A, Jenny, was in one classroom, twin B in another. And I don't want to spend too much time on that story, but that's when my eyes were opened that they had their way of doing business. They were the experts. I remember sitting in the little kindergarten chairs in the orientation meeting where they told us where to drop stuff, what materials needed to be in the backpack, where to drop off, where to pick up, what time, turn in the immunization sheet information. And I asked the revolutionary question. It was really offensive. And it was, hey, we've got over the summer to get our kids ready for kindergarten. Can you tell me what they need to know when they come in here in August? I want to make sure it's not the Schaefer kids who are holding up the rest of the class. And what is it they need to know on day 1? That was an offensive question. I did not know this. It seemed so innocuous. But I got the look. Didn't we tell you where to drop the kid off, where to pick them up, where to turn in the immunization sheets, the materials that need to be in the backpack? You don't worry about anything else. We'll take it from there. We are the experts. You just drop your kids off. We'll take care of the rest. And so I'm just sorry. Didn't need that. Keep in mind, I was a state senator at the time, so in the room, the other parents, people in my neighborhood, and there are other parents there. So as I left, a spontaneous town meeting occurred in the library. You had to walk through to get out, and I could see the principal and the 2 kindergarten teachers over there. And they just had this conversation going, but they had the photos, and I could tell. They were looking at me, talking with each other. I knew what that meant, troublemaker. And so I told these other moms generally, I said, let's get out of here. I don't want this conflict to escalate. Let's go to my house. And so by the time we got there, they had spread word in 10 or 15 minutes, meeting at the senator's house. And there were 20 cars lined up down the street to have a conversation about what was wrong with the school. And the basic issue was parental input and asking questions about what we teach is a problem. So, anyway, this is a long story getting longer. I'm trying to make it shorter. But that was my, that's the start of why I'm here, I think. And because I got radicalized pretty quickly when I realized that at my neighborhood school, which corresponded with my address, which is where I, as a parent, had already prepaid through by being a taxpayer, that this was not a happy, good relationship with my public school. I offended them by asking, what should my kid know in order to be a good student when they get here? And they viewed that as a threat. Now, part of that was because that was the defensive posture that the public schools had, and probably still are in many cases, had come to because they get asked threatening questions all the time. They didn't know whether mine was innocent or, it's a political figure. Maybe it was a political barb of some sort for all they knew. I mean, there's rational reasons, I suppose, that relationship existed. But that relationship, that difference of perspective was very, very clear, and it was a problem. So anyway, we had this meeting in my house, and then that meeting just turned into another meeting. It just kept growing and growing until we found other people around town that had similar viewpoints and questions about what was being taught, and that led ultimately to us pushing for an alternative school with a serious curriculum. We found the core knowledge curriculum and imported it to, we didn't invent it, and then imported it to from Virginia, which is where it was, where the Core Knowledge Foundation is headquartered, and brought it, the first Core Knowledge school to bring that curriculum west of the Mississippi. And now it's everywhere, of course. So we just discovered it and thought that made a lot of sense. And so we petitioned the district for an alternative school. They gave us a condemned building, had an asbestos problem, and thought that was perfect for us. And so they gave us this condemned building, and we moved in there, and huge waiting list, and test scores were through the roof, and then this just kept growing. And that became, we ended up chartering that school after the charter school law passed, and I was co-sponsor of that, so I've been involved in just this self-interest of trying to find the best solutions for Jenny, Emily, and Justin, later Sarah and Mary, and in a public school setting. So I mentioned that there's nothing wrong with this. In fact, I would suggest that clearly understanding self-interest in the context of a community school, a political activity. You know, we always say we want to depoliticize public education, and let's just assert, let's stipulate, you can't do that. A public school is a political entity by design. You're dealing with scarce resources, other people's money, you're paying for some activity that's important to the community. There are different perspectives and viewpoints as to what that activity should be. You cannot disconnect politics. You can disconnect partisanship, that might be a good goal, but you cannot disconnect politics from public education, and you shouldn't try. You should try to embrace all of the great things that entails. And there are some really great outcomes. One of the reasons we do it better than most other countries do. Not all, than many other countries. So my accentuating and thinking about your self-interest is important. So Jenny, Emily, and Justin are the ones that my interest. That's in almost every decision, every application of my personal, my family, my wife and I, our energy was about what would be the school we want for our kids. And the beauty of politics, the democratic strategies within a republic, is that to the extent that there are generally normal, self-interested people who are a good reflection of human nature, generally speaking, if those individuals are all making decisions predicated upon their self-interest, and their self-interest is similar to everyone else's self-interest, then in a democratic process, by board members coming up the advice and direction of employees in the district and on an ongoing basis the community. The system is designed to have normal self-interest result in about the right answers, the right outcomes that an average normal person in the community should and would want for their kids. So that is what the political process ought to achieve. So you lose that if you try to suggest, as many boards do, and I've been on the State Board of Education where this was suggested to me right after my hand came down from taking the oath. You are now obligated to us, the State Board, and the Colorado Department of Education, and whatever it was that motivated you to get here, you need to put that aside. So, By that time I had experience, state senator, U.S. Congress. Then I got on the State Board of Education, and I was smart enough by then to know, no. When you disconnect yourself from self-interest and suggest that your constituency, the things that motivated you to run, when you are asked to set those things aside, if you do that, then you become the voice of bureaucracy, of politics, of politicians. And I just announced right away, and at this point, as I was mentioning with David, I don't want to get sidetracked too much, but it's coming back to where I'm trying to guide things for today and just framing the rest of the day. I've sat through a lot of these and had professional facilitators come. I'm not one. I've just sat through 50, 60 of these kind of gatherings. And so I've seen lots of professionals be facilitators. I can do that. It's not that hard. It doesn't seem to me. We'll see. But also consultants. And as I say, because I'm not here because I'm some neutral person when it comes to schools and politics. I'm not neutral at all. I have very clear ideas. defined ideas about what public education can be, should be. Learned all this through my personal story, my self-interest, and also where that has led me. It led me, and so that. So let's think about your self-interest, because I'm going to come back around and ask you just to comment on it. And so that's led me to all the experience that I had. So that by the time I got to the State Board of Education, and I came to realize, no, you don't make progress, meaningful progress in school reform or anything else, tax policy, healthcare, it doesn't matter. You don't make any meaningful progress if you're willing to abandon your self-interest for the sake of government. And it would be a mistake, in my opinion. This is the consulting part. It is a mistake for you as board members, people elected to be the establishers and keepers of the vision, or any employees, to abandon their self-interest for the sake of a government process, of bureaucracy. That is where public schools, that's why they're bad and they're getting worse throughout the country, is because those who get elected and then the constituency buys this notion that you should, that it is magnanimous. It is the definition of democracy, to abandon what you know, what you care about, what motivates you, what causes you to put your time, energy, effort, your resources into a public cause, and abandon the thing that you care about most. And for me, Jenny, Emily, Justin, in those days. Later, Sarah and Mary. Those kids have all graduated, gone through my school. We created the perfect school, in our opinion, that we thought most closely approximates the way we would want our children educated. And lo and behold, to the extent that we're normal, some would say I'm not, but to the extent we're normal, we created a great school with a huge waiting list. And even to this day, we've got about 800, we just expanded, we just added an elementary school, created 250 more seats in that elementary school to try to meet the large demand and waiting list. And we still have over 800 families on our waiting list to get into the school. Is it test scores? Yeah, we get good scores, but that's not the thing. The scores, it's an interesting thing. The scores just happen when everything else is correct, when self-interest is defining and guiding the most important decisions about the school. And what I mean by that is all things a normal parent would care about. Am I sending my kids to a safe place? Am I sending them to a place that's aesthetically pleasing, that speaks to them, that they walk in and they know that they're at school and this is a serious enterprise? The aesthetics about the way people behave. Do the teachers react to my children? Do they interact as good role models, as vessels of virtue? Is it the kind of place I want? Are they behaving the way I would want my kids to be around those people during the course of the day? And then are there academic options? Or is there an academic set of objectives that seems aspirational for my kids? What I would generally want for my children to help guide them, to help me and my responsibility of educating my kids. These are the normal questions that self-interested people ask. And if those self-interested perspectives are allowed to flourish, are allowed to be voiced, allowed to be debated freely and in a way that without fear. Well, then you really got something, and that's kind of what we created with our school. And by example, in town, have transformed our school district as well. The school that we wanted to leave because it was really all about the employees and not so much about the children and families. That's not the case anymore. Once that principal realized they had a few $100,000 of students in that school that wanted to leave and come to our school, they started asking the right kind of questions about, it was the first time their eyes were open. And why is it that we have some number of kids in our school that want out? What is it? And they started having the conversations, which came back to what? Self-interest. What is it that these parents really want in our school? And lo and behold, that school is now the math school in our town. They just decided they had the assets, they had teachers, I guess, that were particularly disposed toward elementary math instruction, and so they really dialed in their math curriculum. And Beatty Elementary School today is just very well known as having an approach to math that is really strong. And so, now, did that happen? Just not the goodness of our heart. No, it happened because there was the introduction of a charter school in town that allowed for some expression of self-interest. So that, by way of background, is my entry into education, and so I was in the state senate already. Got elected because I thought I was interested in lots of other things, and I am, agriculture, taxes, and got to be involved in lots of cool topics and economic growth in my town and so on. But I had the self-interest thing going. I had Jenny and Emily that were now moving through. Justin was started his way through school as well, and so I found my way onto the Senate Education Committee. Eventually became vice chairman of the Education Committee. Was the co-sponsor of Colorado Charter School Law. Lots and lots of other education laws. I mean, it wasn't all just charter schools for me. I carried the responsibilities of the state legislature. Had my hands in almost all aspects of education for the 9 years that I was there. Ended up a little more of the introduction, I suppose. In 1994, I was nominated to be the Republican candidate for lieutenant governor, and I was the candidate that year. With Bruce Benson, he was the governor nominee that year, and we got trounced. But that gave me a chance to see the rest of the state and come here and learn about all of Colorado, and then that kind of set me up 2 years after that. After we lost, I still had 2 years left in my Senate term, and it was at that point in time that Hank Brown, the U.S. Senator, announced he was going to resign. Wayne Allard, my congressman, announced he was going to run for the U.S. Senate, and so that my congressional district was open, and I was persuaded I should get in that race. So I did, and I ended up winning and ended up serving. I took a term limits pledge that I would serve 3 terms and quit, because that was really popular at the time. Seemed like the right thing to do. And the Supreme Court had struck down Colorado. Colorado had passed, in 2 years before that, a term limits law for federal representatives, six years. But the Supreme Court struck it and said that states don't have the authority to define federal terms. So as I was campaigning, these old farmers out on the Eastern Plains, they would sit there with a toothpick and say, so are you going to go along with these judges, or are you going to stick with us? Because out there, term limits passed by like 70%. So the answer was, I'm going to do what the people said they wanted. 3 terms for me, and I will lead. So I served 3 terms and left, and that turned out to be hard to do. Yeah, well, it's the seniority system there. It's a very corrupt process, but I guess the point is I go to Washington, D.C., and found a way to get on the education committee there. Why? Federal government have any real huge authority when it comes to, I don't frankly see in the Constitution where the federal government has any authority to meddle in public education, but it does. And I just decided, spent all my time in Colorado on education issues and some labor issues, and so the Education and Labor Committee seemed like the right place to try to get on that committee, and I did. And so I ended up learning a lot about the federal involvement in public education, so I developed a background and knowledge about that. Left after 6 years, and people in the Republican Party called and said, you just used to be the congressman for the 4th District. The 4th District now needs somebody on the State Board of Education. Would you do that? And I thought, all right, now, constitutionally, that is the organization that has something to say about education. That seems relevant to me. So I ran and served for 7 years, 6-year term, and then the previous one guy quit. I got appointed to take his place, and then served a 6-year term with the State Board of Education. And most of that time I spent as chairman. So, and then after I left that, I was in the energy business for a while, and ran some school choice nonprofits on the side to try to get vouchers in Colorado, and we did it in 1 year. 3 months after starting the project, the Colorado Supreme Court struck that down. So there was a voucher law passed by the General Assembly, signed by Governor Owens, it was stricken from the books by the Colorado Supreme Court. And then my school, the school I helped found, with my younger two kids now in it, they called and said, we are thinking about expanding from a K through 9 school to Abbott High School. Would you come on board? I ran for the Senate, U.S. Senate, in 2004, lost the primary. I ran again in 2008 and won, and was the Republican nominee. And so after I lost that race to Mark Udall, my board thought, well, he seems to be out of a job, so let's give him a call and see if he'll come back home and help manage the project of adding high school. So now I got to build a school, contribute to it, starting a charter school, now adding high school, and then after I got a little bit through that process, hiring the teachers, the board said, well, now that you built it, would you run it? You want to be the principal? And yeah, how hard can that be? I have no credentials to do this really, and other than all this public policy expertise. And so I signed up to be the principal, and it was hard. And then from there, I ended up becoming the headmaster of the whole system, K through 12. 3 campuses now. We're going to add a 4th when our new campus kids become junior high students. We're going to need a place for them. So within a few years, this will be a school, a charter school system that is about the size of your school district. And so, all right, long introduction, but I wanted to go through all that because that's why I'm here. I've done almost everything in public education you could do. I've been a teacher, teach a class, history department. I've started charter schools. I've had my hands in public education policy. Been chairman of the State Board of Education. Had my hands in federal education policy along the way. And this all comes in handy with my current job, just managing the school and protecting it, mainly trying to defend it from distractions and preserve it from an aggressive series of regulators at the federal and state level, and sometimes at our district level, that want to tear down what we've created. That's where Sarah comes in. We'll introduce her in a second. But the school's a fabulous success. It is the best, highest performing school in the state. And a number of metrics. Our SAT scores are number 4 this year. That's the lowest we've ever been. That's 644 high school entities. We've never been lower than this year, number 4, or last year's, current seniors. There's only been 3 years when we were not number 1 in the history of our high school in the state. So no other school can say that. The point is, this is not.
Well, we're going to.
Absolutely. Well, every time I talk to schools, and I get invited to come and chat with usually charter schools, sometimes school districts, and private schools sometimes. My point is always, we brag a lot about what my school does, and I do that from the standpoint of suggesting that we should be competitive. You should, the value of, so at one point our waiting list had grown to 1,800 at Liberty Common School, and we were in a public info night explaining how wonderful the school is. Look at our test scores, look at this, look at all these great features. We got a dress code, there's no cell phones in the class. Virtue and character and discipline are as much as part of our academic mission as the curriculum. And these parents are clamoring, we want that, and then at the end of the meeting, somebody says, well, how many openings do you have? And the answer was about 13. And there were 300 families in the auditorium, and they start screaming. Why don't you just make the school bigger so we can all get in? And our answer was at the time, well, that's not part of our business model. Part of the success of the school is the size. You eventually get so big that we don't know the families, we don't know the kids, we don't know the stories. And when that happens, the school starts becoming impersonal, and you lose really the most important element in the school. So, and our point was, well, it's not in our business model to make a bigger, better school to do that for somebody else's kids. But there's these great laws. You should start a school like this for your own kids. Look how many of you there are in the room. And so somebody says, oh, I'll be on the committee. And so my wife and I helped start the second school. And we're founders of 2 charter schools. So we helped start Ridgeview Classical Schools in Fort Collins. And are you there? Do you represent them?
I don't.
No, you don't, okay. So we helped start, and them, and then the two of us helped start Loveland Classical, so there's this effect of a good model being replicated. And anyway, so we have a sister school, we have several sister schools now, and we say this all the time when we're talking about them. Here's Liberty, if you can't get into Liberty, go check out Ridgeview. If you know, because that's a really good school. We are better than they are, and when you go there, they should tell you that they are better than we are, and they should know and this is what we call sibling rivalry, and this is healthy competition within an academic marketplace. And so that's the first thing. We should aspire to establish an academic marketplace. That's novel in public education anymore. And then once you have that, take the right attitude to it, and that is, yeah, we want to be better than them, and we think they're really good. I mean, imagine that. If you were better than a bad school, who cares? If you're better than a really good school, that's what you want to be. You want to have as many really good examples in the marketplace as you can, so you can try to outcompete the rest of them. Because what's the goal? The goal's not the school. You know, I'm not here to make Liberty Common School a great school. The goal is, I'm going to defer to the chairman if you prefer other interaction. The goal is to serve the community, is to serve families, to do everything we possibly can for the well-being of children. And so, in an American competitive capitalist marketplace, what is the best way to do that? And that is options. For many families in town, Ridgeview is the better option. For more sensible people in town, the better option is my school. For other people in town, the better option is their neighborhood school. You see the way I do this, because Beatty Elementary School, as I mentioned, is the thing for your kid. We want to be better than them, but we're aware of all the best examples in our town now. And we are all sharing ideas, we're very friendly, and the point is, so the point you make, yeah, why would I come down here and suggest, you know, let's finish today with a roadmap forward on how you can be better than my school? Why would I do that? If I thought the only thing that really mattered was whether my school ranks the highest. No. The only thing that matters is, can we as citizens and activists and people who love our state, love our community, are we doing everything we can to create the environment where every family can be a winner, and where every family can get exactly what they want for their child, and then we can compete with one another, just like we do for everything else that matters in our lives, and you know, break away from this notion that I experienced way back in 1987 or 1988, whenever that was, and that is, you don't ask questions about what we teach here. We'll just do that. We're the experts. We've had the certificates. Jan was the Colorado Teacher of the Year one year. That certificate was on the wall. She pointed to it. You don't question me. I am the best there is. You just drop your kids off. I will take over from there. That's the way it used to be. Not anymore. Thanks to the introduction of competitive approaches to education throughout the state, to the point now where there is more of a marketplace than there ever was. You are all at an inflection point here where, in my opinion, you are on the cut. You have the capacity, if you've got the will, you've got the capacity to utilize an entire school district in a more powerful way than the charter school law envisions for charter schools. Or that is the reality that is represented by private schools, home schools, and all the rest. It's just the dynamics that I've just learned about over the last couple of months in the community, given the size, given you all on the board, that just the composition of the community as well. And a certain set of laws. So let me introduce Sarah when it comes to laws, and then we'll dive into the first thing I wanted to do, and that is consider, second thing, let's go back to self-interest. And then in terms of the rest of the day, I want to start off with the things we have to agree on. Because you all, I wasn't here for it, but I know you took an oath to something, And so let's start there with the things we know that we all agree on, have to agree on around the room. So Sarah is our Director of Policy and Compliance at Liberty Common Schools, a position we created because, as I mentioned, the hardest part about maintaining a great school is it gets attacked. It gets attacked by people who see something achieving well, something that is good in a community. You've got some people who think that that's bad. If it's good over there, that must be coming at my expense across town. If my school is struggling, whether it's water coming through the roof or the test scores that are bad or some dynamic in the school that is not good, and over there, those kids just keep performing and performing and performing, that there's this belief that this is not fair. This is a pervasive belief system that is poisonous to public education. It's a fault of mine.
Could you repeat that line one more time?
This notion of fairness?
Yes, the notion of fairness.
Yeah, well, let me give you a better example, which is going on in my town today and tomorrow. And we've decided to capitalize on this thing. So it's hot in Fort Collins. It's projected to be in the upper 90s today and tomorrow in Fort Collins. So the school district announced yesterday that it's going to shut down the public schools 2 hours early, Wednesday and Thursday, because it's hot. Yeah.
Because it's never been hot before.
That's true.
Because it's hot.
Sorry for
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
It's a strange world we live in. No, but listen to this. Listen to where I'm going here. This is the most beautiful example. And as I say, I spent most of the day. I thought I was going to be preparing, doing nothing. I spent the whole day working, capitalizing on this little thing that dropped in our lap, and just our mental framework as a competitive charter school in a competitive environment caused me to realize I can't ignore this phenomenon occurring. So they announced at 1 o'clock, we're shutting down the schools 2 hours early because it's hot. And so.
Even not the hospitals.
So here's the thing. Some of the Poudre School District schools have air conditioning. And some of the Poudre schools have air-conditioned rooms, maybe some others don't. And so the parents naturally start giving feedback, well, why should we shut down my school? Because we have air conditioning. And the district's response is, well, that would not be equitable. To have some kids, and so the parent groups by noon yesterday were doing what normal parents do, and that is, well, hey, an air conditioner is only $400. What if we raise the money real quick to run out to Walmart, get a bunch of air conditioners, and put some air conditioners in the windows, and we can do this by tomorrow, and to keep the school open. No, I'm no kidding. This is going on in my town yesterday and today, and the school district developed a FAQ for all the families by 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon saying, no, we're not going to allow that, because some schools don't have PTOs that can raise the resources to buy the air conditioners, and we can't have some kids out of school and some kids in school, so we are going to shut down all schools, even the brand new ones that are fully air conditioned, for 2 hours a day because it's hot out. And all right, there's a logic to this, obviously. If you're the administrators and board members of a school and you want to treat your community and their children equitably, there's an explanation for this. But think of the absurdity of this. Stepping back, and that is, there's a little bit of misery going on in certain parts of our district, and the fair thing to do is make sure everybody's equally miserable. That's the implication, right? Now, the reason I capitalize on this is, as a charter school, we made our investments long ago. We just got all this ESSER money as well. What do you do with that? Well, you put in air handling systems with hospital quality so they can filter out COVID. We got all that. That's where all our ESSER money went. Our district spent the ESSER money on salaries. And so now it's hot for a couple of days, and guess what they don't have? They don't have the stuff that the ESSER money was supposed to pay for. And so what are they doing? They're not educating kids to accommodate these decisions that they made and trying to make sure that the misery is spread around equally and describing that in these very eloquent terms that make you feel like they just care. And so, so this is the point. This suggestion of something going well over in one place, well, it must be coming at my expense over here, and that notion, it paralyzes public schools. It's surrounded. So what do? I see this occurring. I'm like, all right, look, we still have some open seats. We got 800 kids on our waiting list, but given where our new campus is and that it's new, we still have some open seats in our elementary grades at the new campus. And so we'd like to get it filled before the October student count. So we sent out a press release, we sent out an announcement. Our elementary principal was on the radio as I was driving down here. We got her on the air this morning up in town, basically saying, Liberty Common School is open. We invested in the kinds of things that allow our students to be in the classroom and comfortably learn, whether it's hot or cold outside. I mean, this is 2022. We've learned how to dominate the indoor atmosphere at our school, and there's no learning loss at Liberty. We have openings, send your kids over here. We still prioritize the academic process, and that's our message in the community today. Contrast, marketplace, and that is you may like what's going on at your school. Maybe you want something different. Here's the contrast for the week, and that is we're open at Liberty. Not only that, some of our students and our high school leaders came up with the idea yesterday. It's really great that they went to the assistant principal. Imagine kids. Mrs. Kearney, it's really awesome that we are going to be in school while the rest of the district is shut down, that we're going to continue our after-school activities, that we're going to be here. We're not losing any learning opportunity. Could we, is there any way that the students, they have a student fund, their house system, could we buy popsicles on Thursday for all the students and faculty and staff, and just kind of a reward for being here on a hot day, and just, coming to Liberty's fun, and we all want to be here, and just do that. And so the assistant principal says, yeah, don't care what it costs, we're going to buy popsicles for everybody. The elementary school decided we're going to buy the otter pop things, we're buying those. Hopefully they'll freeze by tomorrow. By tomorrow. And so we're turning this lemons and lemonade kind of thing, and so we are advertising this in town. So here's the point. The instinct of our neighboring public schools is spread the misery. That is the full definition of equity in our district. Everybody should be equally miserable, even though they've invested for success in some schools and they haven't gotten around to it. There's a 7-year plan until they get to all the schools, they say. And parents are stepping forward saying, we'll buy the devices to temporarily put in the windows to cool the rooms down. No, can't have that. Might not work out equitably. And here's the extension of that. This is a fun example. Here's the extension of that. If you're going to do that for indoor air comfort, why would you not? Why would a district have some different viewpoint when it comes to math scores or other things that really matter? Leadership in the school. Why would a district? What happens in a district? And you probably struggle with this when one school is doing something exceptionally well and another school isn't. The natural inclination of parents, maybe some of you, is why are they thriving but they're not? That doesn't seem fair. And often, at a policy level, I don't want to point fingers and make assumptions about you all, but I can tell you at the state level and at the federal level, if there are learning gaps, if there are facilities gaps, the result is resources and regulations that usually result in the successes in public education to be held back or even reduced in order to achieve parity and equity by throwing money at failure, and many times if it's academics, or just moving resources to, in a way that at the end of the day spreads around the misery on an equivalent basis. creating more of a marketplace environment allows you to get around. That's my bias. Those are the things I've learned in fighting for my own self-interest over the years. Those conclusions I did not have when I started off in public policy. These are conclusions I've come to by going to every meeting I've ever attended, whether it was on the board of my new charter school, going to my school board, fighting for our new charter school, going down to the state capitol and writing a charter school law along with Bill Owens, who became the governor. We got that passed in 94. Serving in the legislature, serving in Congress, serving on the State Board of Education. I've come to all these conclusions by asking a pretty simple question. What is in the best interest of Jenny, Emily, Justin, Sarah, and Mary? And in almost every instance, the instincts of federal, state lawmakers gets in the way. And so Sarah comes in handy. Sarah comes in handy because the success we achieve at our school comes at an expense, and that is we get a big target on our back. Everything from envious principals at other schools who think something's not fair. They must have way more money than we do. Same PPR as they do. They somehow get all those teachers to work late into the afternoons and evenings, and our teachers leave as soon as their contract says they've worked their last hour for the day. They must be doing something. No, we don't have a union. We don't have a pay scale that works. We don't have a lanes and steps. We have a professional merit-based pay system. So that's what results in lots of extra energy being expended on our school that others can't figure out how to do. And so all of these things, we don't care about state standards. We don't care about any district curriculum. None of that. As a charter school, we are free to aspire for something bigger and better. And so there's a lot of envy when you're in the school choice business, when you're a market-based school. And so they come after us all the time. Well, there must be some way to regulate equity and fairness and make sure that those few charter schools that are always at the top of everything, some way to make sure that doesn't happen. And same at the state level, we see that from time to time. And so at a competitive school that intends to do things in the best interest of our students, we have to have a person on staff who does nothing more than, I shouldn't say nothing more, but who is dedicated and focused on what's the latest harebrained proposal down there at the state capitol. How do we go down there and fight it? Once it passes, how do we get around it? How do we find a loophole? How do we go get an exemption from the state board? What do we do to make sure that our vision as a school is unimpaired by a bunch of dumb ideas that are thrown at us from people who don't know the names of my self-interests, Jenny, Emily, Justin, Sarah, and Mary. How do we do this? And so that's what Sarah does, and she's really good at it, and we almost single-handedly sometimes Brad helps us, and by extension you do maybe, and that is sometimes we identify some dumb idea being developed in the early stages of the committee process. We run down there and say, no, you haven't thought about this outcome, that outcome, and so on, and we go as just one school, but sometimes there are other schools that are affected in a similar way, and Sarah ends up leveraging and amplifying our voice. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, and as I say, and once a bad idea passes, we just circle the wagons at our school and try to figure out how are we going to make sure that does not knock us off of our vision and as an institution. So anything else? Okay.
That's good. And Dorothy and Walter.
Dorothy and Walter are Sarah's self-interests, and she fights tirelessly for that's what I want. That's what I want in my school. I want most of my administrators send their kids to our school. It's not a prerequisite to work there. Most of our teachers send their kids to our school. We've got a board of 7 members that are the parents of our school. And when they meet on a monthly basis, I can tell you, we have this discussion early on. Everybody's here to fight for your self-interests, and to the extent you're normal, this has a positive impact on everyone in town. And so don't be bashful about it. Don't be reserved, and for God's sakes, don't set aside your self-interests for the sake of the bureaucracy of our institution. Don't do that. The bureaucracy should be responsive to your self-interest. And when that happens, you get high results, top results, consistently high results, and a long waiting list of people standing outside the door who want in. All right, long-winded introduction, I suppose, but I want to come back at this point to some self-interests. And David, you want to take a minute? Why are you here?
Why am I here? Well, I want Woodland Park to be the best possible school that it can be. I don't have any children in school anymore, but I currently have 13 grandkids. 2 of them are still haven't been born yet, but what we do here, and what I like about what you said, what our self-interest is here, doesn't just stay an island here. It's the same with good, bad things. Like bad things that are happening on the 2 coasts seem to find their way in. So one of the reasons that voters voted for 4 of us, or voted, I know it voted for me through discussion, is that we don't want those bad things, like racist material being taught, like CRT, which is very, all these things are minute here. But like the racist material about Black Lives Matter, they did not want these things taught here. They wanted them focused, we want our school focused on academics. And we want our kids to be successful. So I think that I ran because I saw the potential, and I've continued to learn the potential that this school has. We have the things on your list that say that this is a safe school with the system that we have in place here. It is an aesthetically pleasing neighborhood, and our facilities are very good facilities. We have dedicated teachers who will stay those extra hours and invest their own money and time into our kids. And we have academic leadership in place that we have all of the good soil, seed, and maintenance key in place to make this one of the best, if not the best school in the state. What do we need to get out of the way? What kind of fuel do we need to add to it to achieve that goal for our kids and our parents? So it's kind of developed why I ran, why I'm still here in office, but those are the things that are in place primarily.
Great. Sue?
I'm big government having their hands in a local school, and it's follow the money. And I just think that the government is corrupt, and we need to make more local decisions at the local level. Like these are the children on top of the mountain. And we have our unique community here, and I look at things at a 100,000 foot view, and I would love to sit at her desk because there's a lot of things that are going on in the legislature. I don't believe the federal government has any hand in public school, and we need to get back to the basics of education and preparing our kids so they are knowledgeable about a free market enterprise. And I just think the government needs to stay out of our schools.
Okay. Chris?
Yeah. So, my self-interest. I graduated from Woodland Park High School. I just had a 40-year reunion. And I have 4 daughters who I'm incredibly proud of, who are also graduates of Woodland Park High School. And when I was appointed to this position, I guess it would have been 3 years ago. And then when no one opposed me as the election cycle came through and I stayed on, my self-interest was to steward a process that actually I believe firmly was working. I actually believe that the paradigm that I experienced personally and that I entered into personally was a paradigm of incredible collaboration, an incredible trust between the parents and the school district, an incredible trust between the school board and the administration. And that's what I entered into. And I'm here humbly listening and wanting to glean from experience because I feel like I have a unique seat on this board where I am actually observing personally and relationally with a large number of people that I actually do love and respect who work for the district, a transition. And I'm finding that this transition is difficult for this district, for this community at some levels, like all transitions can be, because they typically begin with an ending. And there's loss in that, and there's grief in that. And so I bring the human element to it. I'm not too keen on rhetoric. I'm not too keen on, I don't know, I guess, ideas that are unfounded, but get a lot of emotive energy behind them. I'm more keen on what's actually happening on the ground. So my self-interest is to also preserve something, and I am subject to transformation, transition, change, and I welcome it to the degree that I feel like it's integrous to who we are as a community, apart from the partisanship, and I appreciated you making the distinction between politics and partisanship. And so as long as we're not simply drafting behind the high energy of a national narrative that may not actually be fully in effect here in this community. Like, I would love to see evidential data drive the decisions that we make, as well as the broad community input, not only a partisan affiliated portion of our community, which is a majority, and I acknowledge that, and many are my friends. But I also have an interest in hearing the entire community's desires. And so those are my self-interests. Thanks.
Guys?
Her name's River. She's 4. And she is my self-interest. The reason why I get up in the morning, she's my motivator. And my husband, and all her friends, you know. And then the future of children that we might have, you know. I'm still young, and so we'll see. But, you know, going back what Chris said, I was appointed, so I was not elected. But, you know, I do have ties in the community. I love this community, and it's part of the reason why I have River in this community, because it is a small community. You know your neighbors, you know your the teachers and the council members, you know the business owners, and you know the people that check you out, the stores. And so I came from a small town. My high school was only 400 people, so I like having small community schools, and I wanted to get involved. So that's, I want to have a great education for her and her friends, and then I think on the local interest and why it shook up, we always heard about Summit Learning Platform. It was one of the things I heard about when I moved to town, and you know, there was a lot of friction from parents, or some kids thrive on it, some kids don't. So there needed to be choice. That choice ended up to be merit. And so we see that, and I think that's sort of the transitional period we are having in our school district right now with administrators and district. And we need to make sure that our teachers that work long hours and our administration, that they're feeling well deserved as well, and that we appreciate that we do.
Okay. Myself, I mean, the reason I got into this was because of my kids. I have 4, and when I got into this, they were like, oldest was 8, and the youngest was 3. I had 2 boys and 2 girls. When we moved here, we sent them to the neighborhood school, which was Gateway Elementary, and it was the 2 oldest, and then it was the next boy. And, you know, it was a nice enough school and whatnot, but then everything changed when COVID hit and schools got shut down. And my wife and I were, you know, participating in making sure the kids could try and get some learning through the computers. And it was an extremely frustrating experience. It often felt like there wasn't any real learning going on, that we were just sort of going through the motions, you know, so everybody could be saying they were doing something. And I didn't think it was meeting my standards. And I was concerned about what it was doing to the kids who were never going to get those years back. And my oldest has some autism, and he just absolutely could not work with the computer learning. That was just never going to get him anywhere where he was going to be positioned well in life. And we became aware that with the Summit Learning Platform, the screen-based learning was something that he could just look forward to having more and more of. In fact, Gateway was incorporating it starting in 4th grade, and he was in 2nd grade at the time. And that year led to a bunch of parents wanting to form a charter school in town, the Merritt Academy. My wife got appointed to the District Accountability Committee and was there to hear the proposal from the Merritt group to work with our administrators in evaluating that and making a recommendation to the board. And my wife found that that entire committee was hopelessly biased against the Merritt parents from the beginning. In fact, at the very first meeting, when the DAC was being told, you know, what they were there to do, one of the parents who was on the board said, "Can we just say no right now?" That was how that whole thing started. So no surprise when the board treated the Merritt families high-handedly, dropping 200 questions on them a day before a meeting that they were supposed to answer. And no surprise when they unanimously disapproved their application. And since those parents didn't give up, after the school district said, "We don't have any use for you," my wife contacted the Merritt families and said, "I thought you guys had a great idea. You know, I want to be a part of it. What can we do?" And they kept moving forward. And they found another authorizer and they opened their doors. And we sent our 3 oldest kids to that school and saw immediate change. I saw immediate improvement. Kids coming home and knowing, hey, this is what I have to do for homework and I know how to do it. Instead of simply giving me a piece of paper and saying, I don't know how I'm supposed to do this kind of math or anything like that. So I was seeing the evidence, I was seeing the results, and I'm not rhetoric oriented either, I'm results oriented. And so I was seeing good results, and so I decided I wanted to run. I wanted to make sure that what had happened wasn't going to happen again, that we weren't going to be closing down our schools because that's what the governor of New York was doing, and that's what the governor of California was doing. And we were going to make sure to have an independent voice about what was good for our school district. I didn't agree with the masking. I wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. I thought it was an abomination that my children were going through that. And I do still have a child in the neighborhood school. My youngest is in pre-K at Gateway Elementary. This is her 2nd year there. So I ran because I believe that I understand what parents of kids in schools are looking for. It's very close to the heart for me. And so I want to not just represent my family, but I want to represent all those other families who just want their kids to go and have the great education that many of them had when they were in school. And we want to make sure that it's the parents who are in control. Yes, we are, as a school board, a government, but we are the local government. We are the parent-based government. And that's who we should be responsive to, not a bureaucracy, whether it's in Denver or in DC.
Bob, can I just give a commercial break real quick?
Yeah.
For everybody here, there's food and beverages over here. Please feel free to help yourself throughout the meeting, and it's rather casual. I just wanted to make that announcement so that I could go get a cup of coffee. It's totally self-interest.
A minute break.
That's it.
I asked David, did you need like a minute break?
No, it only takes me a second. Would anybody like to take a quick break to get a beverage or something?
Can we take a personal?
Yeah, all right, perfect, good spot for that.
Do you want this on? Yeah, let's see if the email came through. It did, I saw it. Oh, good.
I'm missing that, sorry.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, so,
Yeah, sure.
they found out of this, just to put them in. But they sued, so we put together. Back to
Kind of an LPR project there of sorts.
normal for him. He's done.
No, we went down south of the theater, and I said,
Yeah, just on this morning.
Normal for every kid individually, you know, I have my normal is not
Faith,
everyone else.
Faith
I've been
Network,
fighting,
Camp Destiny, they were great.
I've been fighting.
I mean, there's
about
and did well, our local theater did well, it was a good test.
Good.
You guys did fine.
Well, that's one of those things for when you do that or some other documentary, you know, you do like 2 hours of interviews and they use 3 minutes. And I know they were gonna use that, that'd have been a little clearer. But, you know, they are looking to sequence it all together in one continuous story, and they got exactly what they were looking for, which is beautiful. It's very powerful. I'm proud of being a little part of it.
Oh, no, I thought it was
Yeah, I
well
was,
put together.
when they were all talking to the
There's a
seniors,
wave here, I'm
they did it.
encouraged.
For us, it was like, it was a hit. Everybody was like, what?
See if I can routine, you know, anything that I have you know, Post-it, a sticker, I don't know. I wrote
It was a hit, I can tell you that.
chocolate, so I was hoping to have you guys, I think everyone was in lunch, and so I wanted to ask you guys about it. Like, right when you're one of the smallest.
I already did.
And it was good. It is. I still think it's crazy myself.
Tell me your name again.
Personal stuff going on. My grandpa left today. My brother can handle it. Mine is probably supposed to work. I do. Just personal stuff. I mean, like, it's busy all the time. I don't, what, I mean, that's just what life is.
The definition.
It's the definition of it, so. Sorry.
So did everybody get something to drink? I
Oh,
noticed
got the
there's
breakfast.
no Unflavored creamer
It's
over
good
here.
too.
It's not too bad, is it?
Rather upset
Little
about
mountain
that.
breakfast, right? Straight.
Eggs are good.
Nothing but protein, right?
Eggs are good.
And then there's some simple sugars over there too, just to balance it.
Mm-hmm.
We have a blue light special on eggs and sausage patties in aisle 1, right over here.
That's a throwback.
Blue light special, you are dating.
They should go to E-Mart when David's here, guys.
Yes, lots of eggs.
Lots.
You said there's no creamer?
Great introduction, Bob.
No, like,
When are we gonna hear from Sarah? You know, she's sitting over here.
We're getting close. We're getting close, because as a policy expert, we've been looking at your policies.
Good. We need to look at this.
keep sending an email. We'll be in,
Jamaican.
Couple page memos. Here's the supporting statute, here's the recommendation. Yes, I agree. No, you know, like you said, it's like a 50-page email. Cheaper.
Oh, my goodness.
Very
Yes. Patricia?
All right, are we ready to call this back to order? Thank you for the suggestion, Cassie.
All right, so let's start kind of at the beginning. I'm going to get through. Maybe I'll come back to why I think this is an important place to start off in a few minutes, but a little later in the presentation. But when David and I were chatting about today's agenda, we just came up with the idea of starting kind of first in order to blaze a path forward. You gotta know where you are. Patrick Henry had this phrase, that's Give Me Liberty speech that I love. It was, I know of no way of judging of the future but by the past. And judging by the past, I wish to know, as he describes to those who disagree with mounting the revolution, I wish to know what it is on which those gentlemen have high hopes for reconciliation with Britain. And the challenge was, there is no future with this whole relationship. And so his point is, when I look back, I see all the things we need to inform us about our journey forward. And so there are certain things we don't have the luxury of disagreeing with, especially midterm, because on the first day you were, your very first board meeting, you took an oath to this, Colorado Constitution. And so this is a good place to start. Now, I was going to start with a couple other, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. There's a particular section on education. But Sue came up with the idea when we started. She said, well, if we're going to refer to the Constitution, can we refer to the preamble? Beautiful idea. We all took an oath to that. I've done it several times as a state official. But the preamble is important from the context of just our state and the notion that a school district is a subdivision of the state. So what do the great writers of Colorado's Constitution, and I don't think it was written in 1876, that was when we went from territory to state. The Constitution was probably written shortly thereafter, maybe it was 1876, I don't know. I presume this was probably from that time. So the preamble is a beautiful thing. It is a statement of culture, of faith in some respects, in a general sense. The preamble is not what I handed out. It's not in there. If you have a state constitution, you can take a look at it. It's one short paragraph. Looks like one sentence maybe. I'll read it. We, the people of Colorado, with profound reverence for the supreme ruler of the universe, in order to form a more independent and perfect government, establish justice, ensure tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the state of Colorado. It's a preamble that you find in the U.S. Constitution for the most part. And a reference to the Declaration of Independence, just for those who think government institutions should not talk about supreme rulers of the universe. I would just parenthetically say, I didn't really plan on this, but something I've learned a lot over the years and teach about in my class as well. The founders were, when they spoke about God, the deity, the state motto, Nil sine numine, nothing without divine providence is what that means. Our founders were really careful to speak about God in these exact terms, supreme ruler of the universe. Well, that, can a Jew understand that? Can a Muslim agree with that? Can a Christian agree with that? Can an atheist agree with this? And the answer is, yeah, I think they can. All of them can. And so the point from a philosophical standpoint, and this is important. Maybe this is very relevant for today. So thanks for raising this, because this theme that the founders intended, the state founders 100 years later intended, is relevant for us here as well. And that is, what they intended was to refer to God to the extent we can know God, and agree on that in a very broad sense. And so this is a very inclusive statement that is not just for people who are church or synagogue goers. This is a statement for all who understand physics. and this is an important statement about that leads to the philosophy that we find in our own Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the state constitution, and that is of the consistency of human nature, that human nature does not change. And good government is always, at its core, established upon a philosophical understanding in America, an alignment around human nature. Because our government is always intended, at all levels, it's only really one purpose. And one purpose of government. You want to shout that out?
Protect the rights of the people.
There you go. That's it, and there's nothing else. There's nothing else. That is the American intention about the legitimate purpose of government, protect the rights of the individual. And versus what many have tried to undo, the philosophy of Rousseau, and that ends up finding its way back to the United States in a big way during the progressive movement, and informed John Dewey, who has had more to do in his philosophy in the early 1900s, has had more influence on all of our education than probably anyone else. That philosophy was a little bit different in his book, which I have in my tackle box up here. Education and Democracy. That philosophy was oriented around educating citizens for democracies, educating citizens for a set of political objectives. And our education system, starting in the 1900s, got oriented toward educating children for the purpose of supporting their government. Just flipped on its head what our intentions are in the state of Colorado, and to which we have all applied and taken an oath, so to speak. At least that's the philosophical alignment that informs the early laws that are established in our Constitution, and that in the early days legislators and legislatures used to try to adhere to, largely ignored today. But you all took an oath to it, so let's start there. I'm going to flip to Title 9, as it is in the Constitution, and that's what I included in the handout. Let me just use that so I can make sure I'm on the same tab. Because there's a couple short provisions. Title 9 is not that big. I have all of it here, and this is all the state constitution says about education is listed there. As any student of law knows. This is a beautiful thing, and it's like some of these go back to 1877 if you look at the dates on some of these, but very heavily influenced by case law since then. So sometimes what you read very plainly here is now says something entirely different than a few successive Supreme Courts have rewritten what we see here. But what I wanted to go to is a couple of section. Let's go to section 2 of Article 9, and I'll just read it, one paragraph again. Establishment and maintenance of public schools. And I'd like you to, as I'm reading through this, contrast this with what some of you have said about local control, about your concern about curriculum. And what I'm driving to and starting off here is trying to come to a point of understanding and development of the real authority a school board has and what authority you don't have. So in this section, let me just stipulate, school boards and charter schools are constitutionally subdivisions of the state. So you're not autonomous. The district did not create itself. The framework for a district establishing itself is partly here, partly in corporate law. That's why you've got an important statement in your own bylaws where the district establishes itself as a taxing entity and as a corporate entity. You did that on your own under laws that are made legitimate through our state constitution. But Section 2, establishment and maintenance of public schools. The General Assembly shall, as soon as practicable, provide for the establishment and maintenance of a thorough and uniform system of free public schools throughout the state. Those are key words in the development of case law in Colorado. These are words that say much more than what is here as a result of many lawsuits and challenges. And these are key. When I was in the legislature and on the State Board of Education, we would come back to these words all the time. There was a decision, Booth decision, Brad? Is that the Booth decision? That's it. The Booth decision is what's stipulated probably to the greatest extent what fairness means in public schools, what your entitlement right is as a child. And it's these words right here. To provide for the establishment and maintenance of a thorough and uniform system of free public schools throughout the state. Under the Booth decision and others, thorough and uniform is primarily now a function of money. That money is relatively evenly distributed throughout the state through the School Finance Act. And so when the School Finance Act gets challenged, usually by poorer districts or a poorer community or a particular school maybe, the plaintiff's argument is typically that there are more resources going over to that district and fewer going to my area, and that violates this. And that's why the School Finance Act is as convoluted and complex as it is, because we can distribute dollars evenly throughout the state. But if you're a rural district like you are, and you've got to cart kids from their ranch 30 miles away, there already, under the Booth decision, is an inequity. Under this thorough and uniform. And you could go on, there's more. There's more if you live in high crime areas, if you live in mainly rural areas is where, and so that's why you have the equalization effort in the School Finance Act, because some communities have very low property values, and so the tax base is low, and in order to maintain this provision, the state backfills your fundraising ability as a local community so that throughout the state, 178 school districts, you have as close to as 135 legislators can, and one governor can determine it. You have as close to this vision, thorough and uniform system. And so this is what gets challenged all the time. But it's an obligation you have as well. So the state has an obligation for thorough and uniform. You do as well. Meaning you cannot run a school district where you are saying, well, those kids just decided, their parents decided to live on the other side of the mountain, life's difficult for them, they're on their own. You can't do that and fulfill your role as a subdivision of the state. Well, you can, but some enterprising attorney is going to prove you wrong and you want to pay. So just adhere to the, this is your obligation, I think, when you take the oath, is try to adhere to the spirit of what is stated here, and what, I don't think Booth is the only governing case in this language. There are others, but that's the one that always gets cited where, in the discussions I've had over the years, maybe there's more recent one since. All right, free and public schools, that's an important one throughout the state, wherein all residents of the state between the ages of 6 and 21 years, pretty interesting, got an obligation to educate kids till they're 21. Who knew that? May be educated gratuitously, and there's case law around what gratuitously means. Essentially free, but does that mean you can charge book fees, charge transportation fees, so on? That's what gets litigated there. All right, so there's a lot in there. I won't try to propose to litigate every word here, but lawyers do. But this is what we all understand is public education. One or more public schools shall be maintained in each school district within the state. At least 3 months in the year, any school district failing to have such schools shall not be entitled to receive any portion of the school fund for that year. And that's it, really. That's that's a very definitive, full discussion about a school board in the Constitution. The rest deals with funding. Section 1, as you can see, deals with supervision of schools, and it's the State Board of Education that is created. And then there is it 15? Yeah, let's go to 15 next. Section 15, another short sentence. The General Assembly shall by law provide for organization of school districts of convenient size, in each of which shall be established a Board of Education to consist of 3 or more directors, to be elected by the qualified electors of the district. Said that directors shall have control of instruction in public schools of their respective districts. That's key. A lot of case law around that. Legislators can't help themselves. They do what many of you have said. You have legislators who would say, for example, critical race theory is bad, and therefore we're going to pass a law to make sure they don't do that. And so what happens is we would fight that. My school would fight that. And why? Are we fans of critical race theory? No, we're not. And so, yeah. Brenda?
Me?
Yeah.
Patricia.
Patricia just came on, introduced herself, and we talked about this earlier, so I'll give you credit for elevating this point. My school would oppose that. Why? We don't have particular affinity for critical race theory. We don't think it's a great thing. We don't teach it at our school. But right here you have it. This is in the local domain. And you need to fight, we need to fight to protect this kind of stuff, hammer and tong. You've got in state law that that you must teach about Colorado history. Somehow that stuck. I don't think, based on the Constitution, the legislature has the authority to mandate Colorado history or finance, personal finance. I do not, I see nobody's really challenged that. I think they have a good case, maybe, depending on who's on the Supreme Court at any given time. But the legislature tries this all the time, and time again, the legislature's hands get slapped. You are overreaching by trying to have an influence on what is taught in schools. And the biggest attempt to try to influence what is taught in all public schools, nope, partially, well, yeah, leveraged by money, occurred in 2010. And that is when the state adopted the Common Core National Standards as standards and said this is not curriculum, just standards. Yet all the textbooks get written toward standards, and it's really difficult to well, and then the assessments, the CMAS, are pegged to the Colorado's version of the Common Core National Standards, and so the standards have become the guardrails for curriculum in the state, which is going to bring me back to challenge what you said, Dave, and because. Let me just raise your hackles to begin with, because I think your goal is an unreasonable standard. And with a smile on my face, I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. But I'm kind of hinting at it right here. And that is, anyway, so these are the responsibilities of a school district. Shall conduct 3 or more, and the district, said director shall have control of instruction in public schools of their respective districts. So these questions, notions, opinions that I've heard about what should not be taught, what should be taught, whether this electronic curriculum platform is a good idea or a bad idea, let's just understand it. This is in your domain by law. And some outside entity, or maybe even civil effort to rein you in or control the district or restrict your authority to do this occurs, well, that's why you have good attorneys who represent you, and you go assert the Constitution. And you as directors have the authority to do just what it says. Have control of instruction in public schools of your respective districts. Really important. Let's flip over to section 16, another important thing to keep in mind. Textbooks in public schools. Neither the General Assembly nor State Board of Education shall have power to prescribe textbooks to be used in the public schools. They try that from time to time in different ways. Electronic communication creates new approaches to determine whether this is relevant or not. But I just want to go through that because you have mighty power And what this Constitution essentially says is that for those of you who are concerned about the influence of the federal government and the state government, yeah, it's often financial. Sometimes it is law. Sometimes it's phantom authority. And this is where Sarah becomes really valuable in our school, and we've got a cultural attitude in our school that I would recommend for you and for others. We have this conversation with lots of school administrators, and that is CDE will contact you all or send an email to you all and say, we need these numbers, we need this data on your students, we need whatever it is. I mean, some of the latest deals with health, COVID related, they want all the health data, home addresses, custodial status. Well, it's terrible, you're probably forking it over to the state, because during COVID they just said, we want it. And why did they do it? We figured it out. They asked us for this, our district asked us for this data. We said, on whose authority? Well, somebody from CDE told us so. We called CDE. The CDE person said, well, somebody told me I need to do that. Well, who's that person? So we just, and then we got passed around in a circle down at CDE, she did, until we figured out. They got a memo from the U.S. Department of Health or something. I don't know. Yes, they got some notice saying, if you're going to be compliant in receiving these COVID dollars, then you need to collect all this data for us. And Colorado Department of Education said, okay. And so we just keep asking and asking and asking, and finally come to the question, and we just ask, on whose authority are you demanding this stuff from us? Our district didn't ask that question. They got the memo with the CDE logo, and they said, all right, well, we're just doing it because they tell us to. We were the only one, in this case, this particular instance, and I mean this, we were the only one in the state that asked all the way down, and finally we got the attention of the State Board of Education. We're like, do you know your department is begging and asking us for information that you didn't approve, the legislature didn't authorize. They say the federal government is demanding it, but according to this, you have authority, not the federal government. So we're going to say no, and we just want to make sure we don't lose our charter as a result of it. Can we have everybody's buy-in on that? And sure enough, the state board had a discussion with their administrators, and their administrators realized, all right, we're going to ask, because the federal government, any schools object, they do this quietly. They don't send out an email. If any schools object, we'll let them object because they're right. So as far as we know, there might be 1 or 2 schools in the state that did not fork over all that personal data, identifiable data about the families and children to CDE, because they were requesting it on the part of the Department of Health because of the way the federal grants flow. This happens all the time, by the way. And so
Good job.
well, good job.
I saw the list of questions.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
Yeah, so
I'm
good.
surprised they didn't ask about guns in our
Good.
house.
Well, they do that in a different survey.
Well, that's,
Yeah. And that is the Healthy Children's, what is that called? The Healthy Children's, anybody know what I'm talking about? Healthy Kids thing, yeah. Yeah. Well, here's what you should know. You can throw that away. Your district probably didn't. You probably administered it because somebody at CDE with letterhead said you have to administer it. We did the same thing, called them back on whose authority, and we're not doing that. The survey on, there's a different survey on like teacher happiness or something. That's called anybody know that survey? I can't remember. There's another one. There's another survey that they used to send. Well, I think they still send the paper versions to the schools. So we 130 instructors. So we have our big green paper, and we're supposed to distribute that because every piece of paper is coded and give it to all the teachers, and they send it in anonymously. We throw it away. And why? Right there, the state has no authority over instruction. I keep pointing to this one. This one's a better one. What does the Constitution say? Which is the reason I think this is a good place to start. There it is in 15. The General Assembly shall, by law, provide for the organization in each shall establish Board of Education to consist of 3 or more districts. Said directors shall have control over instruction. What's the one on employees? Instruction. Control of instruction in public schools. So that's curriculum and employees. Now, the state has no jurisdiction or authority to ask our employees questions about, whether employees are happy and so on. These are good questions. I mean, we care about all those things as a school. Obviously, we don't do a good job teaching if our employees are not happy. But what the point is, these things take time. There's just a general assumption. CDE asks for it, therefore you must do it. And I, by way of the consulting part of this, would just recommend if independence, if adhering to the oath you took as a motivator and a driver, as it should be, your first question is under whose authority? Does CDE do this or that, or one thing or another? So, good place to start. There's a stat then I handed out. I'm not going to spend as much time or go through much more in the Constitution. It's worth reading all of Title IX. It's interesting. It's only, 3 or 4 pages. And as those who've taken an oath to it, you ought to read it at some point. I'll leave that to your discretion. The state laws, here's the, look at this. I think you all probably get your own copy of this. This is 2020. Let's see, it's sitting on my desk. This gets updated every year. Do all board members get this volume, school laws?
I have one, because I requested it from the superintendent, so I think from my here.
Well, it's all online, and that's where we downloaded this. But I think there is a law somewhere that says CDE shall make this available for. Maybe it's just superintendents. I don't know. I get one every year.
Tons of copies if anyone wants.
Oh, do you really? Yeah. Yeah, going online is the. I just yeah. The hard copy is nice. I mark it up. I put tabs in mine, and it always breaks my heart when the new edition comes out. It's always thicker every year, and then I throw out the old one with all my notations in it. And I go try to keep
Or the bridges.
Yeah.
It takes time.
Yeah. So, but here, I mean, look at this. These are all the things that between you, the state, the charter, there's a big section on charter schools, State Board of Education, there are, the Department of Revenue has a big role to play in some of the sections in here. Higher education has a big role to play with respect to the licensure and education of our teacher corps licensure program. I just happened to accidentally flip over to the school district board's powers and duties. I mean, it's enormous. It's, I don't want to say impossible. It's not impossible for any one of you to read through this, but I mean, what is all this? It's a guarantee that you're probably breaking laws every day. I mean, who can, in good conscience, actually do everything that's in here? And it becomes relevant when somebody knows, you didn't do this bullying thing here. Just found you're not following the bullying protocol exactly right. Someone will call you on it, and then if that's the point, people, yeah, you're right. We don't have that plan in place, so let's hurry up and do that thing, right? So that is, it's this is just the way it is. You got to protect yourself against that. So we're not going to go through all of it, but I would recommend that every board member at least have the opportunity to acquire the book and get it updated every year, to get the updated version every year, and to read it. This will empower you as board members to know what's in there. And I will tell you, for us, we read this. It's all the sections that are relevant to us, and we are in charge when we call down the CD because we have Sarah. Between a former board chairman, somebody who wrote some of these, and having somebody focus on this, when we call down there, we know what happens. We hear the reaction. Sometimes a board member will call us back before the bureaucrat does, and they'll it's Liberty on the phone again, and they're telling us that we don't have authority again, and what does that mean? They're probably right, because we know this. We rely on this in order to protect our school. You need to rely on your knowledge and understanding of these laws as board members to give your school the greatest opportunities for independence, to do what the Constitution suggests, for you to chart the way in setting the vision of the school. So I put this section in here on that deals with the starting core powers. In Title 22, it's 2232.109. specific duties and definitions, and so you have the authority to employ all personnel required to maintain the operation and carry out the educational program. Not the legislature doesn't have that authority. The State Board of Education, CDE, does not have that authority. You do. And so stipulations and so on are provisos that are all over the place in here. And I'm just skipping through here to adopt policy mandating use of tobacco, prohibiting use of tobacco, adopt dress codes, to adopt a policy to prohibit school personnel from recommending or requiring the use of psychotropic drugs for any student. Where do all these things come from? They're all good ideas at their time. Some problem occurred, and as a district, there was some sense of justice that was not contemplated, and somebody's rights were violated, or somebody was offended, and an enterprising legislator in that town or community, 100 state legislators, they're all over the place, 35 senators, there's representatives, 35 senators, they're all over the place too. Somebody will complain in a town, and some board will not listen to the grievance or the complaint, so they go to the legislator, and the legislator says, I am going to make sure that never happens again. And so they fix that thing way back in 19 whatever, and it never gets rescinded. And here we are in 2022, and 3 pages of our Constitution to define the authorities of public education turns into, how many pages this is, 1,000 pages of state statutes. The associated regulations are even bigger, and then the case law is even bigger. And so you can't move public education without getting hit by a rule or regulation, or some law, or somebody wanting to reach into your organization, try to restrain your thoughts and pry you away from your self. Being on a school board entails being a fighter. You have to do it. And there's nothing, it's worthwhile work. Congratulations to you all for getting into it. If your self-interest is not clear and worth it to you, this will be a miserable experience. There's been a lot of misery associated with everything I've done in education. Passing a charter school law, fighting for my kids, being on all these committees where people would point at me, and just like they do for you, you don't care about my child, and you don't really care about the best interests of the community, or you're going to turn your back on little Johnny, or whatever the case is. And you hate teachers, you want to destroy schools, I've heard it all. You've heard it all. And it's just the way it is. So why would any sane person do any of this? If you don't have a compelling self-interest. That is normal in a community. If you don't, you should quit. And let me just suggest that to you. If you don't have a compelling self-interest to stand in the arena for all of that, let somebody else in who will put the time and effort into it. You signed up for this, people voted for you, they put that level of trust in. It's a real privilege. It's a great honor. And you'll be a happy warrior about it. Don't get mad. It's just the way it is. This is what we're dealing with here. All right, so that's enough about state laws and statutes, I think. Unless anybody has anything to add or say at this point, because I'm going to move on let's go to policies. We both marked up the same sheet, so I'll hand it back and forth to you. I want to congratulate you all because you've achieved all of your objectives as board members. David, you wanted to, here's where I'm going to with a smile on my face, tell you about your unrealistic goal.
Good.
Because you wanted, you suggested one of your, all I wanted you to talk about was your self-interest, but you volunteered. You want the district to be the best it can be, and so I just want to congratulate you because it is the best it can be. You've been doing that for years. This has been mission accomplished. You crossed the finish line. Celebrate. This district is the best it can be, and so as there's just 2 representatives of the faculty and staff and administration here, they've accomplished this, and how would they know? How would they know, or by extension, any principal, assistant principal, the frontline bureaucrats is always a negative word, but it shouldn't be. The people who work in the organization, so the street level bureaucrats, or the teachers, bus drivers, leaders, people who are on the ground doing the work of the district, of the state. How do they know that they're succeeding? And they can all say that they are. Every single employee in the district can say that they have achieved the board's objectives as stated in the district purpose statement and the purpose statement and some of the board's goals from last year. So this is why, and I'm getting to the point of why I'm so excited that you're having this meeting. You're having the kinds of discussions, and that in just even in the introductions, you've said what hopefully you've all said to each other and to your constituency already about what your ambitions are for some bold leadership within this community, which allows it in a remarkable way where I think it's harder in other places. But you've got the state constitution stated as it is. That's a great thing. Everybody's in favor of that. You've got some clear authority in the state statute that place some of the most important things in your hands and in nobody else's. And so when I read this, and forgive me if I'm sounding a little condescending, got a smile on my face. This is a place of becoming. A place of becoming. The key words: pursue, learn, and become. Woodland Park RE2 School District exists so that students can pursue their passions through a lifelong learning mindset and develop a solid foundation to thrive and become successful citizens. You didn't ask for my advice. Maybe I should ask for your advice. Let's just get right to the point. This is Jell-O. And she's trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. That was Pat Schroeder, remember her congresswoman from Denver at one point in time. She used to talk about policies in Washington, or this is like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. Yeah, the Jell-O is a real thing, but you can't make it stick, really. And how do you make this stick? Let me just ask you, I read this aloud to you. The Woodland Park School District exists so that students can pursue their passions. Is there any impediment in Woodland Park schools to achieve that goal? Can every student in Woodland Park pursue their passions? Yeah, they can. Every one of them can. Because their passions are whatever they decide it is. This goal is deferred to the judgment of a 7-year-old. And so this is what in education land is called child-centered education. That's what you have. Child-centered education, where the inclinations, aptitude, interests of students determines what their education should be. Through lifelong learning mindset, have you achieved that? How would you know? I would say yes. I would say every teacher can come before the board. If they came individually to the board and you asked, this is our goal, are your students at the end of the school year have a lifelong learning mindset? And if they say yes, how would you know? What would be the answer to that? And so my point is, here, let's go through the rest. And develop a solid foundation to thrive and become a successful citizen. Where is that not occurring? And you might say, it's not happening in Mr. Jones's class. You might say that. Mr. Jones can come here and say, oh, absolutely it is. And let me give you 5 examples of where my students have a solid foundation to thrive and become a successful citizen. I taught these units, and that's what that does. Check that box, give me my pay raise, right? Because the district will foster an exceptional, positive, and empowering work environment to retain and inspire quality staff. Are your administrators doing that? Exceptional, positive, empowering work environment? I would bet every principal can come in and say, I'm doing that, got it done. You could argue with them, but on what basis? A couple teachers left this year? Yeah, but that one was retirement age, the other one's spouse got moved across the country, and so that's why they left. The other one had a tragedy in their family, maybe. And so, all right, with those exceptions, everybody else is staying. Did that principal foster an exceptional, positive, empowering work environment to retain and inspire quality staff? And which principal is going to say, yeah, I got a few low quality staff in my school? On what basis would they say that? And let's keep going. You can see where I'm going here. And that is, you've got a successful district because I just know, I haven't gone through everything. I haven't been to your board meetings. I haven't looked at your evaluation structure scheme. I just know there's probably very little way any employee cannot meet these goals. Any supervisor can determine otherwise, that the supervisors, so now what are we talking about, principals maybe? That any principal can say, we got a problem, we're not meeting this, let alone your upper level administrators, and then by the time you get to your board meetings and you're trying to determine, are we on track as a school? How can the answer not be, of course we are. We're doing exactly what you asked. And anything else would be unfair. You can't say this is our vision and our goal, and we're somehow failing. No, you got to tell us where the destination is, so that we can at least get on that pathway. Because right now, a successful pathway to achieve, David, if you don't mind me using you, be the best we can be. I would guess that some of the frustration in the community and among you is that you've got some grade level teams, some assistant principals and principals, some are going that way, some are going that way, some are going that way, some are moving that way. You got merit that's got its direction now. You've got all these people going in opposite and different directions, and they are succeeding in meeting your mission and objective as a school. And it says right there. And it says right, you want to be the best we can be. What does that mean? Does that mean, often you said we want to be in the top 50%. So I don't know, where are you in that? Is that I don't really know. I didn't look at like what is the assumption? Is that we're at 50%?
We are in the 50 percentile. Is that where we are somewhere?
What data do we?
I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah, well, so let's keep it in terms of perception. What does that mean when you say that? Does that mean test scores? Is that all school, or is it just elementary? I'm giving you license here. You don't even have to be right. If you're a board member and you have some idea on behalf of the community that we're not where we need to be.
Well, my assumption is no matter where we are, we can always do better.
Of course. Yeah.
So when you say you're the best school in the state,
Yep.
my challenge to you is I'm sure that you can prove that and say on these metrics, we are the best school in the state, like you would just said with SATs. What I meant in general is that I would like to have you as a target that we're shooting at, that we're going to our students will perform academically at the same level as the best schools in the state. Whatever metric you're using, we would like to equal or exceed
Okay.
that.
Well, I can tell you, some of mine is test scores, and as we say as I say as the leader of my school, and my board applauds and agrees with me. When we rank number one in something, we really celebrate that. Send out a press release, put it on the front page of our website. If we're not number one in that thing another time, then we talk about something else. Okay, so yeah, when we're number one in SAT scores, that's a big deal. That's 644 high school entities in Colorado. When we're number two, that's still a big deal. At number 4 in the state this year, we are number one in Northern Colorado. So our website says number one in Northern Colorado. And there's going to come a year when we're 20 or something, who knows. That's going to happen eventually. And when we are, that's still great. That's a really high score. We have a lot to celebrate. But that's the year we're going to talk about winning the state championship in soccer. I don't know. We'll talk about whatever we're doing. The point being is that test scores are not everything. But I have those to point out. We use the core knowledge curriculum. We are not aligned with the Common Core state standards. We have to take the CMAS test. Our kids are not. It's not sequenced to what we teach. So kids are being tested on things they learned 2 years ago. Sometimes they're being tested on things they haven't learned yet. They just go. We don't prep them for it. This is a nuisance. We have to go burn classroom time, send our kids in, take the CMAS test. They go take it. We tell them, just do your best. We get the numbers back. Yeah, there's some numbers. We analyze those numbers. There's some messages we get back in terms of managing our school correctly. But we're actually teaching something else. We're teaching the core knowledge curriculum and maintaining fidelity to that. So that's why I say in so many other metrics, all of our other goals toward academic excellence, we're a college preparatory school. You can't do that. You can't have a college preparatory district, probably. So these are some differences in why maybe pointing to Liberty and saying we just want to be that good might not be practical. In a public school, but I got an answer to that. I'll come back to it. So the point is that we achieve our goals. We think they're higher and more aspirational than state standards and CMAS assessment. In the long run, we know that's true because when you account for sequencing being off, by the time these kids get to high school, it starts dialing in, and we know right where these kids are by the time they're juniors and seniors and ready to go to year 13, 14, 15 outside of our school. That's our goal. That's what we're focused on. We don't care if we're the best third grade. We care about if it all gets to the final few years of their guaranteed entitlement right education between the ages of 6 and 21. By the time they get to year 13, what we care about is, are they further along than anyone else? And if the answer is yes, then we're on the right track. And what happens to those third graders and fourth graders? Yeah, we're usually the best in our district. Because that goal, even though it's not coordinated with CMAS tests, gives us a nice metric so we can say, yeah, just based on that test, we're one of the better schools. That's not the reason we're the better schools. We don't rely on the scores to tell people why they should come to the school. We rely on the strength of our curriculum. We rely on all the aesthetic things that they see when they walk in. We rely on the professionalism of our instructors, legitimate content experts, evaluated at a very high level, driven by pay for performance, motivated by cash. People who contribute the most to the organization get high pay. Others know where that pathway is, and we've dialed it in. It's pretty fairly administered. It's not, then I get fired, right? Or people start quitting and they don't think it's fair. They're not leaving our school. They stay.
Do you have a teacher shortage? I don't mean to cut you
Well,
off.
yeah, it's a good question. Let me get to that right now because it's kind of a bold answer that if it's going to apply here, my answer is going to apply here. That would be a thing. That would be something. And the answer is there is no teacher shortage at my school or anywhere. So we just staffed up a new elementary school. We needed 30 new employees. We had no problem finding them. And why? We don't require a license. We don't require the state. We don't require an applicant to go pay the state of Colorado to give them permission to pursue their occupation. I agree with the former commissioner of Colorado. I forgot his name. Boulder. He was there when I was there.
Dwight?
No, after Dwight, we replaced Dwight with Robert Hammond. Robert Hammond was 2010. I was chairman, and I kept trying to get him to say it on his own, say it on his own, say it on his own. He and the head of the Colorado Licensure Division, Jamie Getz was her name, said it together. Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is true. A state teacher's license guarantees nothing. The commissioner and the head of the licensing division eventually said that when they were forced to come to reality. So instead, we're paying these teachers, poor teachers are forced to fork over a few hundred dollars a year, go get continuing education credits to keep a license, which the Commissioner of Education asserts means nothing. And yet, to be a teacher, you have to go get that thing and pretend it means something. You've got to pay for it. You've got to pay to maintain it. You've got to take classes that are sometimes relevant, continuing ed, sometimes relevant to your job or sometimes not. And there's a manufactured teacher shortage in Colorado. It's a manufactured licensed teachers shortage in Colorado. That's one of the reasons, the first impulses, by the way, of rural, maybe you were all a part of this. There was the state senator from a couple of years ago he lived near Buena Vista. Cowboy, remember that guy's name? He was a school board member and then he got branded for the state senate. Always worked with this Westerner, good guy. And I worked for him, Kenny, I can't remember. Anyway, he introduced a bill on behalf of his constituent school districts during when the teacher shortage started becoming a thing, and that was to exempt rural school districts because it's hard to persuade somebody to come up here for low pay, high expenses, and so on. And he didn't even, at the end of the day, he came under such attack at the state capitol. He did not go through with, he introduced the bill, but he didn't go forward with the first hearing in the Senate Education Committee because everybody on the committee already announced we're not going to vote for that. Unlicensed teachers, that's dangerous. And so the point is, no teacher shortage in my place because we don't care about them. We agree, we've already been told by the commissioner they're meaningless. We've known that for a long time. And so...
does that apply to our school as well?
You can do that.
Yes, I've worked with, I know of districts and worked with districts that have that waiver, same as charters.
Yeah.
So it's a waiver that you would apply for?
Yes, they're all available. Every charter school waiver is available to any district.
Okay, so
And so what happens in the community, just so, I mean, you can already figure this out, and that is what happens in the community when a district says, or a law is introduced, people don't know what a license is. They think that means some standard of quality. And I mean, yeah, you've got to take a praxis test, and you've got to, there is some measurement that you have, there's some achievement you have to acquire in order to get the license, but that's not the only way to get that kind of expertise and talent in a classroom. It's just one way, and it's a limiting way. And so, when you consider how much time and effort is spent on keeping track of hours, continuing education hours, signing off on teacher certification requirements to send back to the state so that they can maintain a license that everybody knows does not mean a lot. Now, so what people get when they hear that, they think the license is the only way to guarantee quality in a classroom, and many people are just conditioned. Unlicensed teacher sounds horrifying to many people. They think that there's no background check. Well, you do that. That's actually done independently of the license. If there's an offender, if there's a teacher who offends, has some felony on their record, either before they applied or after, then the licensing division denies the license, and that tells you they shouldn't teach. But that happens with our teachers too. If we try to hire somebody from another district, and or let's say from a private school where they have no license, we still do the background check, and CDE may have they might be in the CDE system, so that when we send them our list of instructors, it'll get flagged. But with the background check, we have to do the background check just like you do on all these teachers. It's not associated with the license directly. Anyway, and then what is the job of a principal after all? And that is to make sure that nobody comes into that building who's not qualified to educate and meet the goals. So if your principals are relying on a license, and that happens in a lot of public schools, I see it. We go to the teacher job fairs, we see it all around us. As teachers come up to all the regular public schools and they just graduated from University of Northern Colorado, here's my diploma, here's my transcripts, here's my praxis scores, and there is my license. And great, you want to come in for an interview? And in they go. And just based on that. And they have good personality, seem to have some good answers about how do you deal with unruly kids, and in they go. Especially now, when there's a shortage of them. Anybody walking off of a college campus with a teaching degree and a certificate can find a job anywhere in Colorado and make pretty decent money right now too. So the point is, yeah, there's only a shortage if you rely on that system. Your district, I would recommend, should have its own standards as to what a great teacher is, and standards as to what an administrator's job is in inviting people into your organization. Make sure they're aligned with your curriculum, make sure they're aligned with your school objectives. And I can tell you, anybody with mediocre grades coming out of Ames or UNC or let's say UNC or Metro, who has a teacher license and wants to live in paradise and teach,
So,
and any of them right out of the box can achieve all of your goals right away, no matter how good they are.
the waiver, is that only for charter schools and district, or is it for public schools? Like, is that, are we?
No, I mean, they're different kinds of waivers. So yeah, the waivers within the charter school application are right in the application itself, and so the waivers are are there. I'm guessing you did this with Merit. They put their application together, it said that there was going to be,
Waivers.
yeah, and you all authorized that. Well, you can, now that's in charter school law, but there are other waiver provisions where you can petition the State Board of Education to give the district waivers for all kinds of things. And this is one of them. And you just go to your attorney and say, we would like to pursue a waiver in this or that, or whatever it might be, and you make the case. And they could say no, by the way. Just like they can say no to a charter. The standing for charters is actually a little better because of the charter school law. The charter school law does not give a district or the state even the authority to decide, well, I don't like this curriculum, but I like that. There are like 13 provisions that you have to provide under the charter school law. As long as you've got all those, the law says the district and the State Board of Education just merely needs to check, are these things there? Do they have safety plan, finance plan, facilities plan, curriculum plan? Do they have these things? You don't get to decide, I don't like this, I do like that. You just get, only thing you get to decide, are they all there? Reasonably. When I was on the state board, I voted against, not many, 1 or 2 charter school appeals, and the conflict was on their financial plan. And I looked at it and said, well, you have a financial plan, but this will not sustain a school. And so there's an implication. Financial plan needs to be reasonable financial plan. And I love you guys, love what you're trying to do, good vision, but I can't vote yes on a plan to fail, because that's what this is. Teach whatever you want, even stuff I totally disagree with, some of which you're all about here. I totally disagree with, I would vote yes. You tried to get, what district was that on? Brad, you were mad at me once, because you were representing a district that was that denied the charter school.
I was representing District 49, we wanted to deny and expand a replication, yes.
Yeah, and it was a questionable school. Its curriculum wasn't great, and there are a lot of problems with it. I was chairman of the board. I went down my list. This is there, that's there. I would never do that. I never sent my kids to that school. But those things are there. I move that the decision of the district does not meet the best interest of the community. I got a second. We voted a majority to say that his district was wrong and the charter applicant was right. Bad school. Bad school. But they met all the conditions of the charter. So that's why a charter process is more streamlined and easier. Charters are more empowered to get these waivers. Yeah,
We're experiencing some of this stuff,
yeah.
so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so if you apply for some of these waivers and go down there, you will have constituent, if it's licensure, for example, you might have a union boss head down there and say, this is dangerous and it's going to destroy opportunities for kids. And then the board's going to, that board at that time can decide whether they think this is a good idea or not. The charter law suggests that many of your opinions are irrelevant. Are the plans all in place? So a charter strategy
It definitely
is easier.
It's easier to get these waivers
Yeah.
so we can fill the positions that we need to be filled.
But trust me, there are districts in the state that have huge waivers in a variety of ways. The one that comes to mind, we started a time I was there was a particular superintendent out at Kit Carson School District down in Burlington, headquartered in Burlington. That superintendent and his board were in front of the State Board of Education almost monthly. Want a waiver for this, I want a waiver for that. There was some thing about buses one time, a big argument. And he's, they had a pretty consistent 4 votes on our state board. They have, as a result of that time period, that district today is almost like a gigantic charter school, the Kit Carson schools. And so there's some precedent there that you could consider some of these ideas sound valuable to you. Let's get back to your district purpose and statement. So I've gone through 2 of these things. District shall have the educational culture that inspires and empowers and connects with students. Okay, not hard to do. Students shall gain the academic skills they require to interact and excel in society with next generation learning tools, empowered educators, wide range of high quality programs. Okay, and there's some buzzwords in here that are dangerous in public education, Bob's opinion. But next generation learning tool, I don't know what that is. I can imagine it's probably not good, but there it is. Again, Bob's opinion, just pointing these things out. Is there any teacher, any principal, assistant principal who can, so far, who cannot say they're meeting all of these things with flying colors. So let's talk about social emotional achievement. Let me just point out, this is not an academic goal. This is a non-academic metric. Students shall have the traits and life skills necessary to them to become meaningful citizens. Okay. I don't know what that means. You do. High expectations for behavior will promote a culture of collective experience throughout the district, with students accepting responsibility and accountability for their own actions. Let's move on to the next goal. It's nice that there's 3. That's about right. That's what our school has 3. We usually have anywhere from 5 to 3. Our board recently went through this whole effort and narrowed it down to 3. One of which by the way is non-academic, and kind of, you might want that. They got the majority, and it's fine. It's about communications in our case. Exploratory achievement. Here's a big buzzword, everyone. Okay? If you don't know this, these are magical words in public education. Students shall have the opportunities to explore their talents, pursue their passions, and expand their interests. And this is later developed as, where did I find it here? The words exploratory, expeditionary are somewhere. In here somewhere. Maybe we'll find it as we continue on through here. This is another expression of what's called child-centered education. I would commend for all of you here's a good one. As I mentioned, my bias, we read hundreds and hundreds of books when we started at Liberty, and we arrived at the philosophy of E.D. Hirsch. A political.
You arrived at the philosophy of
E.D. Hirsch. E.D. Hirsch Jr. Our little group of families was probably not much different than what I've heard around the table here. We tend to be more politically conservative. I was a Republican conservative state senator at the time. The bishop of the Mormon, the LDS church in our town was one of the bishops, was also one of the families that was involved in his constituency. So I think it's safe to say that we were conservatively oriented in our expectations for what we wanted for our kids. It was not our intention to take over the district and assume that everybody in town wanted what we wanted. But we read books and books and books about what great education should be, and we kept coming back to this guy. And I mention all that politics because Hirsch describes himself in the first couple paragraphs of almost every book that he is a political liberal. And his curriculum that he ended up pioneering, college curriculum, was written for the inner city. That's where his heart was. He was an English professor. He is emeritus at the University of Virginia. And just to kind of address some of these goals, there was the University of Virginia, highly selective university, English department. He taught the upper level courses for undergrads and graduate school. And he would have some of the brightest minds from around the country showing up in his classroom, and he could not teach them English because they hadn't read the same books. And and he acknowledged, these are really bright young people. They don't know, they haven't been exposed to the same books, they don't have the same vocabulary, they don't have the same background knowledge, they don't have the same perspectives on American history, they don't know the same authors, and yet we are supposed to have a high-level discussion on whatever the topics were of his classroom. And the smartest students there were unprepared to complete and to carry on a high-level discussion in his classroom. He asked himself, how can this be? How can this be that there's not a constant similarity? And so he started researching this, and that's what cultural literacy was his inaugural book. Schools We Need is more of a strategy session, and our asbestos school, the Washington Cornell School, is mentioned here as part of the strategy. But the book I would refer you to is the most recent one. It's the easiest. First, it's small. He wrote this as his, he calls it in the first sentence, his farewell his farewell book. He's 90. Yeah, I write this farewell book about American early schooling, not just as an educator concerned about the quality of our children's education, but as an American concerned about our survival as a high-achieving, fair, and literate society. And so you go from there. And he immediately cites Noah Webster, whose viewpoint at the time of America's founding was to create a public education system for the purpose of sustaining the republic, in which the schools would play a role in fostering what he calls an American ethnicity. An American ethnicity, really, really important. And that is, hey, we've got people from all across the planet, Europe mainly at that time, who are finding their way to North American shores, and they all bring different skills and attributes. They bring the best knowledge of all of human history here. And so, so to the extent America, even its colonial days, is becoming unique as a melting pot of sorts, as people are fleeing oppression everywhere around the world and finding refuge in the United States. He says we should bring all these best lessons, teach them purposefully in American schools to develop an American ethnicity. And Hirsch suggests that is still an important goal. That should be the purpose of American schools. Take the best lessons everywhere and teach our children from the standpoint of common understanding. It's the reason I can stand in front of you and say, this thing is your Achilles heel. Okay? What did I just do? I assume you know a little bit about Greek mythology right there. So that with 2 words, we can all be on the same page about weakness, a particular weakness. Not a big weakness, a lethal one, perhaps, if somebody knows where it is, and you happen to get stuck by the arrow there where Achilles' mother dips him in the Styx River, right? I forgot her name, and pulls him out. He's bulletproof, arrow-proof, everywhere except for that spot where she fell, right? So I am assuming that we all know the story so that I can convey, and this is Hirsch's point, what if we don't know these stories? What if our understanding and precision of vocabulary, our understanding of history is so diverse that we can't even have a conversation? His point is that's what American education should be, to get everybody to a level of mature literacy. And frankly, I don't know if the people over at Merit know the story as well as I do. I've been talking about Hirsch since I first read him 35 years ago. But I know this. That's why parents are lining up over there, because that's the mission of that school. If they do use the core knowledge curriculum there, right? If they use the core knowledge curriculum, then that is their mission, right there. That's their mission statement, to bring all students to a common understanding of mature literacy voluntarily. That's the next key point I want to focus on some attention and get your comments on. So the first couple of chapters, as he sums up all of the other great books that he has written over time, papers and essays, this is a nice final summary. But the reason he felt it important to restate and emphasize everything he's done for the last 35 years is because of the emergence, almost a uniform acceptance of what he calls child-centered education, and you get straight A's if you embrace this philosophy at the teacher colleges today. This is very much in line with the long-standing philosophy of Jean-Jacques Rousseau through the evolution of social contract theory in the 1700s, social contract theory and natural law theory. And as that gets developed into a German, Austrian, Prussian education system that makes its way over to the United States with John Dewey and becomes embedded in the American education system, that schools should be about utilizing the best skills, talents, interests, and inclinations and aptitude of children and almost customizing an educational approach around let's just to dramatize it, what a 6-year-old thinks is important to know. Mm-hmm. That's what child-centered means, and that's what you're all about. That's the kind of district you have. And how do we know? Well, it says it several times, but this achievement, students shall have the opportunities to explore their talents, pursue their passions, and expand their interests. students. So are we talking about first, second, third graders? And what do they know about their talents and passions? They get asked this. And some of the assignments are, you just got back from summer vacation, tell us what you're excited about. Tell us what you learned. Tell us what you did. And it's the one thing children know about is themselves. And so that's why this is called child-centered. And most of the public education world today views this as important, that this is a strong aspiration. And so I'm not surprised. Don't feel bad that this is here, because this is probably, pick any of the 178 school districts throughout the state, they probably look just like this.
So, what is the alternative?
Yeah.
Like a lot of parents, we were very involved in our kids' education, and we did remediation and quizzing every night at the dinner table. There are many, many children in our district who don't have that same parental investment into their kids.
Right.
So when we're educating all the kids of the school district, how do we compensate, or so kids come in and they're very interested.
Yeah.
We picked, by knowing our children, what they would be educated with and what we wanted them to do until they were at an age where they decided their area of expertise and investigation. So what about the kids whose parents aren't or choose not to be for one way or another?
Yeah. That's a timeless question. I've been answering that for decades, and there's a great answer for it. There is an answer for it. I'd like to get you to it, because I just jumped to it right now.
Get us.
It may sound a little harsh. Is there anything else that Sarah, that you would mention? I mean, just as I go through, there are certain things. Here's one. There is an authoritative and effective link between the district's owners and the operation of the district. And it specifies that this is on the governing process, the board's job duties. Well, we could spend, there's so much in here. I was late last night reading through all this. Community, it says district owners. So you understand the district's owners are community members and taxpayers. Those are the district's owners. And so you see the board as the effective link between the district's owners and the operations of the school district. So that's something to keep in mind. That is your definition as a board, to ensure input from students, staff, parents, and other citizens as a means to link to the entire community. When it comes to the executive expectations, you want to establish the practical, ethical, legal expectations and applications of leadership within which all executive activity and decision-making will take place. And as I say, you've kind of done that when I look through the rest. I would congratulate you all today, because there's no way you can assert that the district is not meeting its objectives. Your objectives as a board. The district absolutely is, because it's yellow. And so as you know, when we leave later on today, I don't know that it's impractical to suggest that as a result of one retreat you're going to have the path forward. But the path forward means you've got to decide whether, if you're going to go through the sequence I'm about to walk you through, whether you're going to end up with this, because you have to have something different. Otherwise, you should be celebrated, because you have met all the objectives already that you have all stated.
Can I give you a quick history of that?
Your meeting, sir.
Not that it makes any difference. That paper there was a collaboration of community and anyone who wanted to be involved in developing that statement of education and vision for Lincoln Park School District.
Yeah.
It was orchestrated by the previous board or previous boards, was it?
It goes back to 1998.
Yeah, well, it was a strategic plan that was established after that, it was 5 years ago. 7 or 8, and so even on the timeline, what's coming, a revisit of all of that is this year.
Yeah.
And so,
Oh, good.
yeah, so that being said, I don't know if that's Did you get that off the website?
Yeah, I pulled this off the website last night, so, yeah, and I wondered about that, is this the most current? I mean, it's got the updates, it says adopted 1990, almost every section adopted 1998, and then some of these have revision dates, this
You're
particular
talking
one.
about the governance policies? Or are you
Yeah.
talking about the strategic plan?
District purpose statement
yeah,
is what he was on for the first one, and then I think all the policies.
Right, so, yeah, it jumps through, and then there's revision dates, this particular one was revised last in September of 2018, it says here.
And there's some that were even amended a year ago.
Yeah, okay. So that, I mean, I guess there, as I say, I looked on the website and that's, I didn't call and ask if there's a secret version of something. Well, it seems, yeah, it seems like it. And I gotta say, it seems just poking around your website and it seems like there is a conscientious effort in the district to be transparent with, you know, all of your minutes, your bylaws, everything seems to be there and easy to find, so I was impressed with that.
I appreciate you being, and I think that the directors here also appreciate you being blunt, straightforward, and giving your opinion of it. I like being challenged on these things.
So here's where it's going to get hard, and I want to get to some of these questions, because on your governance process, the board will govern with emphasis on district vision, encouraging diversity in viewpoints. So this is one I would question: diversity in viewpoints. Think about that for a minute, because it's as you read through this, it's clear this is a committee. We've all read so many things that are designed by committee, and the only way you get enough hands to vote aye on the final draft is if everybody's got their favorite thing in there and their fingerprints are all in it. You end up with, I mean, this is the hard thing about a school board versus a charter school. I mean, first of all, I only have people who have selected to come to my school, and then some of those parents get elected to our board. So when we sit and meet, we're all in agreement. So when we come up with these documents, they're very precise. And so I put, not our policies and so on in front of you, I just put some examples here where that I can just take home, where you can see high-level alignment with my school. So that's why maybe it's a good school to compare a district to in a variety of ways. There are some reasons you can't do that as a school district. But one way you absolutely can't is because you're going to govern with an emphasis on district vision, which is no vision, we already know that. And you're going to encourage diversity in viewpoints. And so I read that and say your vision is already Jello, and if you stick with this idea, it will always be Jello, because any vision is diverse, right? So as long as it's not the same as the previous guy, you're going to govern with an emphasis on diversity of viewpoints. And so it's that viewpoints part that I would recommend you take some issue with to some degree, because what you're saying here is that you have no intentions of a board of having unity in vision. Diversity of viewpoints is the opposite of unity. It is the opposite of Noah Webster. It is the opposite of the core knowledge curriculum. It is the opposite of real leadership. Yes.
Can I just have you define a little bit more what your definition of unity is compared to unanimity?
Yeah, and that is as a...
Because just to circle back around your intro, you talked about the importance of civil discourse without fear.
Yeah.
And so that would imply that there could be differing viewpoints discussed in a civil manner without the fear of whatever, intimidation or retribution or retaliation. And that from your intro sounded important to you.
Yes.
So could you help me understand your definition of unity when it aligns with maybe the distinction between that and unanimity?
Yeah, so diversity of viewpoints being discussed, standing on their own, the weaker ones following to the elegance of the stronger ones, that's what I have in mind. But the idea that any idea is a good idea is a recipe for no vision. And that is how, that's, I think, what is stated here. The board will govern with an emphasis on district vision, encourage diversity of viewpoints, focus on strategic leadership, respect the clear distinction between the board and the superintendent, and make collective decisions, exhibit future orientation, and govern proactively. I guess the distinction is they want to encourage diversity of ideas. I heard, David, you said the goal should be the best. Be the best. Well, you can't have diversity. Diversity of viewpoints does not end at the best. There has to be some bold willingness, some leadership as community representatives to suggest, I respect that viewpoint, I understand it, that one's better, and we're going to go that direction as a district. Now, I'm going to get to a point where I think I can make this easier to answer. And the answer is marketplaces. I forgot that lady's name again on the left. Patricia. Because Patricia said, well, what about people who don't like? What about people, you said you want, I'll come back and challenge you more. You said, I want to get rid of critical race theory, I want to get rid of BLM, I want to, these things that are kind of intrude. Well, yeah, all right, I'll kind of jump on around here, but you're raising good points and kind of leading me there. Why? Let me ask why. Because the reality is, critical race theory must be attractive to somebody, and it's all over the place. And so if you've got some teachers and some administrators who see value in it, and some parents who want their kids to be educated in that sort of way, then what's wrong with that? And so this is the answer. Unity of, you can actually accomplish both. You can have unity in vision from a board level standpoint of what this district ought to be. And the thing that can unite you, perhaps, and maybe I'm steering you somewhat, because I've already said I'm an advocate of market-based approaches to schools, is why can't everybody get what they want? She wants merit. You guys wanted merit for your kids. Well, I might not. Maybe I want CRT. Why shouldn't I have that too? Is this district too small? Again, do you have CRT in your schools today?
Very
Not officially.
Yes.
I've never been in it, but I know this because it's taught at all the teacher colleges. And I don't know to what extent. I won't propose to say 50. I don't know how many. But if you hired instructors taught at a teacher college anywhere in America, you've got some agreement with critical race theory and some sympathy for it. And to the extent it's taught, yeah, it's probably not in your curriculum, but it's taught. It's expressed. Tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong. That's fine. But I'm probably right. Yeah, because critical race theory never shows up in anybody's curriculum. That is always the case. When the opponents of CRT go to a district and say, I know you're teaching critical race theory, they'll say, we don't teach that here. Yeah, they do. It's just not in the curriculum directly. The point is somebody wants it. Somebody wants that. And so maybe.
Whether it's a parent or a teacher, someone wants.
Yeah. So my answer to your question is, how do you get unity but respect diversity of opinion? Is create options. Yeah, create options to the extent that you can, and that can take place in a public school setting. And some districts have, and there was a time when Denver Public Schools, for example, was kind of out in front on creating different options within, that's a big district, within the metro area. And then it even launched its own charters to take care and resolve certain goals that the district had, because this made it too difficult. But the district launching charters became a strategy. Well, the politics there have been offended, and now there's we got a bunch of moon bats in charge of that district now. And so I think that's fair to say. They say that about themselves, so let's go. Did we manage to get this here? So let's.
I'm gonna just ask Tina and Del, do we have a schedule for lunch or working lunch or Kelly? Or a bathroom break?
We can take
a bathroom break.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be a perfect place to come back to.
I was going to say it more to Latin relative.
Yeah, I need one, free lunch till 11, so you can decide if it's a break or if it's a working lunch.
Okay. Yeah, let us know what, if you want to have a working lunch, sit here. Bob doesn't need to eat, he's full of energy already, so. I like your challenge about the CRT and BLM, or the one thing that I heard some pushback for, and I wanted to honor it as well, is American exceptionalism. And there were at least one parent who specifically said, if you teach American exceptionalism, I don't want my kids in this school. But yet, and so yes, how do you honor that within a district? And because some parents, united we stand, divided we fall. That whole thing, I completely agree with you. How do we go about honoring that within a diverse district? So, for instance, the parents who were, or the people who were very strong against the recall. I was on the recall notice, attempt. Those parents were very strongly motivated to try to recall 3 of our directors. So their voice needed to be heard as well. So do they start their own charter school? That would be one answer, I guess. But how, within maintaining the district, do we honor that diversity?
Well, no ways. Yeah, you could do the legwork on helping charter school just for them. You could dedicate a regular public school to that particular viewpoint. I've seen schools within schools where you got kids in the same school, but over there they're teaching one curriculum, over there they're teaching another. I mean, the sky's kind of a limit based on what you all think.
Thomas Sowell presented that themselves in The Enemies of Charter Schools, that very scenario you just said.
Yeah.
In New York City.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of ways. I wouldn't want to propose to script it out for you. If it were me, again, I want to be mindful for that. You're 5 elected officials. You've got to chart your own way. If I were a bird, let's say at my school district in Fort Collins, I would create an option for almost anybody who wants one. My town's bigger, and there's more economies of scale. I mean, if you've got 20 families that want something unique, they probably are not going to succeed at standing up a successful charter school that's going to last and endure. But the answer shouldn't be no because, it should be yes if.
I like that. It should be yes if.
Yeah, and that is we'll find a way. Let's find a way. Maybe the answer is, might not be an actual charter school, but maybe it's some kind of co-op education strategy. Maybe we give you a few classrooms within the school and give it a try. We'll support you. And the unique aspects and resources you have in the district ought to govern what you think can be done. And then, as I say, at the end, the approach of the board is, yes, if we want to do this, encourage diversity and viewpoints. But the thing that unifies you is what I'm going to get at here. And that is, parents are actually in charge of their kids' education. If that's true,
they are.
If that's true, then this board ought to find a way to make sure that parents can educate their kids.
But the more I've talked to the people in charge of who are running our school,
yeah,
the more I have heard that many, many parents are not that involved in their kids' education.
Yeah.
They send them on, they put them on a school bus, they
Make
drop
sure-
them off
yeah.
to get fixed or take care of them while I'm at work.
Make sure I come back to, make sure you make me come back to this when everybody's here. 'cause
Still, the
the-
curriculum shouldn't change. I mean, it's still the same direct for that child.
The first parents in public, this is not just a Woodland Park phenomenon, this is public schools in general. Parents are not engaged because they
Got me
have.
better chair this time.
It's a little bit better, right?
And you-
It's not still great, but it's better.
And why? Because you will serve their kids anyway, for them. And so we've trained a nation to,
Yes, we have.
we've trained a nation to abandon, so the country has trained a nation. American public education systems have trained a nation of parents to defer their parental rights and decision-making to government workers.
Yes.
And so this is not, this is not unique here, this is true everywhere. And so I'll challenge it, because you have to be, you eventually find yourself saying some really offensive things when you make assumptions about families, demographics, people's certain income, people's certain color, that because of that, we know innovation won't work. Or because they don't have time, they are not engaged in their child's education. They do not have the capacity to be great parents. That is the racism of a particular political viewpoint. And I think what most of you stand for, and I do, is just the opposite of that. And that is, no, there is no such, there's no government agency should make an assumption about the incompetence of parents.
Through your section, we all.
Parents may want to declare.
But the reality is, we are responsible to the voters, to those parents and the people who voted, to make sure that there is a climate of education that reflects their value, their virtues. But diversity of, like we talked about before, diversity, there's a significant number of people, like I said, the people who try to recall us. We should, what do they need? Do they want a charter school? Do they need a private area? But without talking about incompetency in parenting.
Well, I mean, I get to talk to parents every day. I'm a pediatrician, and, you know, it doesn't matter what, and I take care of high-risk populations where both parents have to work or whatever. I mean, they're very stressed populations, and what they want is they want what's best for their kids. They really do. Some of them say, I don't know how to do this, I don't know how to do this, and I can't go, I'm working or whatever. So it's not like a lot of parents don't want to be engaged. They want to be engaged. And some teachers are pretty constructive in how they get along with their parents. I was a working mom, and I mean, I worked all the time. And my school, my kids all went to public schools, but they were so crafty at engagement. They had 50 levels of engagement for each parent, because we all worked. And it really made it much more collaborative. We were there to support our school. And there were a couple of different ways of learning. We were given different options. We were given different things that we could approve or not approve. And within the basic curriculum, we were given several things that we could explore as a parent with our kids. And of course, I'm engaged with their kids, but, you know, as much as we don't call you can, right? Kids everywhere, because that's the way it was back then. But, you know, there were, but in taking care of parents from all income specters, they love their kids. They just may or may not know how to do it. I don't know how they do it. You know, they'd say, I get home at 7. You know, my child is in aftercare. I get home at 7. I do this, I do this, I do this. And it's like, well, you know, how are you going to carve that out to take back some of the care of the kid? And, you know, we found different schools were really helpful and some weren't. And so there are a lot of different ways of incorporating that participation without making assumptions that people don't care.
Well, I agree, people do care, but as a parent, they care, but the level of involvement certainly differs.
It really does differ, and based on ability and based on what they can or cannot do. So,
What's your name? What's your name then?
I'm Patricia Perry.
Oh, Dave Miller.
Dr. Perry. Thank you.
That makes sense, okay.
I do have to tell you that, yes, my kids call me Dr. PP. Okay, so it's like, you gotta own it. You just gotta own it. You
Well, it's
gotta.
gonna be a great way to break the ice with a 4-year-old who's frightened.
It works amazingly well. It works amazingly well. But it also works really well with teenagers too. You really hate to come through here.
I'm not gonna have a little kid who's gonna think that's funny.
I know, it's a great.
Where's your practice?
Well, I'm actually semi-retired, so I'm from Alabama. I'm actually grew up in Alabama. So my dad was a rocket engineer and a rocket scientist. And so it was just really unusual for me to and then I worked in solo practice, group practice.
Here or in spring?
No, in Alabama, and then I
have it often.
DOD for infant health, and then
There is. Well,
They're great things about it.
It's just amazing things. I learned a lot about and culturally. And, but from there you can go anywhere. So I went to Japan and then ended up coming back here. So
Can I get you anything?
Do we have a working lunch so we can just work
Let's have a working
I mean, that's my
It's
vote.
going
it's
well.
about an hour.
Lots of offensive things being said.
Okay.
I love it. I like being challenged in my position. I like, why are you doing this? It's stupid. I like being challenged like
Well, we
that.
had to get permission.
I like the challenges
That's
that
why
opposition
we wanted to
here.
ship somebody out.
I like that challenge about CRT, BLM,
We had to get approval from the hospital. And the land. I
within the school.
So do you know that my office, Tim, successfully won an appeal to state court last month? It was at BL-528. It's a charter school expressly oriented towards choice my office defended them and won that case so that they're opening that school. And I think that's, I would never send my kid there, right? I would never consider that as a,
But parents want that. For some parents.
the certain principles I think are foundational and in education, I think choice is better. And if we pretend that the government knows better than the parent as to what is good for their kids, we're getting in the way of that. So, once again,
class 2 would be like, what?
I could see this as saying, hey, we're gonna put Gateway Elementary is gonna allow this sort of more progressive thing. And the other two, we're gonna let them be charters that are more, conservative. E.E. Hurst is fantastic in terms of quality.
Downloaded his book.
So, that.
My parents got the town.
Yeah, and then I just,
I don't want.
I never sent my
Did you download the book as an ebook or hardbook?
I downloaded it as both. Yeah, E.D. Hirsch, H.I. or S.C.H. Jr.
I visited.
Yeah, yes, it is online. I downloaded it.
So, yeah.
I like that.
You live anywhere in the springs, it'll still take you 30 minutes to get across.
Okay, let's go.
See, hey, you like it?
All right, let's call the meeting back to order. Be ready to be offended again. Mr. Bob, thank you for offending me and challenge my positions.
Okay, well,
No, seriously, Alan, I love it.
well, so I printed off.
No, I choose not to be offended.
I didn't print off every statement in your policy. There's one other underline I have here when it comes to the board president. Maybe it might just be amusing for you to hear what jumped out at me. The board president is a true servant leader, just as much an employee of the board as is the superintendent.
Where are you reading that?
GP6, president's role. You're as much of an employee of the board as is the superintendent. How do you feel about that?
That's interesting. I wonder what the electorate would have to say about that.
You get a lot less pay than this.
A lot less. I want to be paid, yes.
Yeah.
I'm an employee.
So, it's pretty clear. This, there's a reference here to some book, it looks like 2009. Good board president can help the board be true to its commitments, confront itself, and efficiently get the job done. All true. When we go back up, the importance of this position is because of its connection to policy governance and not management. So there's an important buzzword. Policy governance is a particular philosophy of board relationships to the district. You set the vision, which is reflected in policy strategies, and then hands off from there. How that gets done, not your business as a board. I mean, you want some accountability, some feedback, and so on. But the idea of policy governance is a well-developed strategy throughout the country that is the work product of school boards associations, typically with large input from teacher-employee groups and organizational unions, because one, it avoids an obvious downfall of boards, and that is when board members get elected, they get into the weeds too much. But it also, it is also kind of another way to suggest that board members should not represent your constituency. And that once you get elected, your duty and obligation is to the rest of the board members and to the district, and you've got fiduciary responsibility, and you've got, all these obligations to the institution, to the government and other politicians, and you somehow are supposed to forget your self-interest and forget your campaign promises maybe and so on. As I mentioned, I get confronted with that everywhere I went. Right? You need to drop all those interests you have and just focus on. And so this is kind of this is boilerplate language, probably, a lot of it. I mean, well, it comes right from this Carver book in 2018. But the notion that an elected official says, gets nominated, we want Dave to be our chair, second, all in favor, vote aye, that you magically become an employee as much as the superintendent. I, for one, would revisit that. That's kind of a problem, I think. Because it suggests that you now, by virtue of being chairman, have to abandon your self-interests, your constituent promises, your viewpoints. You still have to be fair, right? I mean, that's the obligation of a chairman in any organization, whether it's in policy or not. I mean, the reason all this is in policy is because there's been one train wreck after another in one board or somewhere else. And the answer of many people is always, well, let's create another rule, let's create policy, let's pass a law. And that is bureaucracy, and that takes the place of old-fashioned prudence. Prudence should dictate. Prudence seems like it's hard to define. It really isn't. Take the time to do it in a classical sense, but bureaucracy undermines prudence because it hems you in as a leader, or whoever the next president is, or whoever the past one is. I don't know, have you ever been president of the board?
For 30 minutes.
For 30 minutes, okay. So for any of you who eventually will be president or so on, this is something to keep in mind. You don't lose your authority. You don't lose your capacity to represent your constituency and fight for your ideas just because you become president. But this says you kind of do. And
I never noticed that.
Yeah. And as I said, anyway, that jumped out at me just because I've been chairman of lots of boards, and I've had this idea. Challenge me. Yeah.
how does policy governance, how do you square that with like the Constitution saying the board is in control of instruction? Or the statutory responsibilities that we have to hire and fire employees and determine the textbooks that are going to be used and things like that? I mean, does policy governance kind of water that down a little bit?
Yeah, I think it does because of the, just because of the failures of just the insertion of partisanship and just everything we see around us. And with politics, I suppose, for the entire history of the country has always been, cutthroat at some level. And I hear people say that political media is worse now than it has ever been. That's just not true. And it's always cutthroat. But I guess it just always seems like it just goes to the edges and edges of extreme, and then pretty soon that becomes commonplace and normal. You go destroy people rather than have a civil conversation. And so the effort here is, the effort in your policies, and that I'm hearing from you, which is really great, and I'm inspired, is that there's a genuine interest for diverse viewpoints to be expressed. And at the same time, as a board, as community leaders, the only way forward is to be able to have some unity about what forward means. Because right now,
Kind of step one.
right now, any direction is progress and acceptable under your guidelines. That's why I say there really is no possibility for failure or coming up short of expectations in any of your classrooms based on your vision statements as a board, such as they stand today.
They're jello.
They're nice. They're nice.
They embrace contradictions.
They're soothing. This is nice committee work. And I don't want you to feel bad. What I'm hoping for is we're kind of maybe getting to some ideas towards some directions. These are not failures. This is an opportunity that you all have if you want it.
Absolutely.
And if you want it, and I'm just pointing them out. I mean, look, I've been in 178 school districts. I've been to them all in Colorado. Not in every school, but I've been to every single school district in all of my years in politics. I've read, I recognize many of these. I mean, these came from CASB, some of them. Some of them you have touched up and perfected, put your own fingerprints on them, I can see, as you, meaning the district over the years. But this is boilerplate, a lot of it. And that's not a bad idea. I mean, there are lessons learned elsewhere. Why reinvent the wheel if some collection of CASB colleagues from other school districts met at the Colorado Springs Forum and said, well, here's how we resolve that issue. That looks like a good idea. Let's adopt that and take it back to Woodland Park. That's fine. That's good. But there's some in here that, if you're new to the board and you're new to this level of politics and you go to a CASB meeting and you listen to somebody talk about an issue and a problem, you think, yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. And really what you're doing, if you don't start with Constitution, law, what is it that we want to achieve? If you don't do that, then you'll adopt all kind of ridiculous things that hem you in. You, sitting here in the room, you have the least authority as chairman, according to your own, because you're an employee, like the superintendents are. And you didn't know this. And neither did the people who put this in here. They didn't realize that they were doing it. So,
Can we visit one of the stated objectives or goals related to staff retention?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Can you read that out? That's in the video.
District will foster, there it is, it's bullet point number 1. The district will foster an exceptional, positive, and empowering work environment to retain and inspire a quality staff.
All right. I just want to make sure that you got a little pulse read on the reality over the last year. That has not been fostered, so I would not celebrate that.
Okay?
I feel like, and part of the reason why I believe that staff have not felt empowered or fostered is because of a lack of unified vision.
Mm-hmm.
And that a real abruptness of transition without necessarily steps to bring the organization along.
Yeah.
And so I would point to that one and say, let's not celebrate that one. I would say that over the last year and a half, probably the last
What,
year.
since the election, Chris?
Yeah.
That your starting point?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a
What's your
declaration.
what's your evidence base for, we don't have an empowering, celebratory environment? What's the evidence for that?
Probably the documentation that pretty much just kind of set the organization at attention when it came to like, you as in the newly elected board asserting a new level of authority, a new level of directorship that was unaccustomed, the staff was unaccustomed to. So I'm looking at that as like, I mean, some would look at it.
What are you looking at? Did we have a bunch of people leave?
Well, I would say that.
This is about retaining people, so who did we fail to retain? How many people walked out the doors en masse because of us? Since you are evidence-based, not rhetoric-based.
I would like to hear
Can
all
I
of you.
interject?
Jump in there.
I think I'm sympathetic to your viewpoint. And I think I can understand this, what you are suggesting, because there is, because there was an abrupt change in leadership. I would say that, if the vision is particularly nebulous, then the vision is heard and received by the employees as the common expression of 5 board members previously. And there is an abrupt change that occurs, and you got, I don't know, maybe I'm just what I'm hearing, I'm guessing, tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm being unfair to anybody. You have 4 new board members who come on the board and who campaigned and expressed along the way, and then once they get sworn in, maybe verbalize, we've been doing it all wrong. We're not getting the results we need, we've got too much, whatever the issue is. I mean, everybody's probably had the thing they ran against when they ran and got elected. And, that decision they made on merit was wrong, so we're going to, replace the board with people who are going to be more sympathetic to it. I don't know what it is. I'm just guessing, and based on what I've read and so on. So you've got an abrupt change. And since this is not particularly clear or a unified statement, the sense of our world is changing is a function of the voters sent the school district a message. And what is the message? I don't know exactly. People are guessing, probably. This would be a good opportunity to talk about, well, what should the statement?
Right.
Because I am hearing, and assume, and we just want to assume, I just, if the meeting was started, I would already conclude, it's got to be possible for 5 of you, even if you were further apart on issues, to come up with some mission statement, some vision statements where you could all agree, where there would be 5. You've got to be able to do that. And then, so how far, so unity's got to be, I mean, I'm just telling you, unity for a colonial education system that became the public education goal of the first 13 states, unity in understanding of what citizenship should be was the goal of public schools. Because government does not run the country, people do. And it's only in this country that the only purpose of government is to protect the rights of individuals. The people loan their authority to politicians at election time. And if the people are not in general unity about the terms of liberty, freedom, our history, our future, what government ought to be, then you're abandoning citizenship and freedom to government workers, and we don't want that. That is the statement of unity that, frankly, makes its way from the Declaration of Independence to our U.S. Constitution, and we just read it, that makes its way to Colorado's Constitution, and ultimately ought to make its way here. That would be simple. Is unity and vision for what kids should know. Okay. We ought to have, so there ought to be unity at least in what you've already taken an oath to, that there will come a part, there will come a point, rather, there will come a point where it's not rational it's not logical to expect you would all agree on everything. And then, so that the unifying question should be, what do we do then? What do we do then? And I will acknowledge, I'm kind of pushing you to consider marketplaces as the way for more people to achieve the things they want. And I'm not, but I won't push you to suggest you should have a charter district. You should have a district where the board is relegated to contractor status, and you're just contracting out education services to independent organizations of charter schools, or just contracting outright, or creating district level vouchers like Douglas County. I mean, there's all kinds of strategies where you can pursue that, but my point is, there has to be a way, there has to be a way that we can arrive at various vision statements that are meaningful, that you can nail to the wall, that are going to be better than this. And the reason, Chris, the scenario exists that I probably would agree with David, although he didn't say it, that from his perspective, your statement might not be fair. I think the reason it exists is because you have the people in this, people who work here have nothing else to go on, really. You have some statements, you ignore them, then they ignore them, and principals ignore them, teachers are ignoring them, everybody in town doesn't know what's in here. And so what defines the way forward? Personalities in politics do. And there was an abrupt personality and political change in town. And so and what does that mean? Yeah, probably in the eye of the beholder, I'm guessing. One teacher is going to think, this is terrible. Another teacher thinks it's great. Another teacher thinks, finally, I've got the freedom to do what I've always wanted to do. Another one thinks, my days are about over. You know, and so I am hopeful that we can take a step, because we're not going to rewrite all this today, but take a step toward at least understanding, how do we reflect this board's unified expectations for the future of the district. To the extent that you can look to your administrators and say, can you take it from there? We want this, let's come back and report. Are we making progress, yes or no? We'll let you know at the board meetings. We like that idea, we don't like that idea. But this is going to be an easier proposition if the direction is at least, let's not even specify it to make life hard. Right now, really, under what I've read here, the direction is 360 degrees forward. Anyway, any way going forward achieves those goals. If you can get this to a 180 spectrum in year one, maybe down to a 90-degree spectrum in year two, maybe in a few years you get that down to, what's that, about 45? You can get forward there. If you can do that, it will take time. This is not magic. This is hard. It has to be hard because most school districts don't do that. But if you can get for me, for all the direction I can point you to and show you in my school based on what's on the walls and what you're going to hear from a student, from a parent, from an administrator, from a teacher, when you ask them the same question, you always get about the same answer. I got to say that my success in leading my school, probably 45. Wouldn't you say about 45 degrees forward? That's
a long time.
Yeah, it's probably it's not right there. That is not the unity in my charter school. It's about like that, and that's really good. that's really good in an American school context. Okay, so that's, as I'm saying right now, that says 360. Everything's a success.
Just too broad of a direction.
Yeah. You set
Well,
up,
and that was
you
kind
set
of
up,
my
you
point.
set up a committee and a
Chris
people.
can feel one way about that provision, and I can feel another way, and there's really nothing in that provision that's going to say he's right or I'm wrong.
And Del and Tina are always going to be able to achieve their goals, your goals, because any principal, any teacher can come in front of you and say, did it all with flying colors, and you can't refute that. So there is a fairness. I mean, you can see the anxiety, right? When the new board takes over, we've been doing it wrong for years, and so that's a commentary on all the people who have been there. It could be they've been doing it wrong for years, but it is what needs to be defined. and maybe it's not you've been doing it wrong, because they've been doing it right. It's just, we need to be doing it better, forward up. That's what a good board should be focused on. How do we start with what we have? How do we make some steps here, and then here, and then here, right? And that takes half of it personnel. I mean, we'll get through, we're not gonna, half of it personnel. I mean, you're not gonna do that unless you start getting some people who embrace your vision and say, all right, we're you in charge. They're not going to be successful unless they're starting to appoint some administrators, some principals, and put, here's where we're going, you on board. If not, maybe we should help you find a job somewhere else, do a different job, whatever the case is. And then pretty soon you're getting your whole organization marching in a common direction. And that's, I gotta tell you, that, I mean, the reason I'm excited is because this is almost impossible in any school district, and it is not here. It is not. So let's, in any, or I didn't invent any of this. I stole this from, or I used this, or I've seen this 10 different ways, but kind of boil it down. And I put it, I just made this for the sake of, it's in your handouts, just so you have it. In any organizational effort, especially a big one, we start in this way: vision, strategy, projects, tactics. We talk about this at the leadership program of the Rockies, where I'm at when we talk about visionary leadership and so on. So let me ask, this is going to be a fun question, it always is with schools. And can anyone here state the vision of the district? Yep.
And that's what our staff drives off of.
Well, there you heard it from the ministry. How about board members? Can any of you articulate the vision of the district? That's really
Encourage diversity of viewpoints.
maybe.
We read it,
Yeah.
and it was, it was the vision that I came in understanding and stewarding, and so what I'm hopeful for today is that this board can begin to articulate what they would envision. If we are going to anticipate that there is definitely a shift in what the vision and strategies are, then I would like for today to be at least the seedbed for those ideas to be just kind of laid out on the table so that we can hear, because I think the reason why we might be struggling to answer that question with succinct clarity is because it's not clear to me. I believe that I have hints of it. I've heard people talk about it or around whatever their personal ideas or what the vision can be. I would love for that to just be brought out clearly, as clearly as we can. And that might mean that we have 5 different clearly articulated, notions. We won't necessarily come to unified statement necessarily today, but I would just love for us to be able to start. Because I think you're onto it. I mean, it's not clear. It's not clear. It was, for me, it was clearer 10 months ago than it was 9 months ago. When the transition of leadership occurred, then it became less clear for me where we were going.
Okay. That's fair. That is fair. So this has got to be a big challenge for all of you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. According to your bylaws, it is your responsibility as an employee of the board of the others to, and just in terms of being a chairman, being in charge of a deliberative body, this is the role of chairman, is to, in all cases, is not to dominate or impose your particular viewpoint or way forward. You don't have to abandon yours. Your vote is 1 of 5, and that's what you can see is clearly intended to be communicated in the policy guidelines. But I mean, for chairman, like I've been chairman of a lot of committees, and I've read lots about this, and been to lots of gatherings and so on, and had lots of experienced people have been chairman when I became chairman. Here's what you need. Good elder statesman that who giving me some advice. First, let me get from everybody else's standpoint, the chairman should never be surprised at a meeting. The chairman should never come in thinking the outcome is going to be X and it turns out to be Y. That's how you build distrust. The chairman should always know the outcome of the decision before it takes place. Generally, that doesn't mean you all go register votes and do straw votes. That's not right, it's not legal, and you want to comply with that. But by the time you make an important decision, there should have been enough discussion that the chairman just knows. That really everybody knows, but the chairman especially knows. On Tuesday night, when we vote, whenever you meet, when we vote, it's probably going to be 3-2, or whatever. But there should be no surprises, or an amendment that's introduced that was unexpected. The chairman should be apprised, just for the fairness and the comity among a board that can build trust, should never be surprised. By the same token, nobody should feel like they are being forced in a direction. No one member, especially when you got a board this small and you live in a nice community like this, and you're all neighbors and friends and love one another, you should, nobody should feel bad about the outcome, even when they're on the short end of a vote. And that's the chairman's responsibility, to communicate, to be clear, to let everybody do everything they can to prepare their best argument for the decisive moment. And if that has happened, everybody's got an amendment, is going to have an opportunity to at least get it out on the table, whether it passes or not. And be the person who shepherds the leadership towards the best consensus that you can. That is, for all of you who are going to be chairman or are right now, that is, or president or Garnet, that is the mark of a good chairman. Somebody who can accomplish all of that. So. You shouldn't go to a meeting and say, all right, we're going to try this thing, or I'll offer an amendment, and it's going to pass, and it's going to embarrass him, and she's going to win. You need to make sure that doesn't happen at that level. So, and so extending on that, to get back to the point, this is the responsibility of a board president, is to try to listen and synthesize and hear, and then kind of articulate back until you get to a point where you can say, can we write that down? Can we write this thing down? And so I'm using my tactics here and kind of throwing it back at you, because we've got, 2.5 hours to kind of get to some, and I'm wondering if we're going to pull it off, 2.5 hours to get to some steps in the right direction. And that is, what are a couple things that we might be able to write down by now. I've already spoon-fed you some of them. We can write down, adhere to the Constitution, because you've already done that. Why should that not be stated? It's implied. When you say, I'll say, I do the same Constitution. You should take some of the best elements that you are going to do and establish that as part of your vision. Then look at the state laws. What are some things that you're going to do that you're enthusiastic about, whether it's curriculum or employees, I don't know, and say we can agree on that. We are going to do that thing we're already going to do because we're obligated to do it. We already took the oath. If that oath extends to something that is an operative goal or objection or part of your vision, put it in writing, state it and date it. If there's some deadline you can add to it, then by all means put it within the next 3 years, within the next 2 years, whatever. Then let's try that. So your vision, and this is don't feel bad. This is very common. And I'll tell you what, because you all ran. I already know this. You all ran for office talking about projects and tactics and some strategies. That's what got you elected in most cases. And all right, that's fine. People have opinions about these things. But whatever it was about the CRT, or whatever it was about what's the electronic whatever it was about Summit Learning project, which is probably a strategy. It's probably a project. Whatever it was, is there some way to express that element of your motivation and why you're here in terms of a visionary statement? And again, it's hard to do. It's going to take some time. Maybe some of it will pop out today. But the vision is the thing. It's the reason you start there. And it's hard because in in 1998, when this process started to establish a district purpose and a place, you can too if you objectively read through it. This was difficult. It was so difficult that it didn't get done. And what got done is, all right, can we all agree to that? Sure, anybody can agree to this. And so that is an expression how difficult a real vision, a meaningful vision is. And so when I ask, I'm thinking, I'm not going to script it for you, but a meaningful vision would be something on the order of we are going to that all of our students. What would be a good vision statement for a school? I mean, it would be.
At your school, Liberty.
Well, we have a mission statement, and I guess we have a vision statement. Let's see. It should be right here. I'll read it with you. It's not. There it is on page. I have another copy to read along with you. Well, can read it with you. So this is a mission statement. I wouldn't explain this as the vision of the school. The mission of Liberty is to provide excellence and fairness in education for school children through a common foundation by successfully teaching a contextual body of organized knowledge, the skills of learning, including higher order thinking, the values of democratic society. So we'll put a period there. The key word that gives us some direction is common foundation. Mm-hmm. And so that's not an imaginary word. Common foundation is.
Common used to be the word public. When you talk about public schools, you would talk about common. So I assume that's why the school is named Liberty Commons, because it is a public school, and Commons was the public space within education.
Try to come back to that. This is what we need. This curriculum guide. This is the common. This is the core knowledge sequence. So that I can tell you what all first graders, sixth graders, it goes up through eighth grade. I can tell you what they all are going to learn, all of them, no matter what. Every fourth grade teacher knows what those students have been exposed to when they come into the classroom. It's not different, it is common. And we could have picked some other curriculum, I suppose, but we picked this one. We think this one is the best. And the results are something that we think are proven. Now, Cassie, to your point, we didn't pick common in the school's name because of the common.
Yeah, once I realized you were doing another common, I realized I was off base on that.
Oh, sorry. We picked the word. Oh, well, we didn't finish it. The reason we picked the word, the history of the common school goes back to Horace Mann. And there's so many schools back east named after him. Horace Mann was the one who took. In the 1800s, the only families that could send their children to the best schools were, wealthy families. They would send them to elite boarding schools, and so you had a bifurcation of what Noah Webster was hoping to try to achieve. The colonial schools, the state schools, were provided a free education for, Jefferson's vision for Virginia was a good example. He would provide, the Virginians provide education for all children up to, I want to say, sixth grade, all children. And then if they succeeded, and if they were at the top of their class in sixth grade, they would then get a free public education at the next level, and that would go all the way up to the University of Virginia. That was the plan. Why did that make sense? Well, because kids who didn't excel academically went back to work their farms in an agrarian society. Over time, man comes along and he says, look at this, the miners' kids, the farmers' kids, the merchants' kids, they're not getting the same education as the bankers and lawyers and physicians and so on. And so because they are sending their kids to upper grades at boarding schools, and they're getting very, very well educated, sometimes getting higher education, and they are the captains of industry, captains of society, the ones who go to politics and all the rest. And Mann said, no, we should have a common school. He came up with the term, and the purpose of the common school was for the farmers' kids. Let's think of it that way. So that they could have an avenue. And so throughout most of the 1800s, going into the early 20th century, there were lots of schools called common schools, the Jefferson Common School here, common school there. That goes away, that was eliminated with the advent of John Dewey and the overhaul of the American education system. The common school just got dropped.
That's what we would call it, access to all, and just that emphasis on.
Yeah, but again, this is why things like the McGuffey Reader, and so I mean these were patriotic documents. We are going to learn our history in similar common ways. We are going to be drilled in our numeracy. We are going to our spelling, our language, our vocabulary is going to be very, very precise throughout the country, so that for the purpose of allowing everyone to be unified in what they know. And so that was the vision of the common school. And it gets unwound in the 20th century primarily, where schools start moving in the direction of child-centered education, differentiated education. My kids has an interest in this and not that, and therefore let's have a teacher come have 5 or 6 different academic approaches in a classroom based on, and this is why we have reading groups. We have the Bluebirds and the, I don't know if you all went through that. In almost every grade where I went to school, there was the really good learners, they were the Cardinals, and then the next learning group was the Bluebirds, and the next one at the bottom was the Crows. I don't know. and the teacher would say, it's just all here, but we're all going to read good books, but no, we want to make sure that. And then what happens is everybody knows that those Cardinals are reading better books, and some of the other kids get demoralized because they can't keep up and so on. You got 3 different learning groups, and that gets transferred from grade to grade to grade. Pretty soon you're handing out the diplomas with some who can read it in Latin, some who can read it just fine, and others who don't really know what it says, because schools were not common anymore, and they're really not anymore today. So we tried to revive that idea of a common school, common purpose for every kid. We don't care what their background is, demographics, we don't care what their family situation is. Every child can learn the same things at the same high level if that's your culture of the institution, and that's what that means. So that first sentence is really huge for us, and that is, I guess I did a better job describing the vision than rehearsing it. That is our vision, and in addition to academic organized knowledge, skills, learning, we would add to that as part of our vision, our virtues, character, morality in the school as well. So values of a democratic society. Liberty recognizes the values of inclusiveness and providing access to a broad cross-section of the community so that students from all backgrounds can benefit from Liberty's educational offering. All right, I just said that. Liberty acknowledges the leadership of teachers in the classroom and recognizes the responsibility of each student for his and her academic effort. That's an important statement as well. It sounds harsh in practice. And that is, we do not expect our teachers to educate children who have no interest in learning. Children, at a young age, they don't know what that means. There comes a point where students sometimes decide, I don't want to be a student, I don't want to be here. We do our best, we love those kids, we love their families, we have all the conversations that loving people would in a community, but we are not going to zing a teacher for a low test score or something if a student just does not want to be there. And so
ultimately, it's the student's responsibility. Tina and Dell and I were talking about that. It's their responsibility ultimately.
Schools drop this reality of human nature, and that is an individual has to own their quest for an education. And if they don't, public education throughout the country holds the teacher or the school responsible for that. And that is unfair. It is a tragedy, and that's why you will have organizations and teachers that will scavenge resources and time away from the majority of their students in order to accommodate the hardest to teach cases. And it's hard because that's where they're hard. They want to do that. That is our nature as adults. Is kids suffering? My goodness, let's all go there. This is the hard economics, not just funding, but the hard economics of time, of love, of attention in a school. Is if you're going to take on the responsibility of teaching 29 kids, other people's kids, you have an obligation. You have accepted the obligation to to do the best for the majority of those children. And it kind of goes against our hearts sometimes to say, hey, the boy doesn't want to be here. Parents, you've got to help. Let's have a conversation on how we can fix that. But if we can't, I cannot make your child learn if he doesn't want to learn, and you don't want to help or support. I'm sorry about that. But I got 27 other kids I gotta teach, and I'm not going to rob them because this isn't working out with us. And now that's a culture. That's a cultural explanation. I don't know how we don't write that down in any of our documents. That is just our vision leads us to an understanding on student achievement that is predicated on that statement. That when it comes down to teacher evaluations, let's say goals and expectations about what a teacher should do in a classroom, it gives us the maximum performance for the most students in our school. And so those who fall through the cracks, let's say, what about those? We've got another system that reaches out to them. We call it our academic support team. And that's just when the team around those kids gets bigger, so that that poor teacher doesn't have to try to deal with that situation all by himself and herself. And it involves pulling parents in. And sometimes those parents come to the conclusion, and we don't do social promotion. So this is where it gets harder for regular public schools. So and I don't know what your policy is. So many public schools will just move a kid from one grade to the next when they're not ready. That is unfair to that kid. It's unfair to the faculty members who have to try to teach 7th grade curriculum to a kid who's at 3rd grade reading level, just because he's moving them on, and there's no accountability that way. And that's hard, is really, really hard. But that's our tactic at the school, is to suggest there really is such a thing as failure at the school. And that gets kids and families' attention. Sometimes they leave. Sometimes it just took them another year. Maybe they should have started kindergarten a year later, and we'll make that year up when they're in 6th grade, who knows. So in terms of vision, at my school, I just alluded to some of it and explained how that ends up, because you won't find what I just described in our policy. You might say policy. It's not in the vision statement. What I described is what happens down here when we try to implement that vision on behalf of our founders, our board, our schools, our current board who maintains our school's vision. So, and then let's say we have people from the community show up within our families, show up and say, hey, I don't like the way my kid's being treated, grades and so on. Well, we'll look into it. Maybe it's a valid complaint. Maybe we're doing it exactly right. Ultimately, if it gets raised to that level, we have a conversation in front of our board, and our board just makes a decision. Yeah, we think you're doing it right. Administrators, we think we should change or do something different.
Bob, maybe it'd be a good time now for us to get our lunches and we can continue with the work we want to. I know that everything is ready for us to have that now.
So while we're doing that, just keep this in mind. Vision, strategy, project, tactics. I'm going to kind of go through some of this, and then I'm just going to try to push you guys back to vision and strategies. Your bylaws try to keep you up there at the vision level. Certainly, I would suggest the strategy that can unify you. The strategy is the school district. That is the school district and the schools. That is the strategy. And then the project. So the vision should be huge. And again, I wouldn't want to script it. It could be. That is a mission statement is kind of a vision, but strategy too. But I mean, it could be we want to educate our children to be the best of the American spirit. I don't know, best of the American virtues and meaning. The best to empower our children under the Constitution. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I don't want to take what you guys have here, but what really sticks out to me is this last sentence. Liberty acknowledges the leadership of teachers in the classroom and recognizes the responsibility of each student for his or her academic effort. Because ultimately, like you were talking about, we have to, our students have to know that you are responsible for your education. They have to be, you're always going to be educating throughout life, but it's also the parents being involved with that with their children. And so I see it as, we're here to help with this and with students that are having the responsibility of their own academic efforts. Because if not, then we're just blaming teachers and administration. And I think we do need to have the expectation for the students that come to our district, that, no, this is in your court.
I would regard that as a strategy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I would. I would.
Gotta pull it back.
Yeah. No, I would, because those are steps to achieving the bigger thing.
The bigger strategy of
And
it.
the bigger thing, I would just say, we want to be. It's amazing, I'm sitting here struggling with myself, but because our vision is well understood. It's well understood by a handful of these books that I have here in front of us that we all read and we all adhere to, and some of these are the most important ones. And I mentioned Hirsch, Why Johnny Can't Tell Right from Wrong is our vision statement on moral and character education in the school. And well, and these two, the schools we need and cultural literacy. It's really these, we call these the big three. The philosophy of these books is our school's vision. This is where you find it. And I would characterize it a lot more succinctly our school does, but there's dozens more in here that we just are constantly reading. So I would say the vision of our school is that we want to be the best at bringing into our school the best lessons from throughout the history of education. Meaning we don't invent anything in my school. If anything comes in, it's got to be classical in nature. Meaning some of these lessons are 3,000 years old. Some of these strategies are old, tested, and proven.
Well, I mean, you can take the American Constitution. It's not necessarily the oldest, but it has proven to be one of the best. And so I think that our school should be promoting academic excellence. It should demand rigor in its application for the building blocks of any citizen, which is math, English, and science. But at the same time, it should be promoting the values, like you said, democratic values, but I would say like the values that respect the Constitution and laws of this country, as well as the heritage and history of this country and this state, something like that. If we're doing that, then I think we're doing things right.
Yeah.
So, and then you're getting into
The strategy.
there's individual responsibility, there's parental investment and guidance, and there's the leadership and accountability of teachers and administrators.
So that mission statement is followed in our bylaws with 7 statements, longer statements, about all the elements that you'll see in there. So there's a whole statement, number 6, is a statement about what a professional educator is. The last one, number 7, is about student agency, students being educated, led, and trained to taking ownership for their own education. And so that's, as I say, that's number 7. So those all get built out into specific building blocks, and then from there, our policies extend from there. So we're talking about strategies in our mission statement, projects that are going to be better articulated in those 7 principles, and then the actual tactics are what take place in the classroom. But the vision is accurately stated. I mean, it's here. We don't actually have a vision statement in the school. The vision is we want the best lessons in human history passed down and perfected in our school. And so that makes every one of our teachers academic historians and content experts. They don't just teach what the curriculum says. They know the succession of math education in order to get to the highest levels of math. And anybody know where that has taken place in the last century? Singapore. Singapore has done, hands down, the best, most proven strategy to math competency. And so at my school, since that's our goal, what is the best strategy? We looked around the world and found that Singapore met up with Lee Peng Ma, who was at the time Minister of Education in Singapore, and she flew out here. We had meetings with her. We use Singapore math for that. Because of that, we don't invent it. We look what is the best in our state? What is the best in our country? what is the best in the world. And the Singapore math structure was not invented by people in Singapore. It was a multi-millennial study of the best mathematics lessons that led to conceptual approach and understanding to mathematics. It's the best there is. And so if that's true, then it needs to be in our school. And it's challenging.
Does teaching something like that put you in a position where your students might not test as well on CMAS?
Yes, it does in math. Especially in math, because there are concepts we think are better understood with a stronger foundation later. So there are elements in the CMAS tests that our 3rd and 6th graders are going to get tested on they have not seen yet. And now, in high school, they do. And so when they end up taking the SAT and CMAS at the upper grades, you start seeing that. You start seeing them take off. And nobody touches them. Yeah, nobody touches them once they have that. Once they understand the concepts folded into formulas, let's say. But anyway, so let's take lunch, and then let's think about this, and then I'm going to go through and express it in a couple different ways, and then get to an important statement that seems so simple, but it should confound everybody.
I'm curious, are we getting lunch and bringing it back, or do we have to step outside? How much time?
What would you like?
I wouldn't mind a little natural light for a minute.
All right, let's come back here and let's be back here in 10 minutes. After you got your lunch, you have your lunch.
So I used to tell my students for education in the future. Last January, one of my colleagues called.
May I quote our preamble to our Constitution? I want to thank the supreme ruler of our universe for providing our lunch today and for this time together. Thank you.
So he called me, he had graduated in 2016, and he called me.
Come on, ladies.
2 years.
Yes, there are still
He
gentlemen.
says,
Go ahead, Dee.
he says, I just want to tell you that what you said to me means my education, my future. He said, I've been working at a manufacturer plant for several years, and I'm so dissatisfied. He said, even though I took a pay cut, I quit, and I'm going into the medical field. My education and my future. Talk about wanting to cry.
No kidding. Right on. Well done.
Yes,
An immigrant, yeah. An immigrant from Burundi, refugee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kim, you gonna record us eating food too? Kim, are you gonna record us eating food too?
The camera runs, yes.
Sure.
What's that?
Be aware you're being recorded while you eat.
Oh, is that right?
You don't want that going into find yourself in another spot.
When I said ladies, I meant you do that.
Well, I do that.
Toxic.
Yeah, because I was going to drink that. I think I still am.
You can have a treat once in a while, I think. Like game look. Yeah. Back on that. Regimen. That won't make sense.
I made some sunlight too. You for some sunlight?
You going out for dinner?
That's good, you know, Italian, ranch, all raspberries, or blue cheese. That's blue cheese.
Last January, I got a phone call from a former student in like 16. From Washington.
Okay.
Did you guys drive this morning?
We did.
Okay. And he says,
I gotta put the dressing on.
no, okay. So,
It actually, I was dragging it just because.
Oh, I know, trust me. My husband actually asked me, are you sure? I don't know.
We thought about it, but I was in the office till 8:30 last
he
night.
was a refugee from Burundi.
And Sarah and I just need time in the car.
My
I
education.
understand.
We can talk about it. It was really not.
Learn whatever you invest here is what you're gonna get later.
How long do you want to go there?
It's an investment, he says. I was curious, you were saying, education in the future. He says, I took a pay cut because it wasn't for
We met for Elvira. She was in the class and
took a pay cut.
she had
I'm going to school.
different jobs.
Is anybody else cold? Man, I am really
Because
good
it's
cold.
my education.
It's because my hair is so nice and thick.
And that's exactly what.
Your sunburn. You look so reflected.
Oh my goodness, when I was just in Sterling, Kansas visiting our daughter.
When, this weekend?
Yeah, well, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Okay, so you got your napkin.
So I had not been wearing my
I didn't cut your bread all the way, so.
Closely at the bucket.
I got nice and sunburned now, but it was,
How's your pregnancy going?
she's very depressed. She's, does not want to be pregnant with twins.
No one does, but, I mean, I might, it's runs in our family, we can do,
No, but she's very, very depressed.
I was not.
Did you and your wife have twins?
Yeah, our first two were twins.
Say it again?
Our first two. were
Your
twins.
first two.
My first ultrasound.
Well, Erin's husband just moved her from here out to Sterling, Kansas, where there's no friends. She's just starting to get in with the church group, with the mom's group, but really no friends, no support. 6.5 hours away. And she wanted to have another baby, but not yet, and not twins.
Twins won't get you a lot of friends.
Listen, they will, and my husband says that pregnant women are more contagious than COVID. And you can ask him because I'm
More
more
contagious?
than COVID, because anytime I see a pregnant woman, I'm like, I want that.
Erin is not feeling that way.
But you're saying Erin doesn't feel good?
No. She cries all the time.
Aww.
I got in trouble for leaving the door open, and like flies in the house. I painted almost her entire house. We did so much damage. So, Bob, what did you do when we forced government shutdowns
There was
of
time
the
to do
schools?
it.
When did your school do?
They stayed open.
We lost 2 weeks in the second year. So in the first, let's see.
March 24th.
2019 hit right before
Spring break.
spring break.
March 20th, yeah.
Yeah. And so we just canceled all of our spring break plans. a bunch of teachers, administrators, we kind of overhauled our school right after that, and we put it all online, and we did that. I want to see if we were out of school, well, until they told us we could come back in.
So you waited until the government said you could come back?
Yeah, our county, before our county. The leverage the county has is your certificate of occupancy, and they pull that.
Oh, seriously, that was the leverage? Our county would have recalled the commissioners had they
But in the very beginning, if you remember, it was all, even our county, everything was, the first few weeks was up in the air.
Yeah, the first couple of weeks, we didn't know what was going to go on, but then we started to realize, for kids, this wasn't what they were signing.
So that became for us where the value of Sarah and our school nurse and our administrators, just with this notion that we're going to learn more about COVID and keep in mind we've got the Center for Disease Control in Fort Collins, and we have some friends who are some of the top virologists who work there, and they were telling us all, we didn't have to rely on somebody's expertise, but we had some just constantly communicating to us, basically, I don't care what our agency tells us, I don't care what the Department of Health, children are not transmitters of this disease, they're poor transmitters.
And they're not dying.
Yeah, and so there's no reason to shut down. So we having that authority and that, or that knowledge as a background, doing our own research and so on, we were kind of dominating the county Zoom calls that they were having with all the different schools. They were saying, we have to do this, we have to do that. We just went right at the science. You have no proof of that. There's no way to establish it. You're guessing. And well, we just want to be cautious. Well, this is what happened. Anyway, so we ended up calling other charter schools and private schools together for a summit and passed a declaration of principles that all the schools signed. We ran full-page ads with these declaration of principles, and I think it had some effect. We just wanted to make sure that everybody in town knew that as a charter school, we don't defer judgment to somebody with a badge just because they have one. Maybe they're right, maybe they're not, but we don't just say okay, which is what our regular public schools did. In fact, they were asking the county to shut them down because their board did not want to make the decision unilaterally. So they were actually.
Yeah, that came out in an email. That, can you direct us to shut down?
Please tell us to shut
down.
Please shut us down.
The school boards were asking.
School board members.
You are kidding. I'm sure you have different factions within the parent population that were saying, no, not me, or they were saying, yes, we got to get our kids back to school now.
Yeah, I did it in our school.
So we did a hybrid in the end. As soon as we were able to get kids back in, we brought them in. They had to have masks on. I get beside that. I don't take too much time. So I would just urge you as an institution to adopt this mindset. So the governor signs an executive order that says all students must be in masks. I looked up the definition of a mask. There's no definition of a mask. So we went and bought, we'd already decided, we bought a bunch of plexiglass for 1,200 kids. 1,200 desks, 1,200 plexiglass setups, and 270 degrees coverage. And instead of calling those shields, which is all a mask, I call them desk masks.
Huh.
And so we changed all of our language. These are desk masks. 270, we call them 270 degree wraparound desk masks. And so the inspectors come over, oh, these kids have to be in masks. Yeah, you see it? 270 degree wraparound desk masks. no, they have to have masks on their face. We said, no, we read the executive order. You want to read it with us? Students must be in masks. No definition of a mask. That is a mask. We're talking. And first there was objection, and eventually somebody further up, we had a conversation, and she says, "Yeah, we'll back you on that. That's a brilliant idea." And from a scientific standpoint, that is better than a piece of cloth around for what we knew about COVID virus then. That is better than breathing through through a screen. And
Of course, parents were still welcome to put their kids in masks,
yes.
you know, that
So-
was.
Yeah, so we had 360 or 270-degree wraparound dust masks, and some parents did not like that, and so our answer was not. We're always looking for, all right, you were entitled to your differences of opinion. So parents do have the responsibility to educate their kids. We're not going to force anybody to do anything. We'll keep the cameras on. If you want to educate your child at home, we will make sure you're connected with every classroom. We're not going to teach you that camera. You need to cart the homework back and forth, but there's an option. If you do not want your child in schools, keep it on. And so
Again, parents, we are facilitators of the parents' education system.
And we lost some parents left, but our waiting list grew enormously when they found out that all the other schools were shut down and a couple charter schools were operating and open and doing everything we possibly could. And we were having and the other thing is we were having our COVID outbreaks, 2 or more classrooms in my county is called an outbreak. We were having them, and we had to quarantine the class and do all these different things, but it turned out they ended up moving through the school rather early. So by the time other kids were coming back to school, we were done with it. We had the herd immunity, it was over. And we were having very few cases after that.
Good.
So, some of that was, thank God it just turned out right. 'Cause
Well, David, that's almost the same story. So we were the only school that we to open.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
We were open the entire year. We closed for the spring. The governor said that we were home, but we opened the next year giving parents choices of remote, online, or in person. And we opened the whole year aside from, like you said, the outbreaks when we were forced. You had to send them home, or if we couldn't get staff, if too many staff were sick, we didn't have as teachers. So we couldn't have kids in
But
school.
you guys were filling in, administration was filling in for
But
teachers.
sometimes they exceeded, there's what, 5 of us?
Right.
We can't go very far. So,
Yeah,
so we
we-
still, just, no,
I know you guys did it.
2020.
Just,
Okay.
and then by the fall of 2020 through that school year.
But the upside is all the infrastructure's there right now.
Well, no, and I only ask that because there's certain schools in the Midwest where you can literally, parents can pop in, but that's a huge debate on its own because you have the hours.
Your senior year.
But the peers, they know what's going on.
They didn't come in in person.
Yeah.
But what we didn't want to do was just have this hybrid option in perpetuity.
I don't understand that. No, it's even not even with the COVID stuff. I'm saying even prior to COVID, people in classrooms and doing it.
And one of the things we heard most in the campaign, 2 things besides part of the curriculum distribution system, was so many parents approached us and said, no more masks. No more masks, no more masks. I mean, how many times did we hear that? That was one of the top things that they said. Let it be parents' choice.
I was kind of giggling that when we were little, Chris, I remember the Halloween costumes we used to have that were really full face.
Right.
The Casper mask and wet plastic. And, what's amazing is our kids were like, whatever. I mean, they were just happy to be there. So, in our school, our kids were, they really liked it.
It's certainly better that they were there,
Yeah.
but my children hated the masks. That was
Well, I hated this an adult,
something
but I
that
also,
they rid of as soon as possible.
I also hated COVID a whole lot more than the mask.
Yeah?
And I got it. And so,
And I did too, despite wearing masks.
no, this was the case of someone that didn't wear a mask that gave me COVID.
But everybody got it eventually.
There's no sex.
I got it in Maine at a marathon.
All right, so in the interest of time, I'm gonna start more of the conversation.
It's pretty good. I do too. Man, I'm freezing. It is cold.
So Tina saw this book sitting over here. Pat Lynchioni. I'm a part of another organization, a community leadership nonprofit. I've been for several years, and we had a retreat not long ago, and had a facilitator come in, and let's see, Mark Montini, anybody know him? Yeah. Remember Mark? I'm from Atlanta. He's a Colorado boy, moved to Mark. And anyway, he's a consultant and does all kind of corporate consulting, a little bit of politics too. And so he used this book and just recommended it, and so I've had my nose in this for a while for this other organization. I didn't necessarily use this in my school, but you said you use this with your administrative team?
We've done book studies in the past with him, but we also follow Kathleen Choney. He has a new model called Working Genius. He has a lot of great models that our teams use, our leadership teams use.
Well, I never heard of them, but I like this book, and I would recommend it, just as Montini did for our group. During our retreat, I had not read it, but he held it up, so it's easy to read. Just go get it. The 5 dysfunctions of a team, and I would recommend it. It's kind of interesting because I'm like you guys. I've probably read dozens and dozens of books written by consultants, and facilitators and so on. That are ready for very big bucks to talk to. And
Yeah, I'm ready to buy your book.
really, maybe I should break. I sort of have. We've got all kind of free stuff. I'm the predominant writer of this. I'll spend a minute on that. This is not the point. I want you to have this. It's not really the point of the discussion, but it's good tool. And we've got another one that's online almost. Our Give Me Liberty project that Sarah's working on. We're this close on. You're going to find that valuable too. But anyway, so what I like about this is, rather than case study after case study after case study, what Lencioni does is he writes it's a fictional work. He just takes all of the case studies he's seen working for is consulting with all kinds of companies. You can almost hear which ones he's talking about sometimes. And he synthesizes an imaginary company, and all the personalities are there, all the scenarios are there, and it just reads as a story, and it's really simply written and kind of, he's no great writer, but the points he's trying to drive home are done really, really well by reading a fictional story of real scenarios rather than just reading about one company and another company did this, another company did that. And you read this and it's kind of of the opinion that, all right, here's one company that is dealing with everything that the 5 main dysfunctions of the team. And these are them. That these are the dysfunctions that he comes to conclusion on. And the first is absence of trust. And this is where I would put, this is just the opposite of our vision, strategy, projects, and tactics, turned upside down. This is the vision stage. It's very difficult for any organization to establish trust if there's not some unity at some level on vision. And so that vision needs to be the things that you can agree on. Not to be too repetitive, other than I've already said it 5 or 6 times. The spoon-fed answer for today is, what did you take the oath to? Let's start there. And then see how far, as an organization, Mr. President, you can help lead your organization to start putting some things on paper that result in a vision statement. We want to do what our Constitution obligates us to do. We want to do those things as a subdivision of the state that we're obligated to, fair and equitable education within our community. And then when it comes to quality, it can't be good. Can't be good is nothing. Best we can be could be terrible. That could be a terrible. There needs to be a few things. I mean, best is fine. Best seems kind of nebulous, but what best does is opens us up to epic debate within my school about, is that really the best book we ought to be reading in 9th grade literature? Is it the best? If not, why not? Then we have an academic advisory committee where we kick these things around, and they're great debates, elevated voices, all the rest, where we all love each other, hug each other at the end. And then, but it is, I mean, it's a beautiful thing when you can accomplish that, because you can have conflict without fear, as long as it's aligned with the. I mean, again, best is not that nebulous. Best can be quantified. Best can be agreed upon in a diverse group. And so best for us is in the context of classical education. You know, what are the elements of classical literature that are expressed in How to Kill, and To Kill a Mockingbird, for example? Is there something better than that? And bring the experts in and have a debate. Is there a better message? Is there a better way to pierce the heart of a 15-year-old? Well, we do that actually in 8th grade, 7th grade. And of a 7th grader, is there a way we can touch them with the emotion and the power of that in an American context, which supports all of our visionary elements in the school? And then what's the best way to deliver that in the classroom? Who's the best one to do it? And we just keep trying to refine and refine and refine. For us, we're in our 25th year, so we've refined these discussions over a long period of time, but they're all driven by kind of what some would say is a nebulous statement. What is the best? What are the best books that we would expose our children to in a classical context, in the tradition of the canon of great books? And so when we do that, yeah, we turn some of these visionary statements into action plans. Anyway, so absence of trust is really a statement saying that we don't have vision, or we think what we put on paper really isn't your vision, or maybe what I think you're suffering from. I'm guessing you're suffering from. And it is. Well, we have a statement, but we don't really think that's the vision. And that's probably it. Is that the vision we have seen it? So if the vision can't be measured, enforced, embraced, described, then the vision must be something political that we're not hearing about. And that's certainly uncomfortable. It's not particularly fair. To your point, it's not particularly fair to the employees if they have to kind of guess, where the majority would end if there happened to be a vote on one topic or another. That's not fair, and it's not leadership. It's not good leadership. Good leadership would be to the extent that you can. Let's start nailing down some concepts, some ideas that give our leaders clearer direction about where forward is. Not that way. It's this way. Eventually that way. So next is fear of conflict, and so this is the point at which is captured nicely in the statement that you have now, but without a fine point at the end of the sentence. Competing ideas, competing ideas is the best way. Is the American way, right? Competing ideas is the thing. You want that. You want robust debate. What you don't want is to say, yeah, they're all valid. Yeah, we can do all of that here. Of course you can't do that here. So it kind of suggests you're going to employ all viewpoints in the operation of a district. And I think what I imagine was probably meant is we want to hear all ideas, but we can't just leave them there. We've got to aspire toward unity to some degree, and that does mean somebody's going to be on the short end of a vote. It's hard to do. It's done respectfully, and if it's done, again, it makes the case for marketplaces, and if it's done with the way that there is another option, when you're starting to show up on the short end of a community direction, well then, that's something you have to consider. They're taxpayers too. Some people really want critical race theory. If that's true, if that's true, when we get to the next thing I hope you can agree on, easier said than done. If that's true, then they should have it. Let's say we can agree, I don't know if we can. Let's say we can agree critical race theory is a bad strategy for, a substandard strategy for a comprehensive understanding of America's history, a patriotic outcome of what Americans should know, or what is even true. Let's just say we agree on that. If we can agree on that, then we would say a school that teaches that is probably not a great place to send your kid. But if you want that, with eyes wide open, that's the choice you would make. If you've got enough to sustain a school like that, why shouldn't you create it? That's just as rational an argument as a group of parents that says we want the core knowledge curriculum because we like that. And there's a bunch of people who think that's nuts. I know that because when we tried in Fort Collins, people yelled at us and said it was child abuse to expect that much out of kids. And it's not age appropriate. And, kids are going to be demoralized when they have to try to keep up with that curriculum program. Yeah, we were the people who were in favor of the bad education in the eyes of the majority. And the answer was, get in their school so they can go pretend they know what they're doing, and there must be some parents who want that, and so off we went. So that's kind of this excellent point, Chris, that you raised, and that is, does unity mean we have to agree on everything? Unity could be agreeing on the strategy of sufficient options. You're not going to be able to serve everyone. I mean, there's going to be the children of witch doctors who who want their kids to, learn. I don't know, I'm just picking something that's kind of bizarre in terms of a worldview. And there's not going to be a school for that. But there are rational options, just like people who can say, all right, I'm going to homeschool my kid, I'm going to create a pod, I'm going to, all right, we're not going to stop that.
Right, and just like with private schools, I mean, there are people who
Yeah.
want a very Catholic education, and that's not something the public school can deliver the way that a private Catholic school would.
Right. That's exactly right. Again, within context, I mean, in all fairness, you are the representatives of a government-owned institution. And so,
You say we can, can't do.
yeah, so the answer should be, we're gonna try to go forward this way. If your vision of the future is back there, we're just deciding we're not going to be all things to all people. We tried that, doesn't work particularly well. Maybe it did. Somebody said maybe it does. But as stewards of a government institution, you can't. I'm just telling you, your answer can't be go do it on your own. I mean, you've got to the extent that it is reasonable, feasible, achievable. If there's a way to allow every family that is a taxpayer to utilize their school district in order to help educate their kids. If it can be done, there's a term I used earlier that we just say it all the time at my school. I picked it up from one of my bosses in the oil industry, and that is we should not be the people who say no because. I mean, you can imagine in oil and gas, people come up with ideas all the time. Spend somebody else's money to drill a hole and see if there's money down there. We never say no because. We try to avoid that. The answer is yes if you can. So, yeah, we can do that if, and sometimes if makes that impossible. But that mindset of just that response, we can entertain every idea. We can do that if, and sometimes. So think of that. Try not to be the no because people. That's what government institutions typically are. Can't do that because. Yeah, we can do that if. Mindset. So anyway, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So fear of conflict, it shuts down organizations. So if you're pretty clear on a statement of vision, even a general understanding. Again, for us, It's those books, our founding policies, anything within those guardrails is is possible in my school. Anything. And so if it's outside, then we establish why that particular book, that particular approach is outside the philosophy. That's why I zero in on child-centered education. We are anti-child-centered at my school. And when people suggest, some kids just might like to do something. No. A third grader does not know what they need to know or how they need it. We do not defer to the inclination, judgment, aptitude of a child. We're not going to teach what they're interested in. We have a core curriculum. Of course, there's opportunity for some creativity. They're going to write an essay looking for certain elements, but they can write about their vacation. That's fine. But they're not going to write whatever. They're not going to write invent whatever styles of writing that third graders should know. We're not going to abandon that. We're going to hold them accountable for what third graders should know about their grammar and their vocabulary and spelling and so on. So we have those debates, which are easier to have if they are within the context of vision. So here we're talking about, maybe you have some, what's the parameters around vision? And I would say the parameters around vision were the last election probably, right? it had to mean something. This is a public school district and the public spoke and elected you all for whatever reason. I maintain, just based on what I heard, some of you ran for office and succeeded because you were campaigning on projects and tactics. All right? Voters can choose whatever they want. That's not the vision of the school, of the district. So you've got to separate that in your mind as to how you can achieve masks. Who said masks? Everybody told me, no, that's not an academic strategy for a school. That is a tactical strategy for a school. You can say it fosters learning. Ultimately, it leads back to the vision. But that's not a vision statement. No masks. That does not. So, but if you can start some conversations today, subsequent conversations based on where we leave things. Here, I'm telling you, it makes. I wish I could just bring you to my little school and hear some of the engaging debates that take place about every aspect of our curriculum. It takes place all the time. It's really a beautiful thing. And people lose these debates. We listen, we hear, no, we disagree, and here's why, it's rational, and some people get mad, but it's never our team versus their team, if it can be confined to the guardrails vision. Okay, fear of conflict. If you can agree with that, you're going to have, these are why organizations fail. There's fear of conflict. People just try to avoid it. These vision statements for your district, is that not a good way? You can see this in here. What resulted in these statements was people didn't want to disagree. The committee that arrived at this and sent this language to the board, that committee wanted to make sure everybody felt heard, and that everybody spent their time to see their fingerprints in here somewhere. And the lack of conflict is the beauty. That's what was achieved with a statement like this. And so that may happen. Especially in an academic community. That's what it's all about. Lack of commitment, of course. Once decisions are made, you'll have those who say, well, I didn't agree with that, so I don't really agree with I don't even agree with the mission of the organization. So that's the third most important characteristic of a failed organization, avoidance of accountability. I would maintain everyone in your district can avoid accountability right now, if they want, because of everything that's in here. Avoidance of accountability and then inattention to results. Results are in the eye of the beholder. And so, the opposite of all of this is that is the finding of his book. And then so I just turn that. What would be the positive statement of all the same things? We need to find a way to trust one another around vision. We need to embrace conflict around ideas. Commit to decisions and plans of action. So once you have them, commit to them. Hold one another accountable. So this is where at board meetings, you guys need to have the courage to do that. That is, you should not be regarded as the employee of the board. You should be regarded as a peer of the board who's held accountable by the rest. Maybe you have a higher level of accountability as the president for managing the meetings, but when it comes to your ideas, you are equal to everyone else around the table, and if somebody is drifting outside the guardrails of the vision, the rest of you need to stop that discussion before it gets out of hand, before it just wastes your time and takes you down, takes you in some other direction. So accountability is you all, and if you're not doing it, then the people out there at the next election are going to replace you all. And if they get to decide why, and you have not led the community as education leaders, of course they can decide. I mean, they can vote for whoever they want for whatever reasons. But as leaders, not just leaders here, it's leaders out there should be doing the job of helping educate parents on what should a parent know about their district, what should a parent want for their child's education, what are the reasonable objectives in a school system, and a school district should be spending as much time educating parents about what great education should be, and what should it be? Your vision. That's what it should be. If it's unaligned, they'll let you know when somebody else is in your chair. And then finally, I've heard this a few times today, focus on results. All right, now let me. I'm going to get to. I'm going to nudge you in what I think is the obvious direction, and you can. Maybe it's easier for you all to discuss it after I'm gone. But how do you establish goals like the best? So. You said the best that we can be. Get rid of the last phrase. The best. That's what you really are after. What I hear. How do you become the best? What does that mean? Oh, it's going to be a different answer for a number of people. But the answer is create some examples, some pocket. I think. I mean, you've got public schools. You've probably got 2 great teachers who are the best. You create examples of what the best means in this district. Maybe it's at a charter, maybe it's at an existing classroom, maybe it's a pod of 3rd graders, a 3rd grade team at an elementary school. What does that look like? And then find ways to empower those individuals and so in a way that you can tell the rest of your district, do it like them. That's what we're after. That's what we're going for. They get it. They understand. They've read the same books. They've had the same, been in on the conversation, however you accomplish that. Let's use a practical example from economics, and that is how, I mean to tell you, the story I started off with this morning of my special interest was not just mine. There were hundreds of families with the exact same special interest. They just went by different names and had different faces. From all over my community, we found one another, and we created one example of the best. One example. And its impact was district-wide. It improved the quality of education across our district in an important way. I don't know that people, district personnel, would give us the credit, but I think it's undeniable. Here's the story that I like to go through, and that is the story of the post office. Because when I was a kid, the post office was terrible. And when it was time to go down to the post office, this is a long time ago, let's say 50 years ago, or yeah. I grew up in rural Ohio, and so our post office was in Westchester, Ohio. It was all farm families. Anyway, when we went, it was hot. It was always muggy because we had humidity. There were bugs in there. The line was long. And if you had to go to just buy a book of stamps, you had to wait there for an hour to just get through the winding line to the one lady up there at the counter who would say next when she was done with that one, and you'd all take your one step forward. And that was awful. We hated it. The mail, when it got delivered to our neighborhood on Placid Drive, Oregon Road, the moms would all wait for the letter carrier to leave the neighborhood. Anybody in the mail business, letter post office business? When the letter carrier would leave, the truck would go out through the street, the moms would all wait politely. Then they would go down to their mailboxes, try to get there at the same time, because our mail was always in somebody else's mailbox and somebody else's mail was in ours, and so they would all meet and redistribute the mail to the proper place. And we still gave that mail letter carrier their Christmas gifts and stuff, because they only meant well. And that's the way it was. And why? Only game in town. It was against the law back in those days for anybody else to deliver a package, to deliver mail for a fee. They had a monopoly, and they did not care if the line got long, or people weren't comfortable, or if the letters got sent to the wrong address. And that was just the way it was. And it was expensive. And so, you know, what happened since then? All of you people who are younger than me, you don't remember the bad old days, because about the 70s or 80s, new opportunities emerged to deliver packages first, ultimately letters, and then the real game changer was delivering mail at the speed of electrons. You don't need the Postal Service anymore to do the things that can be done for your subscription price or for an equivalent competitive price anymore. And so those of you who are younger, you only know a really good Postal Service. It's pretty good. If the line gets too long, they don't let you stay there. It's air conditioned in there. It's clean, typically. I know they're bad examples, trust me. They got a big, they got a big bankruptcy problem right now, debt problem right now. And I guess they're bankrupt in the Postal Service right now. But it's kind of an amazing thing. You can even scribble the handwriting on an envelope today, drop it in the mail, and remarkably 2 days later it'll be in New York or wherever you sent it. Or the concept of what is happening there, to do that for, what is it, 55 cents now? To do that, that's really remarkable. And they didn't do this out of the goodness of their hearts. They improved like Beatty Elementary School improved when all these other competitors emerged, and they realized we've got to improve or we're going to go away. And so my message is that what I'm hoping to nudge you toward is you do not have to overhaul an entire school district. You just have to create and allow to exist pockets of the best to emerge in the community, and eventually the core mission is going to improve. It will have to. And it absolutely will, and it'll be a great thing. And it always is. It's that way. You know, this is not. This is not just some philosophy. And this really happens in every community where there is vibrant marketplace opportunities. The best examples end up attracting all families, including those who we think lack the sophistication to make good choices for their kids. Let me jump to that real quick, because I've been answering that for a long time. The best metaphor I would have is grocery shopping. So I'm terrible about it. I go down the aisle with my cart, I pull off everything that looks good, everything that's part of my habits. I don't read the labels. I don't even look at the price that often. I am a bad shopper for groceries. I'm usually in a hurry, just don't have time, too busy. But why am I getting the lowest price, highest quality, best convenience, generally? And it's because of the 20, 30, 40% of the people in the store who are reading the labels, comparing the price, shopping at one store over another. If there's enough people in the marketplace that are making the right decisions, I can probably do better, but I'm generally getting my money's worth and high quality in that cart by the time I leave as an unsophisticated grocery shopper. I can rely on enough people making prudent decisions about their child's education. And to the extent, I recognize Jan over there from church. Yeah, so if she's here, I trust her. I'm going to shop here too. You got that thing going on. And so I will tell you, when we started our charter school, there are a lot of families that came and they didn't know why. There are people who come to my charter school today. They see the high test scores and they just think, I want that. And we tell them, you're coming to the right place for the wrong reason. So we want you to read all this stuff so that you can be certain that you are philosophically aligned with the strategies of the school. And if you're not, in the Poudre School District, we have other options in town. You should consider them all. But if you've decided, whether it's through a sophisticated analysis or superficial analysis, we'll welcome your kid, we're going to love them, and we're going to do the best job we possibly can, and they are going to have every advantage at their disposal. And so that kind of sort of answers the question. Not everybody needs to be a sophisticated customer of their government when it comes to schools. More will, if it matters. Right now, in public education throughout the country, we have trained Americans that you can just hand your parental duties off to somebody else. And that's why my district told me the only thing that mattered was my address. They'll take it from there. Americans have been unfortunately trained in that way. And as community leaders, it's a hard thing to help empower families to realize you not only have the responsibility, we're going to help you harness that responsibility. We're going to empower families in ways that are meaningful. Make the best decisions for your kids. If you don't have time to go into that, we will be transparent about which is the best in town. And make sure that if you enroll your child there, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get in there. Why empower parents in this way? That's Milton Friedman, by the way, Nobel laureate economist. I'll go through this really quick. He got his Nobel Prize for monetary policy and trade. But he and Rose, his wife, had a personal affinity for school choice. He wanted to try to impose marketplaces, create marketplaces in education wherever they could. And he was agnostic about what that choice looked like. He was in favor of charters, he was in favor of vouchers, he was in favor of tuition tax credits, he was in favor of anything that would promote more marketplaces in education. And so I saw him in Denver. I made this graph. He just sat there with no notes and went through some economic principles. I was scribbling them down, and I made this graphic as a result of it. So it says, in the first instance, when I spend my money on you, I care more about the cost than I care about the quality. Okay? I'm spending my money on you, I care about the cost more than the quality. This explains Mom's thumb at this shoe store. She's spending her money on you. She deliberately does not want the shoe to fit when you're a kid, because you're going to grow. And so she puts her thumb in to make sure if she's going to spend the money, the shoe doesn't need to fit today. It doesn't need to be perfect. The kid's going to grow into it and wear them out, and she wants to spend less. So moms really do this. Dads do maybe, but my mom always did. She deliberately made sure that the shoes she was buying for me were not adequate, that they did not fit. She's spending her money on me. She cared more about the cost than the quality. This is just human nature, okay? Which is, economics is the study of choices. The next box, I made some of these. That took me like 3 hours. So it'd be nice if you all.
That was very good. Thank you.
Isn't that awesome? Thank you. So when I spend your money on me, now I care about the quality more than I care about the cost. The worst of all worlds is this next box right there. And that's a scenario where you give somebody the authority to spend your money on you. And what I've just described is the business you're in. Your constituents have given you the authority to spend their money on them. Okay? That's what you're doing. And when that happens, let's reverse it. We're all taxpayers now. When you give somebody the authority to spend your money on you, you have an institution that does not have a high motivation to care about the cost or the quality. Now, every time I say that, people say, "Yes, we do." Yes, and that's true. These are not mean, pernicious people who try to figure out how to waste money all day and come up with the lowest quality product. It doesn't work that way. Here's what it looks like. Here's what an administrator's job is: complying with this nonsense and making sure that you don't miss a report, so that you get your money rescinded or you get some kind of demerit from CDE. So, I'm being sympathetic here. Of course they love the kids. Of course they want the best academic outcomes for the community. You guys live here. You love these people, care about these people. Well, you take on the job and assignment of being a government worker in a government organization, a street-level bureaucrat. It's not negative words, it's just real. Your day is defined by checking boxes and making sure you're not late on something. And what it just happens. It just happens that you're not spending money on the highest priorities within your community. Why? Because you're going to get a sanction if you don't spend it on I don't know, whatever. right? It's just this whole scenario. Somebody else is spending your money on you. There is not a daily motivation to care about the cost of the quality. I'm talking about public education here, other things too, but public education certainly. And so the best of all worlds, just from a decision-making and economic perspective, is to try to find as many strategies as you can to get to a place where you can spend your money on you, or I get to spend my money on me. That's the only scenario where I have a daily motivation to care about both the cost and the quality, and I'm going to care about them the same. And some of the options that you already have here in Woodland Park are they're not in this box. They're a step in that direction. And that is to the extent to which you can move your kids from one school to another. You can send your kids to a charter school that is housed in a public school building. The extent to, and any others you have that I don't know of. Maybe there's some private services that you facilitate, I really don't know. But it's a giant step in this direction. My only point as a consultant at this point is, as board members, from an economic standpoint of trying to get the highest cost, the greatest quality for the dollars you have to work with, is to try to get in this box as often as you can. So the reason I say charters and choice within the district are a step in that direction is because a parent gets to make these decisions with the choice that they make about their child. And if that thing is real, if it really is worth $10,000 that they carry in a kid's backpack from school A to school B, because whatever it is, school B just looks better to them, that first causes school A to say, wait a minute, wait a minute, we can improve to get that student back, that family back. We need to improve in a different way. We need to be competing for the judgment of the marketplace when it comes to elevating cost and elevating the efficiency and the quality of education. And I not just submit, it's not a hypothesis, it is an economic reality that when the taxpayers, when the families, the taxpayers who your policy says, the owners of the district, and you are the facilitators between the owners of the district and the school administration. Empowering the owners of the district is what I'm getting at here. If you're making decisions that cut them out of the equation, you're disempowering them to the extent you can move as many families in the Woodland Park School District as you can into a place of empowerment so that they are coming closer to spending their money on themselves. That is your quickest pathway to generating the highest quality for the lowest cost and caring about this thing. I'll give you two quick examples. This will scare you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was going to go back and just talk about, like, you're talking about wanting to train parents, and you're like, we have parents, and you've said that might not agree. Like, we see it in our district now, and from just following the previous years, it started to come about how people were elected, and just parents were noticing that there was a bus that was sending schools from our county down to another district. And so we're starting to see this, and then, merit comes along. So where can we, empowering parents by giving them their own schools? So, we were talking about chartering a district or chartering more schools, and I think, and I don't know if that's what our parents want. We have parents who, maybe they want some learning platform. We hear that. We have other parents who want classical learning. We have facilities that are, we're going to have to talk about that are not completely full. Like, what is the future of this district? And how can we also bring some of those parents back? We live in a beautiful town. You have Pikes Peak right there, where it's not foggy, guys. I'm sorry, you guys are coming on a smoky day where there's some smoke there. But, parents do talk about that. They say, hey, I noticed Johnny, he can do that. Where's he learning that at? And we start to compare and contrast. And so that competition breeds excellent idea, I think, is what our district is seeing in that transition period that Austin was speaking of. So.
For me personally, I think parents choosing to send their kids to they're trying to layer off that windshield. Parents sending their kids, making their
marketplace.
Market choice.
Yeah, making a choice and buying a product off the shelf. That is even more in this box. That is not a bad outcome. And
Excuse me, can I get to that
I think it goes back to how do you get more parents to do how
Thank you.
more committed in their in the district. And I think as district, representatives and board members, we have to do a better job of that. And I go back to what I think.
you should all have discussions about this. You're asking me.
I guess I'm just
Yeah.
generally speaking, from what I've gathered, if board members want to jump in,
Yeah.
please do. This is just a topic of discussion, but I think we should have or continue forth. There's something that we're going to be looking at.
As just an idea machine, which I tend to be, drives my staff crazy. I would regard private options as a win-win for the people who are choosing that.
So that,
And only look at those individuals who approach you and say, I'd like to get that same education in my school district, and there are some number of us who agree, at which point you can say, great, let's start having some meetings and figure out how we can make that happen. We've got some empty buildings, maybe there's some strategies where we can pull that off, so that you don't have to leave the district to go pay extra, pay double for the thing down the mountain. But just the notion of, hey, there's a bus full of kids going out of town, that's a problem? It's not a problem. It's only a problem if some of those would prefer that option here. And it may not be possible. I mean, if it's a Christian school, if it's a secular school, if it's a secular school, then the thing that they're offering you can't duplicate under the law, unfortunately. And so that's a guardrail. You gotta respect that. And so I guess my point is it's not necessarily a bad thing that people are going to choosing private options. The question is, as servants to your customers, the taxpayers, whether they send their kids here or not, if there's some number of them who you might be able to facilitate a way forward as the conduit between the owners and your administration, whether it's a big group, whether it's a small group, that conversation ought to be natural in the school. Yes, if there's only 10 of you, might not be enough, not cost efficient. Well, there's 100 of you, and we might be able to pull that off.
Are you finding that it's best facilitated when the impetus of that is the parents and the community members, as opposed to, let's say, the organizational leadership of the board trying to create different pockets of without the energy of the community? I'm just saying, like, have you discovered in your experience that if there's an organization that sees the value of offering a variety of options, and they create these varieties, but there's not that buy-in from the community, is that a problem? I mean, I could see where that could go. Like, it could be like we could try to be preemptive and try to anticipate what the needs might be, or we're hearing from a small number, but maybe it's not, it doesn't have like a critical mass of energy towards it. I don't know, I just speak to that.
And yes, I've seen examples where school districts have created specialized schools to accommodate an important priority for the district that was not being met either by regular neighborhood schools or by charters or by private schools. And so districts, and these tend to be urban districts, will create a school that specializes in, let's say, a vocational track. Might be an example. It could be a vocational track. But they had the interest in it. They had the student interest in the cash flow in order to make that economically viable for the district. But there was no group or organization that was really pushing for that particular option. It was just the judgment of the board that this is important for our community. We're hearing it from different leaders. And it might be churches, synagogues, it might be business leaders, it might be others that we need. This would be an important element in Denver, let's say, and therefore Denver is going to sponsor an option. But then it's predicated on people really wanting it. If they don't, I guess it probably shuts down and goes away at some point in time. So I've seen those examples where districts have come forward with innovative market-based solutions to meet the needs of a district that they felt needed to be met, but didn't move on. Yeah, Brett.
Just as an example, down in District 49 in 2013, 2012, in addition to doing some things that you may consider or may not consider having to do with the Innovation Schools Act, so that had to do with waivers, and so there's teachers there that don't have licensure because their school chose to waive that, and there's different things like that. But in addition to that, they solicited requests for proposals predominantly from teaching staff. So they wanted to go to the educators, but they also opened it to the community to suggest pathways and programs. And so they then adopted, like, for example, a 2-classroom modular that was basically I don't know what kind of school you call it, a contract school, I suppose, where 2 teachers proposed that we can do the soup to nuts education. It's going to be an outdoor exploratory learning project. And they ended up, without being a charter, but within the district, they did this proposal. And they just said, we want to be excluded from some of these other regulations. They have a wait list of 150 kids for a 65-kid program that is housed in conjunction with one of our middle schools. Big success, and there's lots of examples of that. So reaching out to your community to ask them, your question, Chris, might be a way to go.
Yeah, you just prompted in my mind. In Poudre School District, we have it started the same year we started our charter school, so they're on their 25th anniversary. The Harris Bilingual School was proposed by teachers. It's a bilingual elementary school that they got another asbestos-ridden building at the same time we did, and it's still thriving. It is a school that was established by the district, proposed by teachers, but maintained there in the district. There's an expeditionary learning school that the district now has that it runs. It's totally incongruent with the academic goals of the district, but there was enough interest in it for our community, and so the district maintains that. And people who work there all are bought in on the philosophy that parents who send their kids there. It's not a charter, and those are some good examples of some unmet needs in the community that there was some agreement on, and the district, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I'm tracking on that because you were saying that you're not necessarily proposing like a charter school district entirely, but there's a hybrid sort of like ideal that could be fostered within the district, where there could be specialized emphasis on particular campuses or particular schools that have a stated distinction. And so I'm just wanting to explore that, because if we don't, then it does tend to lean towards the us and them, either or, charter, public, you know what I mean? And so there can be a blend, I believe, of options that I'm not hearing a lot about. So I would just like to just open that, and we don't have to discuss it now. I just think open that in the realm of ideas.
Well, that's where that's exactly this box. It does not have to be charters. It is anything. Anytime you're making progress toward empowering parents with the decisions. I don't know what your PPR is, $10,000 or $9,000, somewhere in there, more, less, I don't know. Less? Yeah, ours is about 9 in Fort Collins. What do you think, Zach? Around 9, yeah, that's what our PPR is. So, as long as it's, that's PPR from the state, so when you throw in some federal funds and some fundraising, in my school, let's say it's around 10. So if you, to the extent you're empowering parents with real decision-making about how getting them close to spending their money on them, then you're participating in just a higher level of meaningful scrutiny over better outcomes, cheaper prices, and efficiency within the community. It does not have to be just charters. It can be any strategy. That's my point, and that's what I've in all my years. Anything Friedman was exactly right. Anything we can do to get toward, the best expression of this is probably private education and homeschooling. But even then, they're foregoing their property tax dollars and sales and income tax dollars and paying double. So as a public school, and within the context of public schools, if you just keep this in mind, anything you can do, as many options as you can afford and create and run credibly, that's going to give you the best outcome. So the solutions, let me, now I'm concerned about this time talking. So at our school, here's a couple, when I said that, we're not talking about mean people who do bad things, here's what your administrators have to deal with, board members. This is the, these are the process, this is Denver Public Schools, so your laws are, all these things with flags are, and this is just intended to be dramatic, but when I first saw this, I did not invent this, this is from this organization here, and this is 10 years old, so there's probably another panel to it now. When I first saw this, I thought, wait a minute, well, I saw all these Colorado flags, and yeah, I remember that law from the state legislature days, I remember these things. Between federal laws, state laws, case laws, and standard union contracts and union contracts, these are the steps you must go through in a Colorado school 10 years ago to remove a disruptive student from Denver Public Schools in this case. So now, look, you're not in the business of removing kids, but I'm talking disruptive, habitually disruptive to the extent that it costs opportunity for other children. You would do a better job on your own managing these situations in a more loving way, emblematic of this community. But if your only remedy is this, it's never going to happen. It costs too much. And the only way you can remove a habitually disruptive student from a classroom is if there's violence. And even then, it's hard. So you administrators know what happens, and that is you just deal with it. You try to manage it best you can. If you got parents who are talking to lawyers through the process, it just becomes, it's not worth the money, it's not worth the fight. So the elementary teacher or principal, if they're the ones with these kids, they just grit their teeth and get them on to the junior high. That junior high administrator is going to wait a couple of years till that kid moves out of their school and goes to high school. If the kid makes it through 4 years at the high school, they're going to end up with a diploma that they probably can't read, and it'll become somebody else's issue only because this makes no sense, right? So as a result, you don't have loving guidance given to children and families to help them be successful by the time they graduate. Every one of these bubbles comes from some well-intentioned legislator way back in 1943 who passed the law because there was an injustice in Colorado, and some legislator said, I'm going to fix that, and so they did, and this new bubble is here, and it's never been removed. And so now they just keep adding and adding, and so this is what happens when you allow people to spend more money on you. This is the process for removing an unsatisfactory teacher in a Colorado school. And again, 10 years old, so there's probably more panels here. When somebody says due process is really important, this is what they're talking about, is these steps. And so this is why you have what's called the Dance of the Lemons, and heard that term. Dance of the Lemons happens toward the February, March of every school year, when the teachers that administrators can't fire because that they're, it's not called tenure anymore because they're vested. You can't remove them. You can't fire them, but you don't want them. So administrators try to push them to somebody else's building or somebody else's district. And in March, it's called the Dance of the Lemons. The worst teachers are getting passed off on other unsuspecting administrators. Sometimes they get hired. If they don't, then they get other jobs. In big districts, they go to what's called rubber room, which is a couple floors in the Denver Public School buildings, headquarters, where they become curriculum administrator, curriculum specialists. They read articles all day, write reports, but they don't endanger the kids. So I mention all this because this is what happens if you're content to accept the notion of spending other people's money on you. Letting somebody else spend your money on you. Taxpayers letting you spend their money on them. This you can't avoid this. You got laws, you got case law, you got so many other things that are impairments. And so, what are some answers? Here are some. Create marketplaces in education where possible. Treat parents like real customers. Treat educators like real professionals. And demand agreement on the universal truth. this is the point at which I want to challenge you. Can you agree to the universal truth of education? Everybody says they can. It is the right and responsibility of parents to direct the education and upbringing of their children. Is that true? If you all could achieve unity on this precept, and I want to caution you, don't do it fast. Because if you really believe that, then that is an enormous step toward bold reform in a district. It is the right and responsibility of parents to direct the education and upbringing of their children. So think about that for a minute. Can you agree to that? I will just tell you, I think you should. Colorado Constitution sort of suggests you should be able to agree to that. What I read in your policies, nebulous as some of them are, you sort of agree to that to an extent. But if a district can embrace this, I didn't invent this, by the way. I say universal because it is a natural right. If you agree with that and embrace that, then what does that mean? And here, let's jump in the interest of time. Yeah, definitely in the interest of time. In the interest of time, let me come to the most confounding aspects of something that looks so simple and obvious, and that is, does a parent have a right to send their kids to a terrible school? Well, I say yeah. I can tell you the Colorado Department of Education does not embrace this. The legislature, on balance, there are legislators, but there's no evidence in legislative outcomes that the legislature embraces this. Maybe to some extent here and there, but on balance, our legislature doesn't. The U.S. Department of Education does not embrace this. The only place this is going to get recovered is in school districts where you have the authority to insist upon such a principle. You can do it in charter schools. This is our universe. We embrace this universal truth. Again, we didn't write it. We just saw that and thought this comports beautifully with every aspect of my school's vision and my school's mission and vision. And it's an operating premise for. It changes the dynamic of the relationship away from this notion that families just send their kids off to some building to be educated. And so the answer to your question is yeah, this is not embraced in America that much anymore in practice. And so it has resulted in generations of families that have been content to just hand their children over to districts. But as soon as a district, as soon as a charter school, as soon as any organization says, we do not educate your kids. You hire us to assist you in educating your children. If you can get to that point as an organization and even just agree to not that statement exactly, but a vision statement for the district where those constitute the guardrails, then you're on. I don't want to say it's going to be magic because it's going to be hard and it's going to take years, but that is the first most important parameter and guardrail that will revolutionize your approach to education and make you legitimate leaders, not just in your district, but in our state, possibly in our nation. I think you have the capacity to do that. So this is hard. Does a parent, jump to the hardest part of this. Do we acknowledge that parents can make unfortunate decisions about the child's education? We accept that you can pull your kids out of public schools and try to homeschool them and not do that particularly well. That happens all the time. We accept that you can pull your kids out of public schools, send them to a private school that doesn't do a good job, and we allow that to occur because we defer to parents' judgment. But once you're spending tax dollars, that's where it becomes difficult because you don't want to be spending money on bad examples and bad outcomes, and so that's where your vision, strategies, and projects and tactics should be more about guardrails, and more about yes if rather than no because, yes if, and it just empowers to make better decisions about their child's education. And I got to tell you, the relationship that creates with faculty and with administrators is transformative. It absolutely is, because the days of being all things to all people can end, and the idea of creating pockets of win-win pockets, parents who are happy, a district that can provide the service that some collection of parents wants. I don't want to paint a picture or make it suggest that you can do this overnight. I mean, the charter school movement in Colorado is now 26 years old, and it has been perfected and improved along the way through a lot of trial and error and political fights, real bad ones. Some people have lost their jobs in legislation on school boards over just that aspect. So I don't want to suggest there's some panacea here I'm offering you. I'm just suggesting that this is a good time here in Woodland Park for you all to see how far you can agree on vision for the organization, and then agree to supervise that. Once that vision is well adopted and well understood, personnel then becomes policy. You've got to have the leaders who embrace your vision, and then their success is going to be predicated upon leading with clear direction, clearer direction, in a well-established direction, and over some number of years, there will be some self-selection. If it's a direction that an employee doesn't particularly like, well, they don't have to work here. Nobody's being forced. But if the vision for success, and the vision for an ambitious vision, a vision for being the best in certain areas is well articulated, you're going to attract the best teachers from throughout the country. I do that. Teachers find me in northern Colorado, and it's really incredible. I never guessed that when we started school, but it happens. People leave other districts because they want the certainty of having a plan and having a clear vision about what our school should be. They leave other schools and come here, to come to my school as a result of that. I just gave you a few examples here. I think that's my last slide. I'll just leave that up there.
And you gotta defend what you have.
What's that?
And you have to defend what you have.
Yeah.
Really intentionally.
Absolutely, because anything you do that's successful is going to be attacked. You can count on that. So I just brought you these other examples here, and the only reason is I hope you'll have a chance. I don't want to go through it here today. Hope you have a chance to go through. So the Independence Institute, this is already a year old. Independence Institute came up to Fort Collins, and they just basically called us and said, "Hey, we just keep hearing about success year after year after year. How do you pull this off in a community where our doors are open to all students? There's no screening, there's no test, there's no particular part of town that we serve. We are in an industrial park, and we'll serve our mission is to serve any child who is a resident of a Colorado, any child of a Colorado resident is eligible for the school."
Do you have transportation busing to your school?
Sort of. No. The answer is no. We have shuttles between our campuses. We don't have. We don't have.
You don't have student home delivery.
No, and that is our district's decision, not ours. So we have. I don't want to get too deep into these. Years ago, we proposed a strategy to bring kids from anywhere in this. When we started our charter to our school, our district wanted no part of that. They did not want to participate in facilitating children being transported, even at our expense. They would not facilitate that. So we don't have it, and haven't since. It was because they opposed the idea of choice and competition. However, I will never take no for an answer. We just called the city. We got a bus system in our town, so we called the city and said, "Is there any chance we can put we see your buses going down the major street just 3 blocks away. Can we just reroute one of those?" And so now we have, it took several years, now I got a city bus stop right across the street from our school. So kids can get to both of our campuses, our existing campuses. And Yeah, I just didn't even think about that for the new campus. We don't have a bus stop over there. But I went to the city and utilized all my political contacts to get routes that are outside of the most efficient bus routes so that they could get kids to our school because the district would not help. So now we've got the city helping, which is they're willing to do. So the answer is parents can put their kids on a city bus and get them to our school. It's not practical for everyone in town, but for many. So that's one answer. And then we organize carpools and stuff too. So anyway, so the Independence Institute came up, and what I love about this is this writer, Ross Izzard, he dialed right into the vision part. And he talks about everywhere you look in this organization. I can talk to the children, I can talk to the parents, I can talk to the administrators, I can talk to the headmaster. Everybody is on message about what this school should be achieving. And so that's just a school example, but I don't see any reason why that cannot happen within the district as well. This occurs at the curriculum level, but we're talking about vision and strategies at your level. You don't have to get into the projects and tactics. Projects and tactics just need to comport with the vision and strategies that you lay out. And your policies are actually, I'd write them better, you can, but the lessons of so many school districts that help come up with the CASB boilerplate language have it exactly right. The board should be at the vision and strategy level. And strategy is the discussion level with your key administrators. The projects and tactics should be just a conversation when they come back. When do you meet? Monthly, every 2 weeks? How often do you meet?
As often as we need.
Okay. When they come back to your board meetings, you're having your board reports, or your administrative reports, should really be only a function of a conversation and discussion at the time, perhaps, but there should be a vote eventually. That's not going the direction we had in mind. We want to send you a message. That's the message I'd like to send. Do it by resolution. I don't know how you communicate to your staff without communicating outside of meetings. The sunshine law is a great thing. I helped get that passed. I'm in favor of it. People in government hate it. Sometimes I hate it, but it's the right thing. It's a beautiful thing in Colorado. Promotes transparency, so embrace it and respect it. It does create an inefficiency. At a charter school, we're bound by open meetings laws too, and but not as administrators necessarily. So we can have all kinds of great conversations about the way forward. Propose it to our board. They can say, yeah, we like that. No, we don't like that, and so on. But that should be the level of a good board. Have trust. Build trust among yourselves. That trust is transferred ultimately to your top administrators. Administrators are only going to succeed if they have the power to align the employees to your mission, to your vision, to their strategies, so that project and tactics all have to be aligned. When everybody in the organization understands this, which is what I have now at my school, I'm no remarkable leader. Trust me on this. All I do is focus on vision and strategy somewhat at my school, and what happens is all my employees know where the school is supposed to be. I'm not there today. There are 1,000 decisions being made at my school right now, and what I know is that I have high confidence they are all that way. Okay? And I could walk away from that and go back at the end of the day and find out all the things that happened today. They're all going to be about there. Most of them are going to be spot on through 25 years of perfecting and documenting and perfecting our policies. My rewrite at my school, and you can find it all online. Our policies and documents are like our Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, our state Constitution. They were drafted our school's 25 years old, so this would be 27 years ago when our founder started writing them down. They get touched up from time to time, but because the policies, their strategy, come under a very clearly stated vision, they don't need much revision. Things change. Sometimes we have to go, something new technology. There are cases we got to go back and visit, or sometimes write things. Student data privacy is something we had to go invent a couple of years ago. and add that, and some security issues that, so, but the point is, this looks like it was overhauled and rewritten in 1998. It's due to be touched up again. In some ways, if it were me, I would view this task as starting from scratch. But the value of liberty is mine's 27 years old. So how does that get translated to parents? We have a better school when our customers, taxpayers and parents, according to you, have a clearer picture on what education ought to be. And so, here's a good example. I just opened up to page 39. High Priest of Miseducation, who's there? John Dewey, just talked about him. I talked about this guy left and right. I got his books over there. I know more about John Dewey than the acolytes of John Dewey do. And so we, in order to know what's right, we spend a lot of time talking about what's wrong. And so there he is. And what's the purpose of this? We put a lot of emphasis in making sure our parents are good customers of their schools. They should be demanding customers of their government at all levels. They should be demanding customers of public education in our community. We help families outside of our school be good customers of public education. And then those who send their kids to our school, we spend an enormous amount of effort trying to make sure that, all right, you might have been attracted here for the test scores. We want you to understand how the school works, because we don't educate your kids. You educate your kids, and you hire us to help you. And it only works if we're all on the same page. So it's impractical. It's impractical that some of the things I heard in the initial discussions. You know, what is your self-interest? And when we say we want to be the best we can be, it's impractical that everybody in a public school district is going to agree on what that means. But it is practical that a variety of people with differing opinions can have their kid in a place where they're getting what they want for their kids, if you agree with that. So in terms of a lecture, that's about all I've come prepared to discuss. I know, David, you had some intention of discussing communication relations protocols, your meetings, your agenda, some of the board structure and reports. If you'd like, we could go through those. I would, the only reason I kind of decided to spend more time on vision statements is because those things, as important as they are projects and tactics for you and for your board. And if you can't focus as a board on vision, agreement, trust initially, then who cares? Who cares how you run your meetings? You'd be wasting my time, you'd be wasting yours, you'd be, if you have an elegant way to communicate, you're communicating junk. Don't spend time on that. Just come up with anything that'll work. Steal from another district. Don't reinvent that wheel. So I
think you've refocused us pretty well that we need our own vision. A former board member was always pushing, and saying that we need a vision or mission statement to guide us in all of our decision making. The more that I heard from you, the more I was seeing that how does our administration, school, parents, students, how do they know what direction we're going? What security does a teacher have in their job in knowing whether they're going to do a good job or not unless we provide this direction here for them? So I'd like to hear from the other board members, what are your thoughts on the importance of vision, mission?
Absolutely important, and I also agree with, we have to, empowering our parents, and it is a responsibility of parents for a certain aspect, because I had this conversation with Della and Tina, and I said, this has to go back to the parents. and we have to be, and I know with the district, and even before the election, a few years ago, when I moved here a while ago, but a few years after I had River, I would hear from people like, I'm not getting enough emails. Well, that's something that's really, the parents are getting emails, we're getting that, and I think it's just finding a better path for that forward, because they are communicating more. Our social media has gone up, we're communicating on that. We have more people focused now than ever, and I think that's a good thing, whether it's bad or not. We still have to listen to all the parents in the district and listen to what they all want, including the teachers. I thought it was an interesting point. You said, hey, these teachers, they created this and they wanted to have a whole school to do this. I mean, that's, it's not always just parents, but those are parents too. They're in the district. We have teachers that are parents and young parents. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like that too. Anybody else?
I like the idea of taking our vision and shortening it, concentrating it, and focusing it on in a more objective fashion. Intentional, purpose-driven, whatever the buzzwords of the day are. But like, I think it should be rooted in a culture that supports, objective academic excellence and supports the core values of the country, like independence, freedom, and equality. Because we want that freedom, which will promote the diversity of ideas. We want the independence of a student who has successfully gone through his education and is then free to follow his path. Because we're making history with people's futures. That's what we're doing.
And I also state that those ideas are not ours, but the district and the parents that drive those ideas.
Right, and that's...
And which I just want to point out publicly, because I think this board gets, the partisan side of it versus like nonpartisan and being principled, but we can have all ideas,
Right, and it's equality, which is that every kid is going to be treated equally, nobody's going to be discriminated against, and we're not going to spread the misery around. Hopefully we can spread success around, but I think if you have a culture that fosters things in like we're going, to me, when I got in, I did read the Constitution and I did read the statutes, and that does focus me, and that's just natural as a lawyer, and I tend to go to that, but, we did take an oath to that, and I've said before, I took an oath to uphold the law, not policies of the previous board. I think we should be focused on our constitutional responsibilities, and that's how we inform the citizens that we're growing here. It's about promoting the values of this country, whether it's the values of the republic or the democracy, or it's the heritage or history of this state or this particular community. If we can focus in on that so that we have something where parents and teachers and students really, that they know they're expected to learn things and be able to succeed in the academic subjects that have universally informed our country's schools for over 100 years. And at the same time that we're going to promote a culture that teaches independence and freedom and equality, I think we're going to be able to, I think that would be great. I think that would be something that people would understand and people would want to be a part of, and hopefully it would be something that people would have an understanding of whether or not we're succeeding or failing at it. I'd like to shorten it up. I'd like to get it more objective, and I'd like to get it more centered on our constitutional responsibilities and our duty to our community and our country. And I do think I agree with that. I think that's why I got into this. I do think we have to respect the input of our parents. They are the customers, and like you were saying, Chris, like we can't just sort of willy-nilly be like, well, I like this, and so I think we should have a school of this. It's like I bet if we came up with the very best school for teaching the French language, we probably would not have enough students and parents to keep it going. Even if some of us are francophiles, right, is the word. I might imagine that if we did something that was more like military academy focused, we might find greater customer base amongst our community for that sort of thing, just knowing how many people are involved in the DFD and armed forces and things like that. But I love the idea of getting ideas from our teachers, if what they're seeing, if they think they might have a program that would work for 50 kids, 100 kids, whatever is economically efficient to stand something like that up within our community. I love that. I think that focuses on the diversity of ideas, the diversity of the community, while respecting the right of the parents to direct the education. And I'd like to think that we could do that in a way that, like what you're saying, Bob, if there's a demand for CRT or there's a demand to get rid of it, that we, as a district, we have to try and represent as much of the community as possible that's going to be economically viable, actually hire the teachers to fill the classrooms and buy the desks and things like that. So, I don't know, that's my thinking. I know I'm just rambling at this point, guys.
Oh, that's good. Anybody else? Any of the other directors?
Come on, Sue, you have to talk.
Sue? Well, I agree. We need to create a vision that can be measured. And we have, in the past year, as Director Austin pointed out, we do have a lot of diversity in our community, and that's why parental choice and school choice is all the more important, like what you were pointing out. It's not one size fits all, but we also are bound by the Constitution, which is that oath, and what history prevails. And say if you don't know where you come from, you won't know where you're going. So I think we have it's an opportunity for us to create a community of what we want, stay within our vision, but our vision is important because we are elected officials. You administrators are paid administrators. You aren't paid. We are elected because of our values and because of what our vision is, and we can create school choice and parental rights, but if you're saying our vision is important to us, and that's what got us into these seats. So I think it's just a big opportunity to do a collaboration, but we gotta stay on the racetrack and not always get up in the grandstand. So.
Try to make something that's not going to be jello. Something that's going to
Stay.
like those. Maybe you can stick me up with.
But also, I mean, how long have you guys been doing these books? Is this something new?
That's our second edition and our 25th anniversary edition. This is hot off the press. There's another one that we did 2 years ago, and prior to that, these articles existed, most of them. We just didn't have them bound, we just didn't have them
In a nice way.
Yeah, and so the reason we do this is it's just a reinforcement for our parent community of vision related, and that's what's in here. Why do we do what we do? How is it? And you'll see everything in there, from dress code to math to, is all aligned with, why do we have great books lists? There's an article about homework. Why do we believe homework is important? And it all comes back to, how do we justify these practices of the school, projects and tactics, with the vision? What is the connection? So we've got to remind ourselves that that's important, but it's important for the parents to know. This is why we do it. And some parents will come and say, you know what, at the last school that we left, they really did this thing well. And our answer is, okay, we're not going to dispute that. We don't do that here because it is outside of our vision. Fortunately, we in the Poudre School District provide those other options, and you have choices. We're not going to force anything here.
So, going to David and the director, I think it was interesting because it sets the expectation for the parents too. Like this is what our district's good at. This is what our school's good at. And it goes with your policies. This is a nice fancy book on top of it. But going back to our policies, we need to have that sort of vision, I think, in place for going through all this.
Before I forget, at the project and tactical level, the Daniels Fund gave us a grant to, people ask all the time, well, you do certain things really well, and the conversation was, Hank Brown, the chairman at the time, called and said, can you duplicate Liberty in Denver? And I said, yeah, absolutely we can. And he said, well, would you? We'll fund it. And I said, nope, not me. And well, why not? We are not of the belief that we should go to some other community and start a school for someone else's kids. But we would help. We do this all the time. There are a couple hundred clones or partial clones of Liberty Common School. I mentioned Ridgeview before. Loveland Classical is another one in our part. There's more. And so what I suggested is, but what we get consulted all the time. People either come to our school or invite me to theirs or some other administrators, and we try to suggest, well, here's what you could do, and it always results in, well, how do you do your paper performance? How do you do your bus schedule? How do you do your discipline? How does your dress code work? And so I suggested, when they call us, it's not efficient because we go find files, I know where it is, and I'll send it to them. It'd be great if we could have a person for a year who would just curate all of this information and put it in a open source, well curated space so that anybody in the world can have access to what we do. And so that product is quasi-available. It exists.
Yeah, it exists. Daniel's funded someone for a year who we had for about half a year, and so I'm finishing it up and putting it together. It's called Give Me Liberty, for the pun, self-explanatory. And so we're almost finished with it. It'll have all of everything that Bob's talked about, graduation policy to literacy policy and everything in between. But so with that caveat that it's not quite finished yet, what you can do is go on now and look at some of the philosophy pages. And I think we use vision and philosophy sort of interchangeably, right, at Liberty. So the philosophy stuff is all there. And so if you want to go to givemeliberty.libertycommon.org and check out those pages, they're for obvious reasons, the first pages, and just understand that it's not entirely polished yet, but very close, and sort of see how we arrived at our vision and philosophy. That could be a resource. And then as you guys nail down your vision and work with your administrators on projects and tactics, by then the site will be finished and all the documents will be available and downloadable, and you can take our name off and put your name on, or take pieces or lines or entirety of things.
People don't know what that means. That's what open source means.
Yes, open source. So, yeah, givemeliberty.libertycommon.org.
So there are some examples. David, you mentioned you want a district that is the best you can be. I would say that we have a definition of what the best means in terms of books. The books that children ought to be exposed to. Yeah, that's debatable, obviously. But we put them in writing. We put them as part of our curriculum. The best books for children that all Americans, in our opinion, all American children should be exposed to a certain canon of books. And I will just assert that is the best. That is the best approach to great books that children should be exposed to. Well, and obviously, it's possible that Woodland Park could come up with a better list of books that children should be exposed to. So we just throw down these markers all the time. We want, because same thing, we want not the best that's just what we can all imagine. We want the best classical, from a classical perspective. Socrates had some lessons correct, exactly right. The method, Socratic method, is sometimes the best way to organize a classroom and convey a set of ideas, 3,000-year-old ideas. Sometimes that is correct. And when we come to the conclusion that that is the best, then we will assert that's the best way to teach logic, is that strategy. So what then constitutes the debate, the fearless debate that we can have in the school? I think Aquinas had a better idea. And so then we have these epic, glorious conversations within our school that can take place within the guardrails. And so we have some markers thrown down. a classically oriented curriculum is what we've chosen for our school. That might not be your vision of the future. I think it's the best. Personally, that's why my kids went there. I helped define what that means at my school. And we call ourselves publicly the best school. There's lots of metrics why I think that's true, and I can persuade most people that that is so. But there are other schools that can say they're the best and do. And from a parent and taxpayer standpoint, this is excellent. This is exactly what ought to happen in an American context. There ought to be some sibling rivalry, some competition to outdo one another in service to children. And so, yeah, what is the best? I got plenty of examples you can find in here and others where leader, Michael, we are the best.
Bob?
Absolutely.
I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. So you said early on that E.D. Hirsch's approach had been oriented towards inner city schools.
Mm-hmm.
Jumping onto that, I'm wondering if it is an appropriate approach for a broad public school that is not, as you are, college prep. And then secondarily, if you're not a charter school, what are the limitations on doing going in the direction of this? What would limitations be, and how would that?
No, there's a core knowledge foundation that most you can read every core knowledge document online. But the core knowledge curriculum tends to take root in charter schools, but there are many school districts around the country that are 100% core knowledge school districts.
Would we need the sorts of waivers and things that we've kind of bounced around earlier?
Not at
There's
all.
several
They're-
PSC schools that are core knowledge. We're not the only
Yeah.
ones even in PSC.
After bashing us through our whole application process 27 years ago, we established the core knowledge. And our waiting list was huge. I mean, we didn't grow to our size, and we did that over time. But initially, we're a small school, and we had 1,500. We had 1,800 on our waiting list when we suggested, let's just start another school, and that became Ridgeview, another top performing school in Colorado. And that's where my son went to high school after he left Liberty, and because Liberty was K through 9 at the time. And so when that happened, imagine 1,800. That's the size of your district, right? We had that many kids on our waiting list to get into the school. And so what did the district do? They see this, and they're like, we better get in on this core knowledge thing. So there are like 4 core knowledge public school, neighborhood schools that have a core knowledge track through it. And this gets at the, you don't have to take a whole school and make it all a core knowledge school, although there are some of those. There's the Trout Core Knowledge School in Fort Collins, which half of the families from, I mentioned the initial Washington Core Knowledge School, half of the families went the charter route, the other half went to a district school that is still a district school. It's all core knowledge at that school. So there's a whole building, core knowledge. There are 4 or 5 other elementary schools that have a core knowledge track that parents can choose through it. So those are, and they're throughout the country. I don't know about in Colorado. I'm not aware of any district that is a core knowledge district. And core knowledge is K through 8, by the way, and core is just what it sounds like. It's not the whole curriculum. It's about 60% of an elementary school curriculum. The math program, the grammar program, the handwriting program. We have Latin. That's a part of. That's not core knowledge. That's the other 40% that you build.
The skills of learning versus the knowledge.
Yeah.
Right. Literacy, math, skills versus the knowledge.
Well, and I guess what I wonder is if, you guys say, well, we think core knowledge is the best. We're happy to stand by and defend our position. It sounds like, though, that's more like a strategy where as a school district, if they want to become a educational marketplace that's offering different choices to their customers who might have different interests, that we probably shouldn't be saying we want to be a core knowledge district versus we want to embrace a vision that will allow for a core knowledge track if there's sufficient demand for it, and offer those supplies to the customers' demands. So,
Well, we have that is an offering already here with Merit. Merit offers that to a certain customer base.
The way to make merit better is to have another core knowledge option somewhere. Because the core knowledge is the core. The rest of the school, the other 40% is the unique aspects of it. It might be discipline, it might be, it's discipline, character development, character education. It might be, I don't know, who knows, it could be a foreign language. We offer Latin, kindergarten through 8th grade in our school. That's not a core knowledge thing. And there are
What
other
do
core
our
knowledge.
customers want?
Yeah, and we've had to do, as you can see, we have to do a lot of selling. Why is Latin important? Most people don't get it. Most people have been told, old language, dead, white, whatever, not relevant anymore. No, we have come to the conclusion, this is the way to perfect English language usage the best and build a solid base for any romantic language is starting Latin early and Greek root words. So, but other core knowledge schools don't do that. So that's even if you like core knowledge, well, still, what's the difference between Bridgeview and Liberty? We got these distinctions that are really nice to have, and so that's my point. You want to make merit better? Do another core knowledge school, and
Not necessarily our charter.
Go ahead. Could be a charter, could be a track in
Track within this.
Could it's regular public school.
And then, your other ideas, you mentioned one about, experiential education out there. I mean, that's a big interest in this.
That it is.
Can I ask, do you know about this adventure school, and it's a high school, people go in the spring, they take 2 days, they go camping, they take a week off to explore. I don't know, my neighbor moved, but when I moved to Woodland Park, there's this, after, 8th grade, they sent their kids to an adventure, like a trek, like
It's called expeditionary school.
I don't know, maybe, yeah, I cannot tell you, I just moved, I wasn't even with a child, I wasn't thinking that,
So let me just
Let me add something. We need to leave the room at 2 o'clock. That doesn't include the cleanup, but we need to leave at 2 o'clock.
So as a public school subdivision of the state, you are obligated to perform well on state standardized tests. If you don't, the state will put you, sanction your district and put you on whatever the watch list is and so on. So I think that's a terrible idea. I mean, I was on the State Board of Education when we got Common Core on a 4-3 vote. But those are the rules. And I am convinced that aspiring to high CMAS scores is a terrible vision for a public school system. I'm frankly personally not in favor of state standardized assessments to begin with. I think that should be something districts aspire to. But having said that, that's the way things are. We have to perform well on those assessments. We soar past them, so it's not even an issue. But there are charter schools that teach something else, and then they got to take the CMAS tests, and their kids do terrible. And as a result, they got to either, they've got to get themselves on the performance level as quickly as they can, and that's inescapable. So it's not a burden, but it is something you can't ignore. Whatever options exist, you say, great, teach that thing, but you got to take the test. And if you're below level 3 years in a row, you're going to end up on whatever the lowest level is. I don't like it's called turnaround. Yeah, you're going to be in turnaround status, and eventually you're going to get your plug pulled if you can't bring it up.
So, just in a couple minutes, can you talk about the sort of that symbiotic relationship between parents and what you describe here as real professionals when you talk about treating educators as real professionals? Because in your intro, when you talked about your self-interest, you were identifying this disparaging dynamic where you as a parent were to relinquish your children to the quote-unquote experts. And so can you speak of the value of people's life pursuit in education and continuing education related to their expertise in the field of education, and how that relationship can be fostered and nurtured, where it's not parent against the quote-unquote experts, but there's a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, the shorthand is Dr. Paul, Dr.
Dr. Perry.
Dr. Perry. Dr. Perry would be the vision I would shoot for. And that is, she needs to be the expert in the field, so people come to her for her pediatrician services, right? But that interaction is one of respect. What do you want? Here's my best advice. And so that level of professionalism with the doctor is the highest achievement, highest level in that medical field. And so I would suggest that from a teacher standpoint, when we talk about professionalism of educators, we want classroom experts who have the highest level of expertise in their content field, whether that's at the upper levels, a content expert in math, to teach math, or an instructional expert when it comes to third grade covering all subjects. You absolutely have to have those kinds of people.
Because I think one of the risks is that we as a board would kind of usurp, that may not be the right word, but underestimate the capacity of experts within their field. If we're feeling, I don't know, it's just, for me, this feels like a tension. It feels like something that I'm hearing in a variety of different ways of the tension of like letting the experts be the experts and relating that to giving the parents the full responsibility for educating their children. And I hear your example of a doctor. The parent is ultimately the one responsible for the medical care of their child. However, they have to have this. So I don't know if you have any suggestions on how to foster that relationship. It just feels like a tension right now in this context.
I think it's only a tension if the perspective of the school is that we offer one product, we offer one approach, and you're going to pay for it. And you're going to pay for it, and this is the curriculum delivery that you get. If you don't like it, leave. That's the as opposed to we offer a menu. We offer a menu of academic options in our community, and we'll help you get to the best place for your family. Because we do not do custom education in my school, and yet the relationship between those families is really beautiful. It's really a sweet thing. Maybe I'm just.
It's okay. I just wanted to see if you had any ideas around it. It's just, and maybe this is just something in my own personal journey. It is a bit of a wrestling match, just trying to help. Settle into a space, and it may be a constant sort of tension. I'm okay with that. I just feel like there should not be a contradiction in our willingness to treat educators as true professionals, and then kind of usurp their responsibilities and their capacities to actually educate the children. So that piece right there is unsettled for me, and it may be for a while. I just wanted to ask you about any thoughts.
I would think that vision, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, the vision.
I think it lives in what you brought from Pat and Shoni. It's that team. It's a team that's doing that. It's based in trust. It's based in the ability to have conflict and to work through conflict. The idea that we can disagree and we can work through that, to commit to some actions, to hold each other accountable, and to focus on results. That's what that 5 dysfunctions of a team. Parents are a team. We're a team raising. I mean, we're a team working together for the benefit of the students that are in our classrooms. And I think that's what our leadership team, our admin team talked about was we are focusing right now on trust. We have lost trust in the community, and we as a team are really leaning into how do we rebuild trust. Because you'll notice it was the bottom of the pyramid. If you don't have trust, the teamwork doesn't happen at all.
And
And
that's,
so that's what you have to get into.
and that's like the big transparency project that you guys, has that gone online now that we've started?
It's after, we said after Labor Day.
Yes,
so
goes
yeah.
online.
You know, because that goes like with the doctor-patient relationship. Like that's us informing the parent who makes the ultimate decision about where they're gonna send their kids to school. What's being taught. Just like a doctor informs a patient, this is what I think you got, this is what I think you need. But it's ultimately the patient that makes the decision on that. And doctors compete for patients too, right? They become experts in their fields. They make sure their offices are neat and tidy, you know, convenient to get to, and that they have a good bedside manner, that sort of thing. Unless you're one of those heart surgeons, and then you just get to do whatever you want because people have got to have you. But that's what you've been doing is we're, by doing that, by creating that transparency, improving that transparency, I think it generates that kind of trust.
That
Because
transparency and
people
choice.
can count on it.
And then I think
Okay.
it also gives
We
some.
have 3 minutes.
Can I-
I want to say 2 things.
Can I just say a quick thing
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
sis? I'm just,
I just need to-
sorry. It's always an elephant in the room when I'm in a room. I just want to make clear and verbally to all of you, this isn't a chargeable event. I'm not charging you for my time to be here. I just felt like strategic counsel, I ought to be here to hear what's going on. Just wanted to make that statement. Thanks.
Thank you, Bro. And thank you for your investment.
So
Go ahead, Cassie, finish your thought. And then I have one last thing to say.
Go, I already got it, go ahead.
You received a draft agenda, copy of the agenda for our next meeting. Please review that. If you have any changes, let me know right away.
Do you have one for me?
Oh, yes. Sorry about
I have a
that.
photo.
when do you need suggestions by Friday or what?
Yes, please.
Yes.
So realize if suggestions come on Friday, board packets come on Monday,
Okay.
because we can't do the agenda and.
Got it.
When would you like our suggestions to go from David to you so you can do what you
I
need?
think for right now, you just got it, so by Friday, but know that you won't get board packets till Monday, probably we need to work to.
Would it be quicker to just have everybody come on? All right, you gotta go to me. All right.
Okay.
Well, Bob, thank you very much for your time, your investment.
Yeah. Yes. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn today's retreat. Have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call.
Austin, Dillinger,
Aye.
Patterson, Russell.
Aye. Sorry, other boards, we just all.
Yeah, but the roll call thing is in the law. We cannot do a sort
I
of.
got it.
Have it.
You all have an enormous and exciting opportunity to really do something remarkable and revolutionary in public education.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your encouragement and your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for opening us.
Thanks for trampling on my ideas.
Brad, thank you.
Not running out the door, I'm running the restrooms now.
Oh, I got it. I had to go.